Parchment Party, the longer the better for him. He'll get that distance today as he tries to repeat in the Birdstone. His stablemate, distance is the big question, but Stars and Stripes will give the mile and 3/4 a try. He's shown promise, including a Grade 3 win at Keeneland. Hall of Famer Bill Mott has said with Parchment Party, ignore that last disappointing effort. Jokestar battled gamely with the favorite when they met at Oaklawn, ultimately settling for second. Can he turn the tables today in the rematch? Just 10 minutes away from kicking off this Thursday card on a gorgeous afternoon here at Saratoga Springs, New York. We'll begin things with a sprint meant for the grass. It's the only race taken off the turf today now on the main track as the Pick 5 gets underway shortly. I believe the first time for this trio here on the desk. Greg Wolf, Tom Amos, Andy Serling, good to see you both. And Parchment Party, Tom, we know loves this mile and 3/4 distance.
He does. He's undefeated at this long distance, and he's the kind of horse that Bill Mott has said, this is his cup of tea, this is what he wants to do. He's very high on him.
No reason not to be high on him. He just keeps running really well in these races, and he's found a home in them. But it's a very competitive race. It feels like a lot of years we've run the Birdstone. There's been like one horse, sometimes next, and maybe one other horse you thought had a little bit of a chance, but it was sort of a fait accompli, the favorite's going to win. I don't think that's the case today. I think that Parchment Party is the horse to beat, and he may well win this race, but I believe this race is 4 or 5 horses deep.
Could be. Interceptor, Jokestar, they both battled him valiantly. Stablemate, Stars and Stripes, we'll see if he can get the distance. You have Inexperience, who's going to be probably alone on the lead, but Parchment Party's where you need to start. And that last start, they tried a 1.25 miles, just too short, and Bill Mott said, we just needed a race into him, Tom, to get him ready for the Birdstone today.
Yeah, Jokestar and Parchment Party toward his inside as they're passing that pace setter right there are going to move as a team. Look really closely at Jokestar and the rider on his back. He is getting as tired as the horse is. There's a big rider change today. I think that could make a big difference and possibly even turn the tables on Parchment Party.
I mean, it's not like Parchment Party. I mean, I mentioned Next. Next was beating Fields by a city block. Parchment Party's good, and I'm not knocking him in any way, but he's not winning his races by 4 or 5 lengths necessarily against this competition. I'm looking forward to that race. It is very, very open.
Here's what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm. So we'll kick things off in about 8 minutes. Now off the turf in the opener. Pick 6 begins in the 4th, late Pick 5, race 5, and the Birdstone part of both as race 8 today, 1 3/4 on the main track at 5:14 Eastern start time. You can play it all with the official betting app of Saratoga. Naira Bets, get that offer for new customers. $200 deposit match. Sign-up bonus when you punch in that code at sign-up SPA200. And you're ready to roll with us all summer long and beyond. So we'll begin sprinting, yes, now main track off the turf. New York Reds maiden special weight. And for some reason, the public loves Combat Move for Linda Rice here, Tom, second-time starter.
Second-time starter in a race off the grass, 6-horse field. This horse came from well back to finish second. I guess they're looking for improvement there and thinking second start, maybe that'll happen. But boy, when you look to the outside, Andy, Liberty's Advance, that horse has put in some good races compared to what these other horses have done.
How is Liberty's Advance not the heavy favorite in this race? I'm going to try to beat her with the number 2 Lively Pal, which we'll talk about. But Liberty's Advance to me is even money to 4 to 5. These are not real dirt horses. The 7 is a real dirt horse. The 3 was in an off-the-turf race, and I'll tell you something. If I'm taking somebody out of Combat Move's race, it's Galway Girl, who set the fast pace that collapsed to set it up for Combat Move.
And that's who we'll see first to kick things off. Katie Davis for Jimmy Ferraro, and yeah, this one's speed on a wet track last start that came off the turf.
I think a lot of us are waiting to get back on the turf because she ran sneaky well in her debut, but she ran well last time out, and if she ends up being the clear speed here, she could wire this field.
Lively Pal, Andy likes. Start number 2, Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, this horse only had one start, and, you know, look, with these kinds of horses, they usually show good improvement from first to second start.
Debut Combat Move, race came off the turf, did not get out well early.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They were moving hard up front. I'm not saying the horse can't win, but I don't believe it's supposed to be favored.
My Little Army Girl was 3rd, beat 5 lengths in that Combat Move race.
It was competitive enough in there, and Horacia's going to stay in, but more of a turf horse.
And this would appear to be value. We'll see in about a minute and 12 seconds.
I don't know, guys. I think by post time that she's going to be favored in this race. Don't you? I mean, she's a real dirt horse that ran a good race. She ran a number of good races. To me, she's the horse to beat.
Right now, solid second choice because, yeah, Combat Move, even money in a spot, and here she is. So, debuted in a race that came off the grass for Linda Rice. Jose Ortiz, the meet's leading rider aboard. He had another big day yesterday. He's 6 up on Flavien Prat.
Yeah, I think it was the trip. You know, this is a first-time starter that broke from an outside post, veered out at the start. They do that often, Andy, with those outside post positions when they debut. Got back on track, came from well back, and was closing well.
But to me, the important thing is that the race featured a supersonic pace for this quality of horse that totally collapsed. You know, you look at the times, right? They came the last 3/16 a mile in over 20 seconds. That is absolutely crawling at 5.5 furlongs, and it was a function of the fast pace. And Galway Girl was in the midst of that blazing pace, opened up in the stretch and fell apart. If I'm going to bet somebody or use somebody out of that race, I'm going to use Galway Girl at 5-1 as opposed to the ludicrous 4-5 and the 3. Greg and I both feel like we're in an alternate universe.
Somebody knows something, I guess, that we don't, although the dam
Everybody
of the
knows
favorite,
something we don't know, Greg, just so you're wondering.
The dam is money back guarantee.
What are you trying to say?
You think they're giving it back?
Wow.
I'm not giving your money back if you bet the 3 and she loses. I'm just letting you know.
Let's check in with Megan Burgess for more.
Well, I completely agree as far as the disparity between the #1 Galway Girl and the #3 Comeback Move. Andy's exactly right. That pace did fall apart with Galway Girl doing the heavy lifting and Combat Move kind of just taking advantage and picking up the pieces late. But when comparing the #1 Galway Girl and a horse that has the dirt form and the outside runner and the #7 Liberty's Advance, I much prefer Galway Girl physically. She's just very strong, well-defined and well-muscled, very fit as she is now been consistently run for Jimmy Ferraro. And yes, she does kind of have that European turf pedigree underneath, but I really love the Mendelssohns on the dirt as well. I find she's far too big of a price, and I really preferred her over the current 5-2 in the #7 Liberty's Advance, who is the horse to beat off of her dirt form. She has the best dirt form of anybody in this race, of course, rained off of the turf in this first race. We were on for the rest of the day, I believe, but you know, going through some of the notes, Acacia's comments about her, I can see exactly why. She's just a narrow-made, lighter-boned, just didn't really excite me whatsoever physically. She's just kind of petite and unassuming, and she just didn't really grab me. And the problem with her that I had is I feel like she'd never, and Acacia's spoken to this as well, leveled out. She's just been one-paced, and I found she's had that same excuse when I go through her races. So I do prefer the run over her. As far as the #2, who I know Andy likes, and Lively Pal, I liked her as well. I do have to kind of forewarn, she is wearing wraps on all four, which can be perceived as a negative, but is, of course, on the dirt versus the turf, which they do sometimes wear as far as the friction on the dirt as she makes that transition. But she, last time out, was on a wide chase. She lacked speed, and the race had a forward flow. It was a slower pace she was chasing. She worked with a stakes winner in Rollo on the main track and actually held her own decently as of late. She's very much got that round hip to her. She's very well muscled. She's that out-and-out sprinter, and she's a huge price. I thought she was interesting in here as well. Greg?
All right, Megan, thank you. 2 minutes away from a pick 5 that kicks off here with over 400,000 in the pool. As we take a look at the 2, Andy likes here at 10-1.
Yeah, I have no illusions. I believe the 7 is the horse to beat in this race, and now she's properly favored. But the thing about the 7, I say if I was going to knock her, is she's had a lot of chances. And the 2, Lively Pal, has had 1. And we'll get to Tom's pick 5. Sorry, I didn't know that. I thought we were talking about the 2.
That's all right.
Leave it up for a second. And I think she made a big middle move in there, Lively Pal wide, and ran like a first at Nita race. She took a little money for these connections, and I'm going to get my man Jose Lezcano off the schneid today in a big way.
All right, Tom.
Yeah, let's talk about this pick 5. So we're going to narrow down in the third race with a horse named Lady Wisdom, who claimed 2 back and then ran in this exact race, in this exact condition, at the same distance at this track, was second. The winner's not eligible for this race anymore. So that's a logical single there. And then we go to the next leg, the 4th race, and there's a couple of horses in there. One is one that really could set the tone in Majaz, the 1 horse, and then the best closer in the field is Make You Mine. I'm going to spread back out in the last leg, leg 5, and it's a $60 ticket.
All right, good luck. If you're playing along with Tom, you'll need it. Back to the 2.
Yeah.
What was that?
I think you're supposed to. I
wondering
agree.
when you'd catch
I hate
that.
to say it, Tom. I'm rooting for you to be dead after 1 leg, but if the 2 doesn't win, I hope you're alive.
Wow.
I would have used 1-2-7, but what do I know? Lively Pal to me is exactly the kind of horse you want in this race. A horse who's entered in the dirt first time, for these connections, took a little money as the first and third finishers both got bet. First winner, the winner of the race, a good horse, came back with second place finish and was best in a race against the racetrack. And I just feel like this horse can be a little forward, and I think is more dirt meant than the others. So while I'm very much within the 7, and I certainly bet a big 7 too, I think the 2 at 8-1 is a very interesting. I don't know how this horse is considered the longest, least likely winner of this race. Now 9-1.
You waiting for me, Greg? Because I'm usually used to hearing that out of my left ear,
Greg,
not my right ear.
You're stealing my guy. If I'm not beating up on Tom, nobody can.
I thought, and Andy, I talked about it a little bit in race 4.
Let's go there.
We're both pretty high on Midnight Concerto. I thought was the one to beat.
Yeah, I'm against the 1. Greg and I both think the 1 is a vulnerable favorite. The favorite. I went 2-4. Greg went 4-2.
Does the pace scenario make you nervous about any of the closers in race 4?
I mean, I guess it always does a little bit, but it's a mile and 3/16. And since I don't expect Tulip to wire the field, I'm not as worried about it. But the 1 should be sitting good in second. I just think the 1 is overrated. I don't like her last race particularly, and a lot of people disagree with me. They may be right, though. I'm not saying he can't win.
That's why they call it handicapping.
Yeah.
We shall see.
Yeah. But I think Midnight Concerto, like Greg does in there, is sort of the most reliable of the horses in the race. She's consistent, and you know she can handle the distance.
All right, we'll see what happens. Good luck at the Pick 5. Over 600,000 in this pool as we kick off our Thursday action here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching Saratoga Live. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you very much, Greg, and a special welcome to the Sugar Plum Farm Foundation and all the young campers who are here today, sponsoring this first race under the care of Robin Malatino. They are all in the winner's circle. Liberty's Advance goes in. And they're off. Galway Girl is going to the front. Lively Pal is right up alongside. These two hook up in Combat Move, 4 off the pace in third. Liberty's Advance is fourth, and My Little Army Girl at the back of the field. So Lively Pal is quick and speeds off to lead by 3 now over Galway Girl in second. The opening quarter, pretty quick, 21-4. Liberty's Advance marching up in third. Combat Move is down at the rail, and My Little Army Girl at the back of the field. It's Lively Pal to the quarter pole in front. Galway Girl, though, is coming right back for more on the outside under Katie Davis. And these two are coming to the 8th pole together. Behind them, Combat Move is rallying in the orange colors. Liberty's Advance made that little move, but has flattened out. 16th to go. Galway Girl or Combat Move. Galway Girl, Combat Move is coming fast along the inside. And Combat Move takes command and wins wrapped up under Jose Ortiz. Second went to Galway Girl. Liberty's Advance was third.
Number 45 of the meet. For the meet's leading rider, Jose Ortiz, Combat Move, rolling by Galway Girl for the win, Tom.
Yeah, look, I mean, they went fast early, and Jose was able to save some ground, angled into the rail right here. That's him in the orange and in third, and was able to run down a very quick pace and some tiring horses.
Yeah, I'm not unhappy that Jose Lezcano was aggressive with the 2. It just didn't work out. She's not a good horse and couldn't get it done. I wouldn't have bet this horse at 2-1, 5-2, 3-1. She got the money at 2-1. If you bet her, I congratulate you. She was best in this race. The 1 Galway Girl ran well again, but horse that I didn't like. I know, Greg, you felt the same way as me. She gets the money in here, but not for me, this horse, but I was wrong.
3-1, 7-2. Linda Rice gets her 16th winner of this Saratoga summer. And it's Combat Move. Second career start with the victory to kick off this Thursday card as the second choice here at 2-1. One more look down the stretch in those fluorescent orange silks. Winning Move stable.
Look like a horse running against a group of horses that would rather have been on the turf.
So Combat Move kicks things off in this opener off the turf. We're going to look ahead to the weekend when we come back. Big one on the lawn in the formerly known as the Sword Dancer, now the Christophe Clement turf. Multiple Grade 1 winner. Program trading. Going to keep the new recent streak intact. Looks for a 3rd consecutive score coming off that Grade 2 United Nations victory at Monmouth back in July. Stay with us.
$600 total. Thank you.
Back with you on our Thursday coverage of Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Opener in the books. It's Combat Move. Linda Rice, number 45 of the meet for Jose Ortiz. Let's go to Megan.
And Jose, you had an okay day yesterday. 4 straight victories. You right back to it in the opener. Were able to sit off the speeds and get it done.
Yeah, yesterday was a great day, but today's a new day. We got to come into the day with the same hunger to keep winning races. And yeah, she was very live. We like her last time. Obviously was off the turf, but we always thought that she gonna be on the dirt much better. And Linda liked to put these horses and pray for rain, and it happened today both times. So we like her. She sit off it today, and she closed home very nicely. So we're very happy with her.
You're right, Joke Star for the very first time coming up in the Birdstone later on. Have you gone through those replays and kind of seen how this pace and race materializes later on?
Yeah, he ran very good at Oakland against Parchment Party. And yeah, Louis rode a great race, make an early move on the backside and make Joe Star move a little bit early. But I think he ran a hell of a race out there, and I think he's very live today.
Well, best of luck, and what an incredible week.
Thank you, Megan.
No rest for the wicked. Jose Ortiz, he's putting the 4-win day behind him, Greg, and he's already looking ahead to another big one.
Putting together an incredible summer. $6.06 for Combat Move. 3-1-7, 4-5 favorite. Liberty's Advance did go off the one to beat, but manages a no better than non-threatening third. Race 2 scheduled for the main track. $85,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. And Mo the Merrier. Start number 4, Ken McPeak Barn. And Manny Franco will fill in for Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah, he will indeed. And for this horse, only one work since that last race. Makes me a little nervous on Mo the Merrier, the two, Andy.
Yeah, I just thought, I mean, I kind of copped out with him. He's the fastest horse in the race, and I took him a sloppy track last time in better fields. Just thought he was probably the right horse. I do think the 6, one Pac, thank you, Greg, is a little interesting and kind of an overlay right now at a big price.
Speed from the outside post. Interesting second race coming up. Very good one coming up on Saturday. Formerly known as the Sword Dancer, now the Christophe Clement. Turf first run back in 1975. Named in honor of the newly minted Hall of Famer. 7 share multiple wins in this race, including Christoph Gufo. Won grade 1s at 3, 4, and 5. One of his many winners. Awad holds the fastest version ever run, avenging a neck loss back in the race 2 years earlier. 6 owners have won it twice, including Juddmonte Farms with Flincher, rallied from 13.5 lengths out of it to a repeat score. Most wins by a trainer. Who else? The late Christophe Clement, his last coming at Farbridge. Pat Day's 4 wins, the most by a jockey, including back-to-back wins on With Anticipation. 4 winners would go on to capture the Breeders' Cup Turf, including Blackie, known as Better Talk Now, for Graham Motion at 27-1 upset in that Breeders' Cup Turf. 5 winners named champion, including Channel Maker, led from start to finish and on soft turf course back in 2020. 3 crown champion, older male, main sequence to last back in 2014, added the Joe Hirsch and Breeders' Cup Turf. And John Henry, the legend, stands alone to be crowned Horse of the Year. Sword Dancer win came with Bill Shoemaker aboard, overcoming a slow start in that year's edition. This year's edition, race 9 on Saturday, 5:06 Eastern start time, 1.5 miles over the inner turf. What a story Tawny Port would be, with the late Christophe Clement and his son Miguel winning this one. He already punched his ticket to the Melbourne Cup with that Belmont Gold Cup victory. That was the last time we saw him back here on June 4th, Belmont and Saratoga meet. Let's meet the field. Some stout competition coming in from overseas, starting with Ancient Egypt.
Ancient Egypt's races over Europe are very good. Now, he's a 3-year-old facing older, but he has speed, and he is an extraordinarily game horse.
Tawny Port is mentioned for Miguel Clement. His last start, that Belmont Gold Cup win at 2 miles.
At 2 miles, shortening up to 1.5 miles here. His first win since Twitter became X back in 2023. So it's been a while between drinks.
Old Crazy Bone, can he go gate to wire again?
I don't think so. I think it's just a better field. I think last time was the right setup for him. I prefer others. But his last race was okay, and Mike Maker's a wizard in these races.
Program trading, Chad Brown-Klarovich and Flavian Pratt.
Coming off a 2-win streak, the last race was very impressive, helped by a very fast pace up front, and just mowed him down.
Fort George, he'll get another crack at old Crazy Bone, just missed against him in the Bowling Green.
And had to take a little out of his game to be sort of up close in a race with no pace, and maybe a little more pace here could benefit a horse who's obviously talented.
Coming out of that Bowling Green as well, he was 3rd behind Old Crazy Bone and Fort George. Minaret Station for Will Walden.
Yeah, as Andy said, that race did not have a lot of pace. This was a horse that kind of laid back. Very difficult to catch up off of that slow pace.
And a lady taking on the boys. Servy, who comes off a win in the Glens Falls. That was just August the 2nd.
Yeah, just coming back in just 13 days. But that's what the trainer's intention was, shipping over here. And she, while saving ground, was able to explode down the stretch behind about as slow a pace as you'll ever see. Do not fall asleep on her either. I don't believe there's a horse in this race that doesn't have the credentials to win.
Really good addition, yeah, of this grade 1 Christophe Clement turf. And we'll see if this, obviously Miguel winning Hall of Fame on the day his father was inducted in the Hall of Fame. This storybook run continues. But some very good competition coming in from Europe.
Yeah. Agreed. I think the one horse that you mentioned earlier is really, that was a stylish win against top-class performers in Europe. If she brings that game to the United States, he does, then he'll be the one to beat.
Well, he's not a winning. That's what worries me a little, Tom. He's not a winning type. He's coming off 2 second-place finishes. Interesting. 2 races back, he kind of succumbed at the late stages to a horse that had a very good trip in closing. That same horse tried to duel with him last time and ended up finishing last. And you watch his last race, he's one game son of a gun. I mean, he fights the whole way. You look at that race last time, right? The entire field looks like they're going to pass him in the stretch, and somebody finally nails him in the money. But he is a hard fighter. I don't know about the morning line. He's 5-1 in the line, so I picked him. If he's 5-1, I love him in here. I kind of thought Minaret Station was dangerous, but he's the morning line favorite. I don't want to take that horse as the favorite.
Chad Brown at Program Trading, do you believe in this horse at this marathon on the long distance?
Well, this is a considerably tougher field than he beat in the United Nations last time. I don't think the second-place finisher is that bad. But the sort of the second choice Dust to Touch realized there was a grade in front of the race, so he did his usual act when they're graded stakes and just abdicated. But I think he had some give in the ground, which probably helped him. I love program training. He's a cool horse, seems to be able to win in a distance. I hope he runs well, but this is a tougher test, Tom.
Yeah, and this attractive finish that you're seeing right here was really set up by a very fast, challenging early pace. So it has the appearance of perhaps being better than it really was.
Annals of Time, one of my all-time favorite horses. If he could have stayed sound, he could have been every bit as good of his Horse of the Year stablemate, Bricks and Mortar. He just had a shortened career.
Flincher got a little assist in the repeat.
Little rabbit in there, and the first one, Big Blue Kitten. I once teased Chad Brown about him, and I said, you won like 3 grade 1s with him. You ran him in a claiming race first time. He said, I ran him in 3 claiming races, actually.
Program training, though, is this sort of just trying to remake his career? Is he as good as he was a year or two ago?
No, when he was best. I mean, he's had some issues and missed a lot of time. You're talking about a horse that won the Turf Classic at Churchill in a very hard-fought battle with a good Godolphin horse, and he won our Saratoga Derby. He's a very, very good horse who won the Hollywood Derby. But they're trying to find spots he can win in, and clearly the mile races are too short, even though he's ran so well in the Keeneland race last fall. It just seems like he's settled in well at these distances, and they're taking a shot. But this is a much tougher field than he's faced last time.
You're going to be on the program on Saturday. It's on Fox Saratoga Saturday. Have you decided where you're going to wind
He's
up?
going to be on it. Yeah.
We had we played Rock'em Sock'em Robots, and I kicked Tom's butt, so I got his spot on Saturday.
Well, it's part of an incredible lineup. We have the Alabama after that with the division leader Counting Stars for 3-year-old fillies, and then the big one for the boys, DraftKings Travers, Derby, and Belmont winner Golden Tempo back to meet the one he rolled by in the stretch on that first Saturday in May. Renegade, who comes off that Jim Dandy victory. What a month ahead we have at the August place to be here at Saratoga. Fun rest of the summer still to come. Race 2, 17 minutes away. And this 6-furlong maiden claiming event, 7-5 favorite, Mo the Merrier. There's the Ken McPeak runner. Who, see if start number 4 with a slight drop in class can get the job done this afternoon. Consistently running figures good enough to win here. Is today the day? Manny Franco filling in for Rat Ortiz Jr. still on the shelf. We'll be back with a paddock report and post parade right after this.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Man o' War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Surrounded by benches and flower pots, it weighs 300 pounds, is constructed from yellow pine, and has a ball at its apex covered with gold leaf. It is the Man o' War pole and greets all who enter Saratoga's main gate. John P. Greer never left Man o' War's flank after the champion set grueling fractions in the Dwyer Stakes at Aqueduct. John P. Greer briefly headed Man o' War at the 8th pole. The Chestnut shrugged off the challenge to stop the clock in world record time. In 1959, Naira dedicated a white and gold pole shortly before the facility's grand reopening after a 3-year, $34.5 million renovation. It was the pole where Man o' War surged past John P. Greer. The Man o' War pole stood in Aqueduct's backyard until video lottery terminals were installed. It was restored and relocated to Saratoga in 2010. After all, it is at Clare Court, where Man o' War learned to accept a saddle and rider. Saratoga is also where the Chestnut captured 5 stakes during his legendary career. Grand Central Station has the clock, Old Yankee Stadium has the bat, Saratoga has the pole.
And there's the Man o' War pole. Greatest of all time?
Wow. Greatest of all time?
No, I'm asking, do you believe
No.
so?
No.
We weren't here for him.
Secretariat's the greatest of all time. Secretariat, Michael Jordan. I don't want to hear LeBron's name either.
Open and shut
Why?
case for Tom
Why
Ames.
is LeBron not in the conversation? Why isn't Kareem in the conversation? Why isn't Wilt in the conversation?
No.
There's a lot of conversations, different players, different horses from different eras. You know what?
What about let's stick to horse race. What do you think? Greatest of all time?
I have no idea. I wasn't around for those horses. Obviously, Secretariat was amazing. Seen a lot of really good horses. You know, I feel like sometimes these conversations, they just get away from the fact that they were good horses and we can appreciate just how great they were. And that was Man o' War.
They were better than good horses. They were great horses.
They were great horses.
Yeah, but
no,
you
I
can
know,
still
but
have that conversation. It's fun to speculate.
Yeah,
but
I get it, but I don't know.
12 minutes away, race 2, as we take a look at the 5 here. The standard, pretty good effort for this one last time out, and it came on this racetrack, Tom.
It did. They sent him from the gate that day. He sat out the pace sitter, and he just couldn't catch up. But it still was a very, very good race.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree. The only problem I have with it was that it was a very slow pace. And the third horse probably was best in this race, who was victimized by the slow pace. So, in Discotheque, who won, he did come back and run well. He improved his buyer figure 3 points next time out, but he was like 0 for 16 heading into this race. I have mixed feelings. I picked the 2. I feel like I copped out with the favorite. Thought 1, 2, Pac, 1 Pac, 1 Pac, 2 Pac, 3 Pac. Who's 3 Pac?
I don't know if we've met him yet.
I thought he was a live horse at a big price in here.
You think he leads the way?
I do. I think I'd like to see Edgar Zayas. Glad to have Edgar back. He had a painful injury, big toe, I think.
Toenail ripped off, I believe.
That's rough.
Let's go to Megan in the paddock.
And we'll start with the standard, the number 5 for Steve Asmussen, who I agree with Andy, was kind of up in that 1-2 position all the way around the racetrack last time out. Went in for $100,000 today, a dip a bit to that $85,000 tag. And I liked him last time out. He looked best to me. He's very strong, a robust, kind of typical sprinter, well-muscled and well-defined. I don't have any issues with him, and I do find he's going to have that forward momentum and be quick out of there with the number 6. We'll see. I'm not in love with him in this spot. I do prefer others, but he always has been one of those horses that's been physically, for me, one of the best I've seen amongst the fields he's faced. As far as the number 4, cost effective, coming off of the layoff for trainer Chad Brown and getting the gelding, this is the son of Lewis Bay, who was a multiple graded stakes winning dirt router for Chad, also was a multiple grade 1 place dirt sprinter, so very accomplished. As far as the progeny, though, hasn't been the case with 2 foals, still looking for a win. Now, this horse has been kind of hidden away, you could say, at Churchill Downs in that string in Kentucky. Now, he did work on August the 3rd outside of Senior Lender, who's an older mate, also still a maiden, where he kind of freed him up on the outside. He was traveling well and better than that horse under a hold, and he did gallop out with the edge. I think he's interesting. He's not the most impressive physically, I'm not going to lie, and it was kind of a quicker time as you go through the tab when you consider how Chad Brown does train his race horses. So I did like the visual. I like that he's getting gelded. You can forgive him last time out on January the 1st, where that was a completely dead rail that day. I will say he was kept off of the rail, but he was just keen. He wasn't in a good rhythm. He was green. I just feel like he had some maturing to do. And there could be some talent there. He's likely met the right field. I'm going to take a bit of a wait-and-see approach. The number 2, Mo the Merrier, is very strong here for Kenny McPeak, who's been kept outside of the saddling stall, very professional, kept moving, very fit, well-defined, gleaming in his coat and condition, dappled head to toe. The physical markers that indicate everything you would want to see from a favorite who also has that tactical speed, and who can ignore the form lines, running against the likes of Stimulate, who ran with a solid 85 buyer last time out. He just stands above this field. Greg?
Do you guys agree with that comment?
What?
On the 3?
Mo the Merrier, right?
Mo the Merrier. I think he's the horse to beat.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, he's just running against better horses, to be honest. And I mean, I guess one of the concerns is cutting back to 6 furlongs. Is he a horse that's better with more distance? But he did run well to be second in his debut, but that was a race that also kind of collapsed. So it's not as though it worked against him.
I think it goes a little deeper than that. So, you know, when trainers make a move from non-claiming races into claiming races, which Kenny McPeak's doing with the 2, Mo the Merrier, you know, what has been their past performance doing that? You know, because we're all, as trainers, looking to claim a horse here or there, so we pay attention to these kinds of horses. This looks to me like a move where Kenny's more interested in this horse going to somebody else's barn than he is about getting the winner's
I don't
circle.
agree, Tom.
I mean, who's going to...
It's an $85,000 maiden claiming race, Tom. I think Kenny's saying, we paid $160. He's not worth $160. I got to find, he's not dumping him. It's not a dump job. It's not like, you want to claim him. $85,000, man. Not too many horses get claimed above $75,000. So
not
I
anymore,
don't
they
completely
do.
agree. I don't completely... Well, I mean, let me ask you a question. You're a claiming trainer.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think this horse is a good claim for $85,000?
I do not.
Okay.
But I do think he'll get claimed. How about we pay a little side bet on that?
I'm happy to bet you. I'll bet you drinks at Hamlet next time. Next time I see you there, drinks.
I usually have a partner. That means you got to buy for 2.
How about I buy her
But,
too?
you know,
She's
you
the
look
one
at
who
this
has to live
field,
with you.
and to Andy's point, look, the majority of these horses are maiden special weight horses, and it's not
Right.
some massive drop in a maiden claiming.
Right. The 6 is a maiden, is first time for a tag. The 4 is first time for a tag.
Would you agree with that?
5
I would
ran
agree
for
with that,
100.
but this is 2026, and the claiming game has changed. People are claiming horses for anywhere from 75 to 150,000, you know, all the time now. It's not like it
How
used
many
to be.
horses do you think a year get claimed for over 75,000?
Well, you know, look, I'm from the Midwest. I watch what's happening at Churchill. I would say quite a few. I would say the increase is easily 80% from 4 or 5 years ago. 80% up, higher.
Well, 8%'s not that much, but
8%. I'd take that in the bank if I could put my money in there.
that's quite an illusion you just made there. You just found an irrelevant thing to say about a conversation we were having. But hey, congratulations. Listen, you are a guy who didn't pick a horse in your top 4 in a 6-horse field and took credit after the race when the horse won. So you're capable of a lot of things.
Are you wrong there? I mean, I had that horse in the first
No, I'm
leg.
talking about
You
a few
did.
weeks ago when you pretended you
Oh
liked
my
the horse
God!
that you
Look,
didn't
it's not
use.
a game of perfect, Andy. I mean, look.
I think we disagree. I'll just put it. Greg and I disagree with you. I
Andy,
don't think 85,000 is a significant drop for this horse.
I don't often look up to you, Andy, but you have jacked your chair up, so I'm looking up to you now.
I got to do that. I'm heightening.
3-2. Look, he's run 3 races consistently. He's run the same figure. But is that a concern that he's not really improved in any of his 3 races?
Yes. I mean, I see this as a horse that fits the spot, but at 3-2, not so much.
I picked him, and I'm not in love with him at 3-2 either.
And
but I do think he's the horse to
don't
beat.
like the one work since his last race. It's been a month.
Here's relative risk to kick off the post parade.
Yeah, going to obviously have to improve trying the dirt for the first time.
The favorite for McPeak, 3-2 now, Mo the Merrier.
Well, we said all we need to say about this one.
Manny Franco fills in again. Grand Gesture, little interesting here, second off the bench.
Yeah, I mean, going to have to improve. I don't know. I just wish this horse showed a little something in either one of those races.
Chad Brown-Klarovich, cost effective.
Yeah, first time gelding. They had blinkers last time. I think they're kind of searching here.
Here is the standard rent, very good at 7 in his last start here at Saratoga.
Yeah, I just wonder when I see that figure improve so much, was it a function of something else? And I think it was the slow pace, but obviously he can win.
And the speedy 1-pock from the outside for John Terranova.
I think he's going to have some company on that front end. And look, when he gets company, he tends to back up late.
6-1 from the outside. Slot pick 4 starts here. Pool up and over $100,000 near. So let's go back to the 6. And look at this May 7th race, 2 starts back.
Yeah, I think that we can all agree if he can run this race, he's a massive overlay at 5-1. The problem is obviously his last race was a disaster, and that was a track that was kind of speed. The horse who won the race, the speed horse, but they were better horses. Gets to switch to Edgar Zayas, but you know, Ray Gutierrez is a good rider. I think you have to ask yourself what you think a fair price is to take on the horse that you can get back to a race like this, or even the one before it that's credible. The last race, obviously a disaster, and he's dropping down a little bit off a bad race. That's a bit of a concern.
Yeah, White Smoke Rising and won that race. Pretty talented.
Yep.
For Charlie Baker.
Came back to beat the bias in his next start.
Meanwhile, 8-1 on the rail with relative risk. Lisa Bartkowski debuted sprinting on turf. Now comes the dirt debut, Tom.
Yeah, and look, we talk about this all the time, but there were some things that went on in that debut, didn't break well. You know, oftentimes with trainers, they get that initial start under a horse's belt, and they're able to see what they need to work on in that second start, and they do that. They work on those things. We work on those things before they make that second start. That's why so often we see so much improvement from a horse's debut to the second start.
Let's go to Megan.
Well, just talk about the rest of this compact six-pack, including the inside runner, the number 1, Relative Risk, who will make his second start for a shrewd trainer in Lisa Bartkowski, who does well with her horses, albeit 0-for-8 the past 5 years with second-time starters. But I do find this horse could be sharper and more forward from the inside on the pace. He's been pretty sharp, kind of been a little skittish in the paddock. Nothing over the top, just as you can kind of see him trying to settle down and respond to his rider's cues on the track. I do find while he didn't show a lot of speed last time out, as he didn't break all that sharp, he's a bigger, more substantive sort. He's got some size to him, that kind of claustrophobic effect, being in the gate for the very first time on debut. So if he can get out of the gate, he could be a part of the early pace puzzle. We shall see. He certainly kind of was green early last time out, picking up his legs. Maybe we could see him on the turf in the future. The number 6, One Pac, who I know Andy has interest in up there at 5-1. I just preferred others physically. This horse can win. He's got the races. You know, last time out in those sprint races, you still wanted, the rail was still kind of the advantage. You wanted to show speed, and he was sent from the inside. Now, it was a quick pace, and he just completely faded, the winner and next out allowance winner with an 87 buyer speed figure. So you can make the argument that he's running against some of those stronger foes, similar to the current favorite. I just wish he was stronger across his top line and overall. He is very fit, though, for John Terranova, who, as far as the maiden special to maiden claiming pivot, albeit not a very strong one. I agree with Andy. This is not a strong drop down to $85,000. John is 0-for-3. None have hit the board, so we'll see how he negotiates this trip from the outside. He does draw well with speed. The number 3, Grand Gesture, the half to multiple graded stakes winner, Damon's Mound, who he looks nothing like. Very tall, leggy. I kind of called him an unfurnished sort when I first saw him, as you'll hear Maggie sometimes allude to horses. He's very, you know, you kind of look at his sibling, who's that athletic and smaller, more compact type, and he's a leggy, big, I just feel like he wants more ground than this. He's obviously run some kind of the second below the upper echelon of this group. We shall see. He does get the blinkers on for the first time. He was gelded for the first time last time out. We'll see if he can continue to improve. Wasn't for me for a good barn, Greg, but I know I'm chalking out a little bit with the 2. I just preferred him best.
Minute to post coming up. So here's Grand Gesture. Tom debuted August of last summer at Saratoga. Took some money, real money that day, and then we didn't see him again until July of this year.
I mean, I think this is a horse that I took a hard look at this horse at 9-1. They gelded him off the layoff, so he comes back in July, makes a start, blinkers on. This move, what we're seeing at this level, I think this race is so much more wide open than the favorite at 7-5, the 2 horse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to take a positive approach to the 2, he's second off a layoff, and maybe he'll run better. I'm not in love with him, but I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think anybody here is that good that I would be afraid to take somebody to price.
Blinkers on today and has a bullet quickest of 52 in the morning work, 47-1. You would assume with that equipment change back on August the 7th. As we take a look at the 4 here, cost effective, and Andy's had some issues getting out of the gate early on.
Yeah, I just haven't seen him do any real running in his races. I didn't really have him inside last time, and it was a dead rail that day, but I guess anything's possible. Maybe he improves the gelding, but I mean, listen, I'm not knocking horses at prices. I knock horses at short prices, you know, because those are the ones you want to try to play against. You got a reason to bet the 3 or 4 in here, or even the 1. You should bet your money. I thought if you want an alternative favorites, it would be the 6, even though I prefer the 2. But I played the 6 and little to win and bet an exacta, mostly 2-6.
See what happens here in a race that kicks off this pick 4, 6-furlong sprint. Here in the second coming up. And there's Ricardo Santana Jr. for Chad Brown. So a lot of changes with this one. The slight drop, the gelding. And cutting back to sprinting again is what we saw in the debut from that horse. We'll see if any of that makes a difference coming up. 6-5 favorite. Mo the Merrier, Ken McPeak barn with Manny Franco. Send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Horses are at the starting gate and moving in for race 2. The first 3 are in. Cost Effective is next. The Standard and 1 Pack, the last 2. One Pack going up. They're in the gate. And they're off. 1 Pack breaks the quickest. Mo the Merrier has early interest, relative risk, hard-ridden and responding with early speed to take the lead. The Standard comes away 4 off the pace in 4th. Cost Effective is down at the rail. And another 2 to the trailer, Grand Gesture. Relative risk leads over the favorite, Mo the Merrier, through a quarter that went in 22 seconds flat. 1 Pack, who broke well, is up and on the pace, 3/4 off the top pair. Cost Effective is down on the inside in 4th, followed by the Standard, and still 3 to Grand Gesture. Mo the Merrier on the outside of relative risk. Mo the Merrier short lead. 1 Pack 3 deep, the half in 44 and 4. They're moving right along to the 8th pole. Mo the Merrier and relative risk. 1 Pack flattens out, coming to the 16th pole. And Mo the Merrier and Manny Franco getting the best of relative risk. The others well behind. Mo the Merrier, too strong. Mo the Merrier, big strides to win by 4 lengths. Relative risk was second. Grand Gesture third in a crisp 109-1.
Well, I think we finally saw that improvement here. Mo the Merrier, 4th time, the charm Manny Franco for Ken McPeak, Tom.
Yeah, no, very good race. Broke sharp, sat outside the pace, took over down the stretch, and the time was interesting. That's a quality time to go less than 110 flat in this level race.
Yeah, we'll see if day goes on how quick the track is playing, but 2 horses ran, the 2 and the 1. 4 of them were complete no-shows in here, and Mo the Merrier has found the field he was better than, and Tom, you were correct. Mo the Merrier was claimed, and as long as it wasn't Ken LaRose, then you're going to get paid. But if we find out you cheated, it's going to be all over town.
So you claimed a horse for $85,000 to get a
hard
drink, and
no.
Hamilton goes.
If Colleen Amos is listed as the new owner of this horse, we got to prove you're not going to have a problem.
Well, I tell you what, I'll buy you a case of drinks if that happens.
You might need a case of drinks
but I'm gonna
if
tell you right
Colleen is
now,
the buyer of this horse.
Lower your chair, Andy. I'm tired of looking up to you.
There's Ken McPeak. Picture time with Mo the Merrier and the claim as well. So doubles his pleasure here.
Kenny, I got to tell you something. I wouldn't claim from Kenny, and I mean it's a compliment to Kenny. He's a tough trainer to claim from.
Well, we said going in, look, the horse was even money favorite, but this was the most consistent horse in the field, too. And just, as Andy said, a few horses just did not show up. Not that he wouldn't have won anyway.
But sometimes logical short prices win, you know? I mean, it's,
Yes.
every one of us approaches the game, all 3 of us looking to beat the favorite. And, you know, you have to be careful, especially as a public handicapper, of always picking against the favorite, because then you just become somebody who's always trying to pick against favorites.
And I believe Manny Franco has just equaled his Saratoga best. And we have a few more days left at the meet, don't we?
And
36th win of the summer.
That's awesome.
And it's mid-August.
But also, isn't this one of the examples of why Manny's doing so well? Because you could argue a potential Achilles heel for him was not being that forward in this race. And the one thing Manny did was make sure to get him into the race.
Even money, Mo the Merrier. The win, and claimed for $85,000 as well. Number 36 for that man right there. Manny Franco, Soxa Harold Lerner. Trained by Ken McPeak. Well, the prices when we come back. 2, 1, 3, 6 here in race 2. We'll move on to a mandatory pay pick 5 in race 3 next. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual. Unusually well. Mow the merrier. Even money favorite takes race 2. Ken McPeak, Manny Franco, Harold Lerner. As we go to Megan.
That's right, Greg, and joined by Kenny McPeak, who gets the job done. Dropping in for a tag, was claimed, Kenny, but had to like how easily he did it there.
Well, we're really pleased with the win, of course, and we placed him aggressively. I mean, he'd had 3 decent races, but he didn't act like he was going to go next level. But somebody's going to have some fun with this horse. You know, this is a good hard trier. He's consistent, and I can't say we're happy to lose him for $85,000, but at the same time, you know, it's tough to win here, and you got to run them where they belong.
Kenny, you've had some of the most shrewd, impressive bloodstock purchases in your storied career. You were able to shop one of the most electrifying sales last week. What'd you pick up?
Well, we bought another Uncle Mo colt for Harold Lerner, hip 44. And then we also bought hip number 80, which was a Elite Power, which was a pretty impressive stallion. He had several offerings in this auction. And then now I can afford more of these. Right?
His daughter went to Target, and so did I this morning, but you're going to shop the New York bred sale next week. Were there any early sires that have really grabbed your attention?
You know what? I'm going to hold judgment on that. We've only had a couple of sales up to now. You know, the July sale, we saw some horses. We actually bought 8 out of that one. This New York bred sale is always interesting. We'll see what we can find. The second half of this Fasig-Tipton yearling sale this past week was probably the strongest horse sale I've ever attended in my life. But it does give you the notion that that's the kind of horse you've got to beat. So when we go to these next auctions, we've got a good idea of the physicals we need to grab. So it makes it challenging, but at the same time, it's a great game, and we're always looking for value.
Well, congrats here.
Thanks.
Greg, his daughter, always the main good luck charm for the McPeak family.
Incredible eye for talent. Of course, picked out Curlin. Found Swiss Skydiver, who wound up winning the Preakness. Out-dueling a horse who would wind up winning the Breeders' Cup Classic that year, purchased for $35,000.
I remember at the Keeneland sale a couple years ago, it was like day 9. You're literally putting in 10-hour days every day. It started raining mid-morning, and I was like, oh, my God. And there was Kenny. He was out there beating the bushes. So, look, he finds bargains, but he works hard.
Manny Franco has equaled the best Saratoga of his career. We got a long way to go. He just captured his 36th win.
Leave that up for 1 second. You know what the most incredible, to me, part about that is? Look at the number of mounts he's had.
195.
Right? The second, 207 is the second slowest number. Those are the whole meet. And he won 18 races. So that year, he won it with 9% of his mounts. This year,
6 win days help.
Right. I understand, but he's still winning with about 18, 19% of his mounts. And up here, man, that's hard because I'll tell you, I don't think Manny's riding a lot of 3 to 5 shots.
No, not at all. Incredible what he's been able to do. He's been one of the big stories of that breakout kind of summer that we've seen Dylan Davis have in the past. Tyler Gaffleone's had in the past, and Manny seems to be the story this year, one of them.
In Manny's case, he's just backing up the way he's been performing in New York. That's something that's sort of not happened for him up here as much in the past. Now, he's winning up here like he wins down south.
That's where the serious handicapping starts. Forget what you've done the first couple of races. Race 3, out of the Wilson Chute at a mile. Starter allowance race coming up. Lady Wisdom, Tom referenced this one earlier. It's very tough to beat. I thought so too, Tom. 2 of the last 3 starts at a mile on dry tracks, wins in both.
Yeah, give me a moment, Greg. Yeah, look, she can be tactical. I like everything about Lady Wisdom. She is my single in the Pick 5, which to this point, with our 2 favorites, is still alive. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, she is the horse to beat. Obviously, we're not going to argue about that. But Greg and I were talking about this a bit earlier today. The problem I have with her is she's a little bit of what Greg and I like to call a one-number horse based on her last race.
I disagree.
You disagree.
Yeah. But that's fine. Go ahead.
Because she got a 72 buyer off the claim in a 4-horse field, I kind of want to see it again at that price. The problem is she's still the horse to beat even off her other races. That's the thing.
Yeah. I mean, buyer figures do show that.
Right.
We'll see what happens. Meanwhile, Andy going with probably Andy to blame with the 6 icy legs.
I
taking all this money right here. Christopher Elliott will be aboard. He grew up with a pretty good pedigree. His father, Stuart, of course, rode Smarty Jones to victories to kick off the Triple Crown with wins in the Derby and Preakness on Smarty Jones. Now this young rider is carving out his own path in arguably the toughest jockey colony there is in the sport.
I remember being 2-3 years old, going to the track and looking at the horses since the beginning, pretty much, you know. When I was like 14 years old, we were in California and my dad had won a stake at Del Mar. That's when I started thinking about it.
Smarty Jones and Stewie Elliott goes on to win the Kentucky Derby by 2.5.
I've watched the Derby and the Preakness and the Belmont 150 times or more, you know. It was just really, really cool.
I thought that there was probably a good chance that he would want to, you know, ride, but moving sometimes made it difficult. When we got here, the first couple years, you know, I'd get on the pony and he'd get on the thoroughbred and take him around the track. Then he went to Ocala and then came back and then actually started galloping on the track. You know, when they all start off, they're all pretty green, but he wanted it. He wanted to learn.
After every race, pretty much, I talk to him and, you know, he says, oh, you did great, or you could have done this, maybe you should have done this. And I think that's why I've been able to get better in the quick amount of time that I have, you know, because he's been a big help. My agent is Jose Santos Jr. I started off the meet at Lone Star Park in Texas. I actually rode my first winner the first race that I rode at Lone Star. And after that meet, I had rode about 85, 90 horses. He said, listen, this is the plan. We'll go to Monmouth, you'll ride a little bit over there, and then after Monmouth, we'll check out New York. My first stakes winner was for Tina Hurley. It was my 6th winner at Monmouth Park in the Regret Stakes. I was way in the back, and they were flying up front, and I came like maybe 12 lengths out of it and won.
Reclusive from a mile behind is coming fast, takes the lead for apprentice Christopher Elliott.
The first person I called when I was back at the jockey room was him.
It's very exciting. It is. I'm very proud.
Dad did some good things. Obviously, that magical run with Smarty Jones. What have you seen from him, Andy, on this circuit, evolving as a rider?
I do. I think he has evolved. You know, he came here less than 2 years ago, and he improved a great deal. It's very hard to lose your bug. We've all seen a lot of people who are tremendous riders as bug riders, and they struggle when they change. And he's struggling up here. I think he's ridden well in New York, but this is a very, very tough colony, and it's not going to be easy to make it here. I think he's a good rider, and whether he makes a living in New York or not, he's going to make a living somewhere, and he has a terrific agent as well.
It's tough to get opportunities with all the Hall of Famers, Eclipse Award winners you have in that room, but we'll see. He's here on icy legs in this next race coming up.
Yeah, I mean, let's address that as well. I mean, opportunity is what every rider needs to advance, and he hasn't gotten a great opportunities that a lot of these other riders have gotten. He's a starter. Look, when Troy Aikman was drafted by the Dallas Cowboys, he wasn't Troy Aikman in his rookie season, but he became. 15? Yeah, but he became Troy Aikman. So Christopher Elliott is a hard worker. He worked for me last year. Would come out anytime you wanted to work a horse, and that's how we do it. We don't pay these jockeys to come work our horses. It's a quid pro quo. You come work the horse, we'll maybe give you the mount in the afternoon as trainers. Christopher Elliott has got the tools to succeed, and I think he has the tools to succeed here in New York as well.
Well, he's on one. Andy, I know you like him here. I know it's more the barn, what you liked with Icy Legs.
Yeah, I like this barn a lot. Now, obviously, Dennis Laumann has had no success in claiming this horse. People following the game and talking about it, we've done well with Dennis with horses off the claim. Did not work out with this horse. Now, he's given the horse a couple months. I'm hoping maybe he can step forward a little bit here. Probably a little bit more am I just taking a shot with a trainer I've had success with in the past, because at this point, it's beginning to look like she's just not moving forward for him. I don't have a big problem with the one. She's way the horse to beat. I do think the scratch in here of the number 5 makes Babsey's job a little bit easier, because she could be the controlling speed. Maybe the last time was the time for her.
Yeah, she's the 4 in her dirt debut, just her second career start, Babsey. She won by 9 lengths, although, yeah, not in a blazing time by any means. We'll have Paddock Report post-break when we come back. Race 3, start of a mandatory pay pick 5. That's one Christopher Elliott will ride when we come back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade 1s, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
What if you didn't just watch horse racing, but own the moment? With Bond Racing Stable, you can experience the thrill of ownership without the full cost or commitment. It's easy in a racing partnership with Bond Racing Stable. They do all the work while you get access to the backstretch, morning workouts, the paddock, and the winner's circle. Whether you're new to racing or a lifelong fan, Bond Racing Stable makes it easy to get in the game. Don't just bet on the race, get in the winner's circle. Contact Bond Racing Stable and ask about a racing partnership today.
We're going to talk about bits because they're important. Obviously, they're the steering wheel for the jockeys and the horses. But looking at different bits in the paddock can give you a good clue about a horse's certain behaviors. Horses have what we call bars in their mouth, where they don't have any teeth, and that's where the bit lies. And those sensors in those bars they give us the control that we need. Boo here is wearing about the kindest bit that you'll find. They're called snaffle bits. Snaffle bits are the most common. They have that break in the middle. They're usually a D bit or a loose ring snaffle on the side. They're very kind bits and what most racehorses wear. Ring bits are snaffles, but with that attached ring part that goes under a horse's jaw that just gives the rider a little bit more leverage. It's also good for steering. You know, that ring will apply pressure to one side or the other. It's a good all-around bit for a horse that is a little bit more aggressive. This is what we call a cage bit, or sometimes referred to as a Houghton bit. Cage bits are used for horses that have a propensity to lean in or lean out, might not have the best steering in the world. It's not great for horses that really want to pull, because putting too much pressure, as Boo just showed us, on this bit for a horse that's pulling really hard, they're likely to throw their heads up in the air. Example A. This is what we call an extended cage bit or a run out bit. The extended cage bit is the most severe bit that you will see on a racehorse, and they're for really bad lugging in or lugging out horses. Bits can tell you a lot about a horse and what their behaviors are. Usually these types of bits say bad behaviors, beware. Just a normal D bit, good to go.
Little insight to the equipment horses are wearing. Tom, here's Lady Wisdom. What kind of equipment are we looking at here?
Well, it's hidden underneath the halter, but let's see if we can get a better look when he makes the turn here. She makes the turn here. She's got blinkers on, I can tell you that.
Really? I got that.
Yeah. It's really hard to tell.
Did you learn anything from Maggie just there, Tom?
It's been hidden. Yeah, of course. I always learn from Maggie. It looks like a ring bit. It's a ring bit. So Maggie mentioned a ring bit, and it gives you a little more power steering, but it's a very common bridle. I would say most of my horses, going back in time, ran in a ring bit.
Did you switch up bits quite a bit?
I would. So horses that are hard to steer, had different issues, I would switch bits for those horses, as well as maybe even the blinker style. You know, we use all kinds of blinkers, from ones where the horse has a great deal of peripheral vision versus where they can only see what's in front of them. So all those things. And we're getting a shadow roll on this horse as well, which is intended to make the horse drop his head a little bit lower towards the ground when he's racing. Makes him a little bit more dynamic going forward.
This is probably an obvious question, but why do they call it a shadow roll?
So horses will sometimes spook from shadows they see, and they see what's underneath the ground. How many times have you seen a horse in deep stretch jump this way or jump that way? Oftentimes, they're jumping the tire tracks of the gate that was up. If they were going a route of ground, the gate's moved, and that the ground looks different to them, they jump it. So that's why they call it a shadow roll.
Now, does the shadow roll help prevent them from doing that?
So another good question. And what the shadow roll does is lower their head down enough that they can see it. It doesn't surprise them. It doesn't come upon them right in one stride before it happens.
Even money on Lady Wisdom. Let's go to Megan.
As I kind of quickly turn around, keeping my eye on the 4 Bob Chubb, but the number 1 Lady Wisdom, seemingly the horse to beat in this race, certainly bet that way. A really tall, fit, leggy individual who wants to get this route of ground is wearing that bit, as Tom, we saw from that feature, and obviously Tom's knowledge there, but does get drawn to the inside yet again from this Wilson chute. You know, last time out, it was kind of a chaotic race. A lot of the speed was scratched in there with multiple late scratches, and it allowed the winner to really get her own controlling, freewheeling trip on the front end, and Power of Women was just never quite able to match up to the tactical advantage that day. I like her in this spot. I think she is going to hopefully be able to negotiate that forward type trip from the inside. There are some other speeds to her outside, but she has shown that rateability in the past and been able to put herself into a good position. And here, as far as the number 4, Bobcha, love the name. I know Acacia Clement was actually the one that hopefully I said it right, AC. I hope I did, if you're watching. But Bobcha is a 3-year-old filly who broke her maiden last time out for $25,000, and she did it in dominant fashion. Now she's stretching out in distance, and she's also facing, again, some older companions in this field. And, you know, you look for horses that may look like they're 3 against an older sort like the one in here who's a 4-year-old filly, and she just kind of looks that way. She looks a bit more smaller, petite. She looks like a sprinter as she does stretch out from that 7 furlongs out to the mile distance for the very first time. Now, I do believe she will obviously have, as Andy said, an easier time on the front end as she handled 7/8 very nicely last time out, but she just is put together like a horse that probably wants to stay sprinting. We'll see if she can ultimately wire them. She was a bit sharp to get the blinkers on here, but she's been handling herself other than that very well, very fit and well defined for Melanie Giddings. I just wonder, she is against a much more seasoned, experienced group in here. Greg?
All right, thank you, Megan. 9 minutes away from getting started here with what kicks off a mandatory pay pick 5. So Bobcha, this was start number 2. It was the dirt debut and not necessarily a track record by any means, but did blitz the competition.
No, but I think one of the reasons I like to use the Timeform US figures, and I respect them, I respect the buyers as well, and I respect all figure makers' numbers, but they're going to be numbers that are very much dependent on the pace. And this figure is better than the buyer figure because the horse set a very fast pace. And so I think it's a slightly better performance than it looks given how quick the pace was, but I have no illusions. Maybe she was just a horse she kind of wanted to bet last time, and that was sort of the party. But with the 5 scratched, isn't she supposed to be in a position to try to lead these on a merry chase, Tom?
I think we got a lot of speed in here, but let's talk about her specifically. You know, she was challenged down the backside to make that lead, so it wasn't as if she got an easy start of it. And, you know, even after all that and using energy to get where she wanted to go, she had plenty left in reserve at the end. But I think there's even with the scratch of the 5, the 2, the 3, the 7, you don't think those horses all want to be a part of the pace, perhaps?
I think they are somewhat forward horses, but I don't think they're very fast. I think the 4 is considerably faster, and I think the only horse, based on her last race, I mean, that was a fast pace last time. You know, you go 45 and 4, and you come the last 3 furlongs in 40 and a 5th. Yeah, you're slowing down, but she won by 9 lengths. You know, she was moving up front.
And she was
runs her last
early.
race, yeah, I think she's just faster than these horses. Doesn't mean she's going to win. I do agree theirs have some speed, but they don't have the speed the 4 has. I think only the 5 could have kept her honest early.
We will see coming up. Here's the one to beat, even money favorite, Lady Wisdom, and a 3-time winner at this mile distance.
Yeah, look, I love her in this post position, the 1 post. I love her for the fact that she's a horse that can be tactical, and if the speed duel does develop, she's able to sit off of it and make a close.
Well, she's not. You say a speed duel develops. She's no slower than any of the 1, 2, or 7. So why would she be somehow sitting back from your fantasized speed duel here?
Well,
It's
let's
never
put it
gonna
this
happen.
way. She has the ability to do that if it gets hot on the front end.
Let's go to Megan.
And pleased to be joined by trainer Matt Cantermasi. Will send out the one Lady Wisdom. And last time out, it was kind of that chaotic race, right? We saw those late scratches. What did you observe from her as she'll break from the Wilson chute again from the inside?
I think we should be towards the front, and Ricky knows the horse right now. Last time, the front horse take the advantage and keep going, nobody bothered, and we had to settle second. But today, I think we should be making the race and hopefully finishing the race.
You claim this horse for $20,000, now kind of taking that step up. What's given you the encouragement to continue to move her forward?
I think there is a good opportunity for New York Breds now. They start making New York Breds starters. And she belongs here because most of them coming from open companies when they run for tag, 3 life, 2 life. I think she's competitive for this race. And after that, hopefully she wins and then we look forward.
Nice start to the meet and good luck here.
Thank you so much.
Greg?
Well, both these brothers, Matt Cantermasi and brother Ilke, both have had big Saratoga summers to this point. And right now it's Matt with the 4-5 favorite from the rail here, 3-time winner at this mile distance here in this unique configuration. Our post parade brought to you by the new Belmont Park. Return to racing September 18th. For more information, go to newbelmont.com. Of course, we open up with a Jockey Club Gold Cup. Here is Lady Wisdom from the trainer you just heard from.
Yeah, look, and as I was saying earlier, when I mentioned tactical speed, I'm saying the horse can do whatever she needs to do with the rider, depending on the pace.
One is divisible by 1.
Here's Island Charm and went by.
Oh, yeah.
You can do 'em
Andy,
all.
we're back
Go
on
ahead,
3.
Tom. Take 'em all.
Well,
No,
this
go
is
ahead.
one of our speed horses, Andy, Island Charm.
Bob Chuck, dirt debut, won by 9 lengths.
Yeah, Andy calls this the speed of the speed. We'll see if that happens.
Icy Legs at 10-1.
Here's a horse that really could come from off the pace and perhaps finish up at the end.
And Spirit of Esther, this one with some speed.
Some speed as well. This is a horse that was in back on the 25th when they had that gate incident that didn't involve Spirit of Esther, but...
back to the 2.
Here we go, Andy. There's the 2.
Tender Carmouche.
Got to go, right?
Hello?
I completely and totally disagree with you. I believe if the 4 runs anywhere close to her last race, she'll be as clear as she wants to be in this race. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but to me on paper, she's way the speed. Got a break, though.
Wager AI and suggested play $5 daily double. So the 4-5 favorite in the next race with the 1. Majaz, the 2 Make You Mine, and the 4 Midnight Concerto for McPeak, who's already on the board today.
Yeah, well, they're going with the favorite, and they must find value in there somewhere.
So 4-5 favorite, this one here. Coming up on Sunday. Have you made your selection for the Corgi Cup?
No, but I have finished making my selections for Sunday, so I can move on and start handicapping the Corgi Cup. But it's 5 heats.
I had the winner
you know?
last year.
It's 5 heats, kind of tough. The MIG had some advice for people, right? They're supposed to stand back behind the finish line.
The owners.
Yeah, he was
So they run through the wire.
Giving a little incent, a little ideas.
Maybe the owners of some of these racehorses should stand past the wire so the horses will run through the wire with perhaps a few of
Dugan
these.
and I will be taking action on this if anybody wants to come by.
It was a lot of
Make a little
fun.
book.
Last year, the inaugural running.
It was.
Great turnout for it as well.
Can't believe I'm hearing you say that.
No, it was great fun.
No, it was.
It was great fun. People loved it too. You know, listen, even a curmudgeon like me likes to see people having fun. And one thing about Saratoga, man, people have fun here. You come out here in a day and it's pouring rain, people are still enjoying themselves. I mean, this place is got to be one of the world's happiest places.
Those corgis, they do some trash talking too.
Do you speak corgi?
Well, yeah, but I
Fluent
can,
corgi or just a little corgi?
I can tell when one's really trash talking. They lift their leg and go against the outside rail in front of the rest of them to say it's their territory. That's the one you bet
some
on.
Legs, some dogs lifting their leg on you, Tom? Something you want to tell us?
3-5 favoritism now on Lady Wisdom. Let's go back to Megan.
And I'm just going to take a little bit of a shot against the current favorite in the number 2, our preferred pal, who will need to kind of awaken. I do find she's going to have some of that early position, and she does have some early speed to put her into position from this Wilson chute. She looked tremendous. She was very well muscled, carrying good weight and condition for Chris Englehart, which I do like to see. You know, you go through her form and you think, okay, is this a horse that might just want to go a bit shorter than this? Maybe she doesn't want the mile. She's big, stout, physical that wants the route game, just looking at her. And last time, you know, all of the best running was kind of done well off the rail on May the 24th at Belmont at the Big A. Last time she did have this mile type trip, she was hustled along forward, along the rail, chasing a quick pace. When I just mentioned you kind of wanted to be off of it, set by Tamia that day, and then she angled furthest inside. There was no really catching ahead of her that day. Looking at everybody in the paddock, I just kept coming back to her. She looked fantastic, really nice, solid sort, a great in her coat, getting a fair price, and she doesn't need the lead. And I do think that there should be some pace. I don't think they're gonna fly. I do agree, though, she will be forward. As far as a bit of a long shot that's gonna have to take a big step forward, biggest price on the board, that's the 7, Spirit of Esther. And I liked what I saw from her too. I mean, she was actually a late scratch last time out. She flipped in the paddock. This was where Tyler Gaffleone was aboard that day and injured his ankle. We'd love to see him come back, and obviously from that incident. And she's kind of a petite, shorter coupled, 7/8 miler type. This kind of her ceiling, this distance. But you know, back on May the 24th, the last time she ran, she was in behind a wire-to-wire winner. Manny kept her off of the rail, where that's where you wanted to be, and she was never getting away from those in front of her, I admit. But I did like what I saw from her. We do have to kind of keep an eye on her if she wants to revert to those same antics as she did last time out on July the 25th. Greg?
All right, thank you, Megan. Back to the 2 here, Our Preferred Pal. Kendra Carmouche will be aboard here. And Tom, what do you make of the recent form from this one? 0 for 6 at the mile distance.
0 for 6 at the mile distance, but maybe a horse that's got to be a part of the pace scenario from that 2 post. And truly, I mean, it's about intent. You know, riders and trainers get together in the paddock and they say, hey, here's the plan. But when you look at the resume on the 2 horse, I don't see anywhere for that horse to go but on the front end.
No, I don't think she's fast. That may be the case, but I don't believe she's fast enough to run with the 4.
You want to go double nothing on those 2 drinks?
No, because horses can get left, and maybe the 4 was cranked up last time. But I don't think there's any sane person out there that thinks the 2 can keep up with the 4 if the 4 runs as fast as she did last time. I don't really think. I'm not sure why we're arguing about this. I don't know that the 4 is going to run as fast as she did last time. That was a blazing pace the 4 was setting last time. A blazing pace. The 2 has speed. She's not that fast.
See how it plays out coming up. 4 to 5, Lady Wisdom, much the one to beat. Do you think 4 to 5 is getting a little short, though?
I do think 4 to 5 is getting a little short, but as far as it concerns my pick 5, let it be 4 to 5 and let it run like 4 to 5.
Again, a mandatory pay pick 5 starts in this one. We're at mile 3/16 on the turf in the next race. And we got Fione, part of this sequence as well, who's coming back off a 7-month layoff. Grade 1 winner at a non-optimal distance for sure at a mile. Start here in this mandatory pay pick 5. Lady Wisdom odds on. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you so much. They are moving into line for the 3rd. The first 3 have gone in. Icy Legs will be the next one. Icy Legs and Christopher Elliott taking up their spots. Babsy throwing her head around, but nothing too bad. She calms down. And the last one to load is Spirit of Esther. 3 to 5. The favorite number 1, Lady Wisdom, as Spirit of Esther goes up and in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a clean start. Lady Wisdom broke out very alertly, but it's Our Preferred Pal who is immediately able to clear over to the rail. So Our Preferred Pal will be the pacemaker. Spirit of Esther is second. Lady Wisdom along the inside now reclaims that second spot. She's not going to let anyone get away through the opening stages. Babsy is next, followed by Island Charm in the yellow colors, 4 lengths off the lead, and Icy Legs at the back of the field. So they're covered by 6 lengths through an opening quarter that went in 24 and 1/5 seconds. Our Preferred Pal short lead, heavily favored. Lady Wisdom is right up alongside in second. At the rail, Island Charm is not far behind, just 2.5 or so off the lead. Babsy is next, Spirit of Esther racing between those two, and Icy Legs at the back. The half in 47 and 1, coming to the 3/8 pole. Our Preferred Pal hanging in there. In fact, making that lead suddenly a length and a half. Ricardo Santana Jr. getting busy on Lady Wisdom, trying to bridge that gap. They're within 3/4 of a length. A gap of 4 then. Back to Babsy and Island Charm there at the top of the stretch. Our Preferred Pal and Kendrick Carmouche with a 2-length lead. Lady Wisdom is trying her best and getting a little bit closer now. These two have dominated throughout. Our Preferred Pal or Lady Wisdom. Lady Wisdom is gradually wearing her down. And Lady Wisdom was simply too good. Lady Wisdom scores by 3 lengths. Our Preferred Pal second, Icy Legs third, Island Charm finished fourth.
Lady Wisdom grinding down Our Preferred Pal and gets the 4th win of her career. Ricardo Santana Jr. for Matt Cantermachi.
Where do we begin here? So that was our 2-horse, Our Preferred Pal, that made the easy lead out of the gate. And Lady Wisdom was tactically laying off on the outside, wore down at the end, and gets the win.
Yeah, this was an ugly stretch run. It felt like the one was struggling around the turn, but Our Preferred Pal, she's 1 for 16 for a reason, and just not able to see it out. The 4 got completely left, so that prevented her from being part of the pace. But like I said before, she was cranked up last time. Nothing today.
Lady Wisdom's now won 3 of her last 4 at a mile distance on a fast track, and does so here at a very short price, 3 to 5.
Very short.
So 1, 2, 6, 3 finish as the heavy favorite kicks off first leg of this mandatory pay pick 5 as we look at the head on here. Yeah, not the prettiest stretch drive you'll ever see.
I mean, the race really came down to what happened in the first 5/8 of a mile. These 2 horses got away from the group, and it was a matter of really who had the stamina to hang on after all that. And our big favorite, Lady Wisdom, was the one.
And there's Matt Cantermachi. Heard from him before the race. Continuing with a very strong summer. 4th win at a mile for Lady Wisdom here. Again at 3 to 5. So all of these prices for you when we come back. We'll look ahead to the weekend as well. And the Galway coming up, race 10 on Saturday, 5.5 sprinting on the turf. 3-year-old fillies and dual Hall of Famer Marcasi Manoloa, he will send out, coming off a big performance. That was on synthetic, taken off the turf at Woodbine. First try at Saratoga coming up.
It's just super exciting. This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live, presented by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play with us all summer long and beyond. It was Lady Wisdom. Too good for this group, certainly at this mile distance. Her fourth win at a mile. Ricardo Santana Jr. Let's go to Megan.
And joined by her pilot, Lady Wisdom, getting in the winner's circle. We've got a party behind us with the baseball team, I'll tell you. But it was a very straightforward trip out of there. What did you see?
Well, last time she finished second, first time I rode her. And that day, Ira, they scratched 2 horses in the gate. Ira got the speed. I don't know the filly. She put me right there, and she looked like the filly that she keep coming. So today the plan was, try to get it in a clean trip, and she was going to be much the best today.
You've ridden Corolo Rapido before, and now he'll take on Stakes Company long shot later on in the Birdstone. I've asked everybody kind of what they're seeing from this extended route race. What have you seen from his races as far as this distance is concerned?
Well, the horse is doing good. Actually, I galloped him a few days ago. So I think he handled the track really well. I expected he'd break, and he put me right there. I don't want to be too far away, in the long race, and I think he can run really good today.
Well, thank you, and congratulations here. Best of luck the rest of the card.
Thank you so much.
Ricardo, aboard a long shot that I did find a little bit interesting later on in a very competitive edition of the Birdstone. Greg.
And we see just behind you, Megan, with the camera there, that celebration you were referencing, Saratoga Catholic Saints, 2-time New York State champions. There's Paul Aduca in the celebration as well. Hats off.
He didn't get involved, did he? I mean, jeez.
That's huge. Well done. Congrats to the Saratoga Catholic Saints. And I think his eligibility is all used up. Lady Wisdom, 3-5. And good for the Cantermachi barn. Ricardo Santana Jr. here at a very short price. Race 4, we're going to be on the lawn at a mile and 3/16 in this allowance optional claiming field. Interesting race here coming up. Midnight Concerto for Ken McPeak, the 9-5 favorite here at First Flash.
You guys were talking about that horse. We'll watch a backtrack on that horse in a little while. He was wide all the way around there, made a big move, kind of flattened out the end, but really ran further than everybody else back when he ran.
Mark Cassibarn with the Rail Runner, and then Chad Brown with Make You Mine, who came off a long layoff, over a year's layoff, almost a year and a half. Ran pretty good with some trouble out of the gate. Interesting race here coming up.
Interesting indeed.
Starts the pick 6.
More importantly, which was hit yesterday.
Indeed.
I don't think a horse paid over $7 except for one in the sequence.
Yeah. Mark Cassie, he has the Rail Runner in here, and he'll have one we'll talk about in the Galway as well. He, of course, built a career defined by winning. More than 4 decades in the game. This dual Hall of Famer just last year notched his 4,000th career win, and he's enjoying another strong Saratoga summer.
I know a lot about the breeding business. I'm very good at finding young prospects. And I learned that through my dad. My father, Norman Cassie, was one of the founding members of the Ocala Breeder Sales Company. My dad loves horse racing like I love horse racing, and we had a wonderful relationship that bonded around horse racing. And he was one of the worst horse trainers I've ever seen. I learned a lot from my dad. Mostly not what to do. Second. We've had so many seconds. In this game, there are so many highs and lows. Honestly, how do I handle it? I handle it because I feel so fortunate to do what I do. I've got to win 4,000 races. So yes, there's bumps in the road, but how can I get upset about that? I just have to move forward, and that's how I handle it.
Wow.
1, 2. Finished first and second. On the weekends, we'll be running at 4 or 5 tracks. On a real busy weekend, we would maybe run 30 to 40. And then what I do is I watch those races. I go home, I analyze what I think I saw, and then I come up with a plan. I do my own training chart of all my horses every day. And what motivates me is I don't want to lose. We have a wonderful team. I feel like we're up at the top. The thrill, you know. You get up in the morning and I look at my phone and look who I have running. That's what motivates me. It's about winning and being the best.
What a career he's put together, and look at some of his top runners. He had the champion 3-year-old filly last year. Nitrogen just ran huge against the boys in the Whitney, being billed as the race of the year. And now he may have the champion 3-year-old filly again. Counting Stars, certainly the one to beat as she heads to the Alabama.
Two great fillies that you're mentioning there, and looking at his success in 2026, that could be a career for a lot of trainers, those kinds of wins. That's very, very impressive.
Well, he's going to send out major contender in this fourth race coming up as well. And he's got a contender in the Galway on Saturday. That's race 10, 5:44 Eastern start time. And your thoughts, Tom, on Mauna Loa?
So, I mean, this is a horse that really, I thought that last race, although on the poly, was a very, very good one. We're going to watch it right here. Doesn't on the lead the whole way, but just the way this horse responds and draws off down the stretch is really impressive.
Well, she was crazy impressive in here. The question is whether or not that she's improved as a racehorse or whether or not this was an improvement getting synthetic tracks, because she can't win this race, in my opinion, on her turf races. But she can absolutely win this race. And she's got, like, if this is the race she's going to run on Saturday, she's going to win this race. But you have to ask yourself, A, what chance you think that's the case, and what price you think it's worth taking her. I wouldn't bet her, but I can certainly understand why people like her.
I like her work since she came here. She had a work the first week of August here at Saratoga over the turf course across the street at the Oklahoma track, and it was very, very good.
Mark's numbers moving from synthetic to turf off wins in general are not that good, but I understand why she has a bit of a bandwagon. I'm not on it, but I can understand why, and I think I picked her third because that last race was crazy impressive.
He's had some success in Canada.
Just a little?
King's Plate coming up. They'll have an opportunity to win another one. He's won it 3 times in the past, of course, with Lexi Liu back in 2014. Wonder Gadot, 2018. Send out Military Time this weekend.
We'll
have live coverage.
It'll always be the Queen's Plate to me, Greg. I'm loyal to the Queen.
We had to make that, unfortunately, quick adjustment with the Queen's passing. But yeah, for a long, long time was the Queen's Plate. Very prestigious race. And again, you will see it on our Fox Sports coverage this weekend.
Hey, it's the Kentucky Derby for Canadian breds, indeed.
Military Time outside post 12 to 1 morning line for the Mark Casse barn. And again, as you look at his victories in that race, Paramount Prince, the last to do it back in 2023, and who has owned Canadian racing throughout his career. And the King's Plate, always a good one, which we look forward to coming up over the weekend. Meanwhile, in this fourth race, 7-2 on Majaz, who will send out here. State's debut was a maiden special win for the Mark Casse barn with its 4-year-old filly, and then just missed first try against winners in her next start. Those were both at Woodbine, now coming to Saratoga. We'll have more on this fourth. Kicks off the pick 6 when we come back.
This is what you get when all your wishes come true.
Cody's Wish right alongside, down to the wire. Cody's Wish.
The Horse of the Year trophy. Cody's Wishes Horse of the Year trophy. Start the quest for your award.
Cody's Wish has rocketed past. Cody's Wish is drawing away. Cody's Wish.
His first yearlings are selling now.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races have returned to the spa.
And they're off. Sam is out quickly, and he is flying on the outside. Here's the finish.
Saratoga's second annual Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS1.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
This is where it all begins.
These are the recruits for next year. They're going to be part of our roster, part of our team.
The pavilion, it was jam-packed. It has remained jam-packed.
Phenomenal feeling in the pavilion, on the grounds, in the back ring.
You have a chance to make 5, 10, 100x.
Big sale with a lot of quantity, but they're going to sell over 4,000 horses here.
We had quality racehorses today, I believe, that will go on and we'll be reading about in years to come.
Keeneland sale, you got to be here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. Tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
Part of what makes this historic racetrack so special, that is coveted ground, getting one of those picnic tables. And on big days, the race is on to grab them while they're still available.
And it's a party. It's a party until the horses go in the starting gate, and then it's all about the racing. This is the most knowledgeable fan base I think I've ever been around that comes to this racetrack. It is so much fun to be a part of it.
And we got race 4, 14 minutes away. Coming up on the lawn here at 1 mile and 3/16. And there's a look at Tulip, trained by Will Walden. Maiden special weight win to back, then in a Group 3 on synthetic. We'll talk more about this one in a moment. Of course, Will Walden will have one in the Christophe Clement Turf, our ABR race of the week on Saturday. That's Minaret Station. Coming out of that Bowling Green, ran third behind old Crazy Bone Fort George. We'll tackle those two again, Tom.
Well, indeed. So we're going to watch this Bowling Green Stakes, and old Crazy Bone is going to go to the front, and he's going to battle here. I actually think he gets passed a little bit by Fort George in this slow pace, but comes back to take the win. I think it'll be a little bit different in terms of what the pace scenario is coming up in this race, Andy.
Well, it's so hard to know, Tom. It's hard I'll put it this way. I don't imagine that horse is going to have an absolute cakewalk on the front end, especially because the horse in the rail, Ancient World, at least in Europe, has speed. The horse wired a field here the other day in the Saratoga Derby that didn't look like any speed over in Europe, so it's hard to really know what to expect. But I agree. I mean, I think, honestly, old Crazy Bone was probably third best of the three finishers in that race.
What do you think about Will Walden's horse, though? Can improve off that?
Yeah, of the three in there, I would prefer him because he did close the most in the slow pace. But David has him as the morning line favorite. I would never bet him as the favorite in this race.
Who's the favorite? Which one?
He's the 3-1 favorite in the line. If the line is correct and he's 3-1 and the one horse is 5-1, I would bet my money in the one all the time. Now, if the one ended up at 3-1 or 5-2 and he ended up 5-1, I'd bet him. And the problem with public handicapping, you have to try to figure out not only who you like, but what prices are going to be. So, you know, the thing is you make these picks in advance, but you can make a decision and change when you get up the race depending on the odds.
Will Walden in this race again with the 5. That's Tulip. Let's go to Megan.
And a competitive race it is here for these fillies on the grass. We'll start with the inside runner, Majaj, for trainer Mark Cassie. And wow, what an impressive impression she's made on me as a strong, robust daughter of Dubawi, who's had some really nice races up in Canada. She'll make her New York debut, just comes in incredibly well turned out, very fit, but also incredibly substantive and robust, very typical of her sire, those prominent forward types. And as looking through her races in Canada, she kind of had an excuse last time out, of which was trying to avoid a horse that was pulling up that day, and then two back made that decisive, impressive move, that turn of foot that we've seen from Dubawi's progeny time and time again, as she is doing incredibly well here in the paddock. She draws well, she has the speed. As far as getting some of that added distance to the mile and 3/16, she's handled it just fine in her European endeavors, and she's made a fantastic impression here in the paddock for owner DJ Stable, coming off the heels of a fantastic week with their homebred filly Nitrogen. The number 2, Make You Mine, second off of the bench. This filly was originated in France, where she was initially on a heavy ground and was just kind of off slow, made this steady momentum and ran on fine that day. Actually ran on very well, winning by 5, and then she gets a layoff. She comes back last time out on July the 4th, where it almost seemed if that was kind of a sharpener for her at the mile, as she'll continue to stretch out in distance. That feels like what she wants to do. She's a big type of filly. She's got a lot of substance to her as well. She kind of hit the gate pretty decisively last time out, so I do anticipate her potentially with a cleaner beginning, being a bit more forwardly involved. We shall see. Interesting pedigree, Circus Maximus. I believe this was the first U.S. starter for her sire, and her connections done well with these that have been sourced in Europe. I like her in this spot as well, Greg.
All right, Megan, thank you. 5-2, Make You Mine. Second back off almost a year and a half away. Back to the Mark Cassie runner from the inside here, Majaz. And we're going to show you the second start here in the States off a maiden win. This was early July at Woodbine.
Yeah, I mean, look, she saves all the ground here. Is going to angle out. She has a good finish. She was a heavy favorite that day, about 3-5 on this day. Just can't catch up right at the very end. But this race coming up in about 10 minutes, it looks like it lacks a lot of pace. So maybe that's why the money is showing on, say, the 5 and even the 1 in terms of the morning line odds.
Well, I think with Majaz, she has run effectively going long over in Europe, so you wouldn't think that a mile and 3/16 would be a problem. I guess part of the question is, do you want to bank on that 90 buyer last time? I feel like that's not a figure that I think is going to be predictive going forward, and I just prefer the 4 and 2, but I'm not going to be surprised when any of the 1, 2, or 4 win. I don't see the others as being massive contenders.
How'd you feel about that figures here in last start? Did you feel like it may have been a little high?
So, look, I don't use the buyers, but in terms of the Ragozin figures, which is what I use, I thought the figure was legitimate.
Okay.
Okay, because you thought in Thorograph it was a little high, and I thought in Time From US it was a little high.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here's the one who currently is favored, Midnight Concerto, Ken McPeak. And this is back at the Mount Vernon 2 starts ago.
Yeah, wide all the way around the turn. Made a big sweeping move here, but you got to remember, you're losing a lot of ground when you do that, and it costs this horse at the end. Kind of flattens out a little bit and gets beat and runs second.
Against a pretty good one named Being Betty, who's a 6-time winner on the lawn.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she ran badly here at all, and I'll tell you something else. I think she's better going a little bit further. Mile and a half might have been a bit of a stretch for her last time. Kenny tried it. She ran fine, just didn't quite work out. Mile and a 16 time for her, she won that. I think the other thing I found interesting about her is she's evolved as a racehorse. She used to be this incredible plotter that just needed them to be moving up front to make that big run. Not the case anymore. They're able to get her more in the game and get her to be more effective. And no knock on Christopher Elliott. Jose Ortiz is a better rider. I'm not trying, Christopher's ridden her well, and I'm not trying to beat up on him, but let's be honest, you know, you look at a paper, you look at a horse, you think, who would I rather ride?
You're going to ride the rider on the ground who's leading the meet right now.
Right, you're talking about a guy who's in line to be the Eclipse Award winner this year. No disrespect to Christopher Elliott, who's ridden this horse very well. He's not Jose Ortiz.
Well, let me be clear. I wasn't knocking
No, I know you
that
were.
race.
No, I'm just saying it.
She just had to cover a lot of ground, more than the rest.
Yeah, but I think Being Betty, at what she does, is better than these horses, in my opinion. I don't think it was a disgrace. I think she, not that you said it was. I just think she's improved as a horse. I prefer the 2. who I thought needed her last race, coming off a 1.5-year layoff. She wants more distance. I thought her last race a good prep, but I'm 2s and 4s only here.
So we'll kick things off with Majaws for Mark Cassian. Off that maiden win, missed by a neck against Winners.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. She can absolutely win here, but I'm not going to use all 3 favorites. So I want to leave one of them out, and the 2 and 4 appeal to me more.
Here's the Chad Brown, second off the bench runner. Make you mine?
Yeah, second off the bench, and a horse that had a little trouble out of the gate last time. Wants some pace in front of her.
Special Wood, Tom Proctor, Glen Hill Farm.
Finished behind Make You Mine last time for a barn that has struggled to win in New York.
Here's the Ken McPeak runner we showed you, just missing in the Mount Vernon.
Talented horse, and another that wants some pace up front if possible.
Will Walden, Tulip, and a maiden win on the lawn 2 starts ago at Churchill.
Well, if you want the speed, barring a bad break, she's the speed in here. Whether or not that means she's good enough or can see out the distance is a completely different conversation.
And Trail of Gold, David Donk with John Velasquez outside.
Yeah, this might sound repetitive, but another that likes to come from back and make a big late run.
So 5 minutes away here from this 4th. Again, starts the pick 6. Wager AI coming up with a play. And a $4 suggested daily double using the 2 and 4 with the 3 and 8 in the next race. Vico Manser, who's probably going to be the favorite, and the 8 Mascara.
Yeah, they're using 2 of the 3 choices here, and sort of like me, they think the 1 is the one that's overbet of the 3, and the 3 and 8 the next race, whether you like them or not, and I'm kind of interested in 9, they're the 2 logicals. I think we would all agree in race number. I think they're 2 of the 4 you use, Tom, your pick 5.
They are indeed.
So back to still the favorite here, but yeah, the 1, 2, 4, all very closely bunched here in the wagering. And, you know, Andy, we had talked about it earlier on the handicapping program, too. And, Tom, I'm interested to get your thoughts, too. It just seems like the most consistent runner in this field, too.
In the 4-horse?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with that at all. What I do think we should talk about is how the race sets up in pace. I just don't see a lot of pace in here.
The 5.
And the contenders are the ones that want, you know, some battling up front, some fast pace, some horses using their energy to save for their big late run. I don't see that in this race, so I take that away from a little bit from the closers, and I give an advantage to maybe the 1 and end of the 5, who are going to be up close and being a part of what I believe will be a slow pace.
I agree with Tom on this one. I agree that of the 3 contenders, the 1 is far and away has the best pace advantage of them, because I don't believe the 5 is good enough to win. If you like the 5, you should bet her. She's 6 to 1. I don't see it. But I think the 1's going to be sitting right behind her, and whereas the 2 and 4, at least on paper. But the one thing about the 4, she's gotten a lot handier. But I agree with what you said, Tom, completely. I'm still going to try to beat the 1, but I still agree with you.
Let's go back to Megan.
And the number 4, the current favorite, Midnight Concerto for Kenny McPeak, has been just a horse that hasn't run badly, can run well, I should say, consistently, always puts forth a run. I agree with Greg and Andy as far as kind of giving her the benefit as far as that 1.5-mile race last time out. And she's just a very typical her, refined, athletic, moving pretty well, I should say, as she gets on track, getting that solar warm-up under Jose Ortiz. And, you know, when you go through her races, especially back on June the 3rd in the Mount Vernon, I mean, she was in behind a slow pace, so forward horses dominated on a very firm course, and she settled without cover on the rail. I thought she ran very well with the winner being Betty, not only being in good form herself, but also being a bit more at the flow of that race and a bit more forward than her. She looks great. 3 to 2 is a little short. I did prefer the 1 Majaj, as I just feel like she could be a pretty good horse for trainer Mark Cassian. She looked fantastic, as we'll head to the number 5 Tulip, who was 5 to 2 on the morning line, a bit colder up there now at 7 to 1, which I kind of was wondering where bettors were going to go with this horse because of her morning line position, because of her connections, and she is a bit colder. You know, trainer Will Walden, exceptional numbers in Kentucky, very strong trainer. He's 3 for his last 27 here, 11%. And all of these horses are getting bet, and she's not quite getting bet. So a negative impression just reading the tote board. I just wish she was stronger overall. I preferred others physically. I do know that she'll likely be the controlling speed. We'll see how they play it, but on paper, that's certainly how it materializes. And you have to give her some credit, though. I mean, Luster last time out, the winner of that race in the Grade 3 Celine, will be the likely favorite and the horse to beat in the King's Plate up in Canada. So she's been running against some nice horses, ran well 2 back, albeit a bit more of of a tepid field, being able to wire them, she faces tougher waters yet again. And here, the number 6, Trail of Gold. This horse has always been a favorite of mine for trainer Dave Donk. She is a closer. She will be compromised by likely how this race sets up, as she always kind of comes with that late run, and she's not exactly always finds herself getting her picture taken. However, she looks like she's doing very well for herself. Nice in her coat and condition, carrying good weight and flesh as she continues on in her 4-year-old campaign with the races. To me, to think of her as a fringe player in this one, Greg.
12-1 on the board for that David Donk filly outside. I'll have John Velasquez aboard again, the pick 6. You see that pool, it starts here, 137,000 and growing. And what's your guys' thoughts on Trail of Gold, the 6?
I think the biggest concern with her is, besides obviously her general lack of speed and that she's a little slower than the others, she hasn't progressed from 3 to 4. She seems to be at best sort of just as fast as she was last year, and you sort of hope, Tom, these horses move forward a little bit, and she so far hasn't for Dave.
Yeah, I actually think that her races this year are good enough to be in the conversation of winning this race, but again, it goes back to what we talked about in terms of pace. That's where the disadvantage lies.
And she has all kinds of issues getting out of the gate.
She doesn't get out of the gate. She's not quite fast enough. I don't think she's a ridiculous horse at 12-1. I would bet her over the 5, even though the 5 is the main speed, because I don't know how the 5 wins this race, other than you just sort of close your eyes and hope she somehow wires a field. But I think the 1's going to be close enough to her, and the 1's a better horse. So I don't think the 5 can win this race. I've been wrong before. I'll be wrong again. At least the 6 has got some races that you think maybe if the race somehow falls apart, not that it looks like it will on paper, 13-1. I'd rather bet her at twice the price of the 5. I'll put it that way.
No, Tom, back to the 5, Tulip. Likely alone in front.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
What do you think here at 6-1?
Well, look, they say pace makes the race, and historically that's been proven. So, I mean, the pace in here is going to be light, and the 5 is going to control it in Tulip. So, what exactly unfolds, and where's everybody putting themselves? Are they going to take themselves out of their game to get in better position against the pace setter, Tulip, the 5 horse, and take themselves out of the game and actually help the 5? I mean, it's to be seen. But when you can find a lone speed horse, you know that that horse is dangerous in any race. And Tulip is the lone speed horse in this race, the 5.
6-1 right now, and the one who's going to be leading the way up front. Favorite, though, throughout. It's been the 4, Midnight Concerto. Ken McPeak looking for his second winner in the afternoon. That's the 4, Jose Ortiz. Collected number 45 as he leads the way here in the jockey standings. And on the 1 to beat here in this 4th race coming up to kick off this pick 6. We send it upstairs on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Frank Miramati, the call.
Thank you, Greg. Here is Special Wood coming up. Midnight Concerto will follow her. We heard you talking about Tulip. Her dancing in her dreams was so impressive. Actually, obscure memory flashback. Mark Johnson calling her at Churchill Downs for some reason when I think of that mare, who was gray like her daughter. Last one to load, Trail of Gold to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very clean beginning. Majaz goes straight to the front. Tulip is flashing speed on the outside in second, and they're followed by Make You Mine right next to Special Wood in 4th, who is now 4 lengths off the new leader, Tulip, who has taken command with a lap to go. Midnight Concerto is second to last, and Trail of Gold at the back of the field. Tulip takes him into the first turn with a 3-length lead. Majaz sitting comfortably in second. At the rail, Make You Mine is tugging at Tyler Gaffleon, but now has plenty of room. Just coaxed along at this stage, but 7 or 8 lengths off Tulip, who has tiptoed onto the backstretch all alone. It's Tulip in front by 6. Majaz second. The quarter went in 22 and 4. Make You Mine is angled off the rail, just a touch, but Special Wood keeping her company. Another 2 to an unhurried Midnight Concerto in the purple silks as they try to close in on Tulip. That second quarter was soft, 48 and 2 for the half. And it is Tulip in control, heading to the far turn. Majaz 2.5 back in second. Make You Mine on the rail third. Midnight Concerto asked to pick it up. She's still under a very tight hold. Trail of Gold goes by her. And so Midnight Concerto just steadying a touch as she awaits the opportunity to kick, and Special Wood trails. 1:14 and 3 around the far turn. Tulip has been there every step of the way. Majaz comes to engage now second. 3 lengths back, Make You Mine in third. Midnight Concerto with a clear shot running now. Majaz at the top of the stretch has come right to Tulip. Tulip trying to fight back and doing just that. There's 1 furlong to go. Midnight Concerto is closing down the center of the course. It is Tulip, Majaz, and Midnight Concerto. These are the 3. Tulip, Midnight Concerto. Tulip digging in. Midnight Concerto surging. Here's the line, Midnight Concerto. Jose Ortiz has everything going his way, and they run down Tulip in the shadow of the wire.
Midnight Concerto just up to roll by the speed and get this win to kick off the pick 6.
Well, it played out like we thought it would. Tulip went straight to the front, controlled everything, ran a big, powerful race in the front end, and Majaz was right there, laying off his hip. But a horse that overcame the pace scenario in Midnight Concerto showed who the best was.
Yeah, they made the right favorite because she just grounded out. I was wrong about Tulip for sure. She ran very, very well despite the quick first quarter, which is essentially running a straightaway. She slowed things down but ran a lot better than I would have anticipated in there to get second. Midnight Concerto is just the best horse, and she got it done. Majaz, even though she had run okay in Europe, Tom, didn't she run like a horse that was a little distance challenged in here, right?
A little disappointing, period.
Yeah, I mean, she looked like a cinch
she
top
was
of the stretch,
sitting perfectly, turning for home, and could not pick up the pace setter.
Number 46 at the meet for Jose Ortiz. 2-win day, Ken McPeak.
There it is. Kenny's got 2 wins. You got any other horses in today? Kenny's going to take the money and run. This is it. 2 for 2.
Not bad. Midnight Concerto needing all of that mile 3/16, but getting it done.
But a tough beat for Tulip, and like I said, I didn't like her. And she really ran very well in there, and Junior did a good job of getting her to settle down after that. And it's a tough beat. If you bet Tulip, I can see why you're frustrated.
Again, 4-5-1-2. 4th career win for Midnight Concerto. We're just told this man right here is leading the way at the meets. Is this right? He's won with 8 of his last 11 mounts. Wow.
How many of them were his brother originally named on? I'd like to know how many wins he has that he got because his brother wasn't riding. Not that he's not having a great meet.
Think how
consolidated,
consolidated these wins have been in the jockey colony here as opposed to the trainer colony where the wins have been so spread out. You know, ordinarily, if a couple of trainers have big meets here, they have riders they go to, and so those riders will follow through and have good meets as well. But in the case of the Ortiz brothers, and specifically Jose, you know, his agent is getting the opportunity to ride 3 or 4 different horses every single race. It's his job to handicap the race and say, this is the one I think we should be riding. So how good a job are they doing at picking their horses?
4 riders have 149 wins combined at the meet.
Steve Rushing could fail as an agent and never win another race in age again and still be considered one of the greatest agents in the game. I mean, this guy, Edgar Prado, Ramon Dominguez. But he also has both Ortiz brothers, and he's been in a situation where, fortunately for him, a number of times when Irad has not been able to ride in the last couple of days, Jose's been open in the races. Obviously, not only are they going to go to Steve, but you're going to go to the leading rider anyway, right? So he's in a very good position. But Steve's a great, great agent. He has 2 of the greatest riders in the world, but he's also a great agent.
3 of the wins yesterday on that 4-win day, I believe, were mounts with that would have been with his brother.
Yeah.
That he picked up.
I think
as Ken McPeak looks on after his 2nd win of the afternoon.
I mean, look, when your number's called, and Jose's number was called 3 different times yesterday for his brother, he took full advantage of those.
Well, the thing about Jose is when he's riding well, which obviously that's an understatement, what's going on here, he's just not making mistakes. And I think when any rider's top rider's riding well, you're in the groove, right? You're making the right, any athlete, right? You're making the right moves, you know? If you're a basketball player, you're driving the hoop instead of pulling up for the 18-footer. These guys are doing everything right, and Jose's in the groove, but It's not like he's just in the groove for 2 weeks here. The guy's been in the groove for the majority of his riding career.
And it started with his move down to the fairgrounds a couple years ago and decided to race down the winter down there. He picked up new stables down there, went to Churchill, picked up a lot of the Midwest stables. He already had business in New York with a lot of the New York trainers. It really has built on itself.
And he talked about going to New Orleans, actually, at fairgrounds. It's really the key component of his big turnaround.
Well, I completely agree. I mean, that's where he and Cherie DeVaux got together and why he was on Golden Tempo and won the Derby.
Still couldn't break into the Tom Amos bar, though. As good as he is.
Not true.
Could not
Not
make
true.
that
My
move.
last year, I saw the light.
Seem to remember a big Kentucky Oaks win together.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Greg.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. Pick 6 underway while Price is next.
He rode him in the Oaks?
Any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. Naira Bets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with Naira Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Midnight Concerto. Purple and Lavender Diamonds of Harold Lerner. Teaming up with Ken McPeak at number 46 of the meet. For that man right there, Jose Ortiz leading the way. Last jump and a half up in time to roll by the speed. Tulip, let's go to Megan.
And I'm thrilled to be joined by Harold Lerner, owner of Midnight Concerto, who's having a fantastic day. We talked about your meal today, which was appetizer colonial. This is the dessert.
Right, this is the dessert. We had the entree in the second race, and now race 4 is the cherry on top of the cake. So it's all good.
You've been very kind and candid about your journey in this game with me off camera. Talk about how special it is to be here in Saratoga. How many years you've been a fan of this game?
I hate to say, I don't hate to say it. 65 years I've been a horse player, and I'm probably genetically engineered because On my mother's side and father's side, everybody, then we had all horse players in the family. So here I am, and it's a great thrill.
Big pedigree. You got the pedigree for it.
Pedigree, right.
Speaking of pedigree, you're avid at the sales. Kenny was talking about an Uncle Mo you picked up at a very intense and incredible sale last week. You're going to go shop for some more New York breds like Midnight Concerto next week?
Yeah, we always buy New York breds. We love the program. We try to support it. Midnight Concerto's a New York bred. And we're just really happy with the program in New York. Naira's made it even better this year. So we're big supporters of the program.
Well, congratulations. What a fantastic day.
Thank you so much.
The learner is a part of New York racing and surely excited for the new Belmont Park, taking advantage of those New York bred opportunities. Greg?
Relish this one here. 2-win day for Harold Lerner and McPeak. $5.22 with the victory, and public was all over this one, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, she was the one. The public got this one right. But
so did the morning lineman. The guy made the morning line.
No, the morning line did not get it right, but he was right. He was right. Well,
if he was handicapping.
In his thought process, the Tulip would take a lot of money. But, you know, the morning line maker's job has nothing to do with who they like in the race. It's trying to figure out how they're going to be bet. So, in that case, they were as wrong as I was about
race
this
5 starts the late pick 5-6 furlongs, 20,000 claiming race. Non-winners are 3 lifetime, and probably need to start here with Vekomancer, Linda Rice, Manny Franco getting back on dirt, Tom.
Yeah, look, this horse, Vekomancer, is the one I liked. We'll go back and watch some of his. But his dirt record is what I really like. 6 starts, 2 wins and a third on the dirt. Got some mixed results on the other surfaces, but I like this horse back on the dirt.
I guess we should say Vekomancer, Vekoma.
Man,
hard to get out that way.
I always try to imitate you. Now you got me going all over the place.
It does feel like Vekomancer, but it probably is Vekoma. I don't know. It doesn't sound right, but it is Vekomancer.
Yeah. We're going to take a timeout. We'll
3.
discuss that, as you all can too, during the breaks. Team Clement, the CC Tribe, trying to continue with the storybook role. Hall of Fame on a day that Christophe was inducted into the Hall of Fame. Now we'll try and win the Christophe Clement Turf with Tawnyport on Saturday.
For 100 years, we've built tools to work in nature with legendary performance and quality to master every challenge. Tools for people like you who work like a pro with heart and soul. Built for nature, trusted since 1926. Steel.
In racing, bloodlines are kingdoms, and every kingdom needs an heir. Sired by Uncle Mo, Kings Barnes was chosen for greatness. An $800,000 two-year-old built like an empire. He defeated champion Arcangelo on debut, dominated the Louisiana Derby in his 3rd start, and achieved a defining victory in the Grade 1 Stephen Foster. Kings Barnes, where the line of kings continues.
Monmouth Park summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Monmouth's 2026 season proudly features a low player-friendly 15% takeout on all daily doubles and pick threes. Play our new $3 late pick three and $5 late double. First race 2 p.m. Fridays, 12:50 p.m. weekends. Get in on the action at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
This weekend, trainer Miguel Clement starts 7-year-old Belmont Gold Cup winner and 2026 Melbourne Cup qualifier Tawnyport.
It is the survival of the fittest, the Belmont Gold Cup. But it's Tawnyport coming away. Tawnyport wins it.
In a race named after his father, the late great Hall of Fame trainer Christophe Clement. Don't miss Saratoga's Christophe Clement Turf, a win and you're in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 3 Eastern on Fox.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Christophe Clement, Hall of Famer. Of course, passed away late May last year. Way too young with so much life in front of him. And it was just last week across the street. The induction ceremony, over 2,500 career victories, 12th all-time in earnings. Horses like Tonalist, who won the Belmont Jockey Club Gold Cup, Pizza Bianca, Gufo, Gioponti. What a career.
Yeah, no, all the things you said are true. A great, great trainer, a great career, and somebody that left us way too soon. 59 years old, could have had so much life ahead of him, and many friends left behind this game, to say the least. And a lot of friends because he earned the friends, He was a friend to people in racing in a lot of ways that nobody ever saw.
Sword dancer, now known as the Christophe Clement Turf. Mile and a half on Saturday, $750,000 purse. His son Miguel will try and win it. With Tawny Port, who was coming off a victory in that Belmont Gold Cup to punch his golden ticket to the Melbourne Cup. Going to try and win for his father here.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a 2-mile race we're looking at, so this horse is shortening up a half-mile in distance, and this is almost survival of the fittest. Tawny Port looks really good finishing here in a 2-mile race, but as we were talking about earlier, his last win before this was August of 2023. That's a long time between drinks.
Yeah, and I think that, listen, obviously the 101 buyer he got in this race would make him very tough in Saturday's race, but I think it was more indicative of really relishing that 2-mile race. You look at the second place finisher, that horse is probably a good 10 points lower in most of his races. Mr. Tonic was third, has been uncompetitive in 2 straight races. I admire Tawny Port. He's a very cool horse, but he's probably the least likely winner here. But you know what? It'd be a great storybook ending if this guy was able to upset this field, wouldn't it?
Sounds like connections, too, are game to make that trip down under.
I don't blame it. Listen, if Parchment Party could go, Greg,
it's
Tawny
true.
Port is like
Anyone
3 to 5 compared to Parchment Party in that race. And Greg, the good news for Greg is he'll be at Belmont Park probably at 1 in the morning covering that race. You're a real trooper,
we're
Greg.
Working on us actually covering it live one of these days. That would be.
It's probably just about the same as going
and
out
that
to
would
Belmont
involve
at
a
1 in the
trip
morning.
Down under?
Indeed.
Yeah, okay. I see where you're going with that.
I want to go. I'm in.
No, you get Jamaica. He gets Australia, you get Jamaica.
I love Jamaica. Take Jamaica over anywhere.
Well, look, we talked about this field. It's an incredibly difficult. It's going to be a tall task for Tawny Port.
It will.
Very good group.
He's a good horse, and we're not saying he's not a good horse. I think we all think he is, but I agree. He's the longest shot on the board.
And it starts on the rail. I mean, you got a horse in ancient Egypt that really has faced top competition overseas.
Part of the Fox Saratoga Saturday lineup, 3 Eastern start time. With that Christophe Clement Turf, part of the coverage, the Alabama for 3-year-old fillies, presented by Keeneland Sales. The following Saturday with the leader of that division, Counting Stars, trying to continue her magical run for dual Hall of Famer Mark Cassey, who had championed 3-year-old filly Nitrogen last year, and then the DraftKings Travers. End of August. Golden Tempo, the Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner, back in action after having to pass on the Jim Dandy. There it is, right around the corner. That trophy awaiting whoever wins that race, likely the leader of that division, although no question right now, it's Golden Tempo. Will he stay there after the Midsummer Derby? We'll be back.
Arcangelo, the Belmont winner in charge. The Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's ride.
Further ado, a magnificent run.
Olympiad gets the gold. Magnitude to the top of the class.
She's so speedy in the sprint. Tap it twice. Tap it twice. Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Initially known as the Kenilworth Cup, the Man of War Cup is a solid gold trophy awarded to the winner of the Travers Stakes, or Midsummer Derby. Commissioned by Abe Orpin, co-owner and manager of Kenilworth Park in Windsor, Ontario, the trophy was created by Tiffany & Company in 1920 for the match race between Man of War and Triple Crown winner Sir Barton. Man of War won the contest by 7 lengths and drank from the cup in the winner's circle. In 1936, Samuel's wife Elizabeth donated the cup to Saratoga Racecourse. That same year, Granville became the first Travers winner to receive what is known now as the Man of War Cup. Each year, the original trophy is presented by a member of the Riddle family or the governor or lieutenant governor of New York to the winner of the track signature event. A smaller gold-plated replica of the Man of War Cup or Travers Trophy inscribed with the winner's name is prepared for the winning connections to commemorate one of the most prestigious victories in the sport.
One of the most prestigious prizes there is in the sport. And of course, last year it was Sovereignty. This stamped him as your eventual horse of the year. Kentucky Derby, Belmont, Jim Dandy, and the Travelers. You will see this year's edition August 29th on Fox. Saratoga Saturday, Golden Tempo. This year's Derby and Belmont winner back in action for Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, and for Golden Tempo, it took a little bit of a pause, got a little cough, a little sickness, back on track, training very, very well.
Missed about 10 days of training. Is that a huge deal? You could play catch up for the Travers?
So it's not the fact that he missed about 10 days of training. I think it's the spacing between the races that might have you a shade worried, because it's been a little while from his last
Arcangelo pulled it off a few years ago, and I've been talking to Cherie quite a bit. And she said he bounced back really quickly.
Well, I mean,
he's
the best 3-year-old in the nation right now.
No, he's not. The best 3-year-old in the country is also in Cherie's barn. His name is Englishman.
But in terms of, we're talking about going a distance of ground.
That's fine, but I would qualify by saying the best 3-year-old in the country is Englishman. The best router.
I would counter that by saying a horse that's won the Kentucky Derby and the Belmont would be considered better than that horse.
Well, he's not, but that's okay. You can say it.
Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Megan.
I love the sound of Andy and Tom. How can you not be entertained by that duo, though? You have to, I mean, come on. I know I am. Number 4, Spun Size, is a horse for Charlie Baker, a barn you have to always take seriously here in New York, though coming from Finger Lakes in this group. And what a substantive sort she is. She really impressed me in here, as she's kind of that big-bodied, robust sprinter. She had been running against just better fields to no avail and definitely some questionable form. But last time out, she seemed to get on track at Finger Lakes. And I know she's a little bit up against it in this group. I know she's got to find her best race in here, but I just really liked what I saw from her physically. We'll speak to the number 1, Vino Frizzante. Again, another really big-bodied, burly type coming out of the Linda Rice barn, second off the claim for Wayne Potts. And when going through some of the past commentary on her, she's always been one of those really burly, robust kinds. And I was interested to see if she kind of still kept that kind of conditioning and weight moving out of Linda's barn. And she has. She's very fit. She's very much kind of, to me, one of the horses to beat in here, as she will have some speed to chase from the inside. We'll see just how much, but I liked her in here. She's doing very well, although taking a bit of a drop in class to likely where she needs to be spotted. Quickly, the number 3, Vacomancer, I believe, is one for Linda Rice, who's just the horse to beat in this spot. Very fit, good moving, looks fantastic in her coat. To me, and strictly the horse to beat. Hopefully she'll be able to get back to using a little bit more of her tactical speed she's shown in the past on the precipitous drop in class. Greg?
All right, thank you, Megan. Let's take a look at Vacomancer, and there she is, 2-1 favorite, trained by Linda Rice. There she is. This was back on March 7th, the last time she was on dirt. Next on stage, who won this race. Be a pretty heavy favorite in this spot.
Yeah, I mean, this is the lowest she's ever run. The only time she ran on dirt for Linda Rice, she ran a conditional $50,000 claiming race. And as you had pointed out to me earlier, Greg, lost to horse next on stage, probably 1-9 in this race, at least based on her recent form. And she's a heavy favorite over the weekend, I think Sunday. I think she's a horse speed dropping for Linda, but I don't disagree with the public. I think they're betting the 2 right horses, her and Mascara, the 8. The 8's probably taking a little more money because Jose Ortiz is riding. Not that that's the worst reason to bet a horse these days.
Manny Franco will ride for Linda Rice here. And the Pick 5 pool, over $300,000.
I know Andy said there was no rain, but
I said no. What I
that looks
said
like
was
rain.
there's no rain on the weather app. That's all I said, Tom. Don't be like guys on Twitter. It's not becoming.
Nothing here yet. Hopefully we hang
so
on.
So far, by the way, it hasn't rained. So far I'm right.
You so
and
far
so is the
are
weather
indeed
app.
right.
Post parade coming up. We're going to start with Vino Frizzante here in a moment. Wayne Potts second off the claim. We'll have Jamie Rodriguez.
Drops back to the level that the horse was claimed by, but I don't want to bet horses claimed by this barn from Linda Rice, but maybe some others disagree.
Eddie Barker trains calling an audible. Tyler Gaffleone aboard.
Yes, second and third in this exact condition when going shorter at the distance we're running today. Maybe the form's a little bit muddied by those last 2 races going further.
Favorite for Linda Rice, Vacomancer.
Yeah, I mean, gets back to dirt, and Linda's finally getting back to dirt. I don't love that she's dropping this precipitously, trying the dirt, but she's probably trying to win races up here, but is a favorite dropping.
Here's Spun Size for Charlie Baker.
Yeah, blinkers off in the last start, made a big difference. I thought that horse ran well.
Santa got a big price.
Now, even though this horse isn't named for Nick Santagata, I still root for it every time because it's got the same name as our man Nick Santagata.
St. Bridget's Cross brings some speed.
She does, but she's got exactly one race that gives her a chance, but who knows?
Here's Mascara. Jose Ortiz, the pickup mount.
Jose on the pickup mount for Mascara, and that's why you're looking at 2-1.
And Cloudy Chance, Chris Engelhart barn outside off since early June.
My top choice. Ran in a tougher field chasing last time out. Finally drops down to a level, and you go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 back. They're all good enough to win here, and I'm going to get my man Jose Lezcano into the winner's circle where he belongs.
Hunch play, Cloudy Chance.
So let's go back to Mascara for Robertino Diodoro. And this was at Churchill back on June 3rd.
And she broke sharp that day, laid second, just second best.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, one thing you might say if you're looking for a negative is just the 2 wins and 1 second and 16 starts. But most of those races were at much, much bigger prices. Just a logical horse. I mean, I think the 3 and 8, like the public, are the 2 logical horses to beat in this race. I'm going to try to beat them with the 9, but I have no illusions. They're more likely to win the 9. I'm just hoping 9 alive in the double. It's paying fairly well with the 9. And I just think that Cloudy Chance has some things to go on. And like you said, it's a very, it's a hunch play right now, right?
Don't get too excited about that 50% too. Diodoro sent out 2 horses.
Yeah.
But does have a win.
Well, Tino wins a lot of races. I mean, as Tom knows, whatever you think, he wins a lot of races.
Here's the warm-up for Vacomancer. Manny Franco with a win today, and it was for Linda Rice. And that duo looking for their second here. So we take a look at Cloudy Chance. So Jose Lezcano on board this 9, 6-1.
He's got to show speed, but he's not a great gate horse. He's, on multiple opportunities, not broken that well, and yet he's been able to recover and show some speed. A good break would be crucial to Cloudy Chance's chances.
6-1 right now from that outside post. Let's go back to Megan.
The number 8, Mascara, written by Jose Ortiz. I don't know how I get that name wrong. We say it enough. I believe he's won with 8 of his last 11 mounts, 10 of his last 11 mounts, if I'm not mistaken. What a role he has been on, as this horse looks incredible for Robertino Diodoro. Just a standout to me in the paddock. The horse that just looked best, very fit, well muscled and defined, just a tank of a horse and the typical prototype of a sprinter. But last time out, or I should say June the 3rd, in one of her better races where she showed speed, she was kind of hustled around the turn. I don't like that she was beat by Carol's Melody, who came back to regress, and by her speed figures, she ran 4th. And her next start, it went in for $30,000 that day, and she had the lead in the stretch and then was overtaken, as I mentioned, by that foe. Don't like the visual, don't like who beat her. I like what I see, though, on the racetrack as she's gotten that nice aggressive warm-up. She looks very strong in here, and she will be forward, but albeit I don't believe she really needs the lead to succeed, but she does have that early speed. A horse with speed directly to her outside, who I know Andy has some interest in, I believe the number 9, Cloudy Chance, coming off of freshening from June the 5th for Chris Englehart, who, again, another one taking a very stiff drop in class, now in for $25,000, has some good races that match here. And when you really have to go through them, though. On April the 18th, I should say, it was a dominant winner who actually won the next start with an allowance optional claiming start that day. She was used for speed, kind of a slower pace, and she disappointed. I wish she would have gotten up for second that day. I really do. And then back on March the 13th, her last victory, the speed did well that day on the racetrack, and she wired the field. To me, that's just not the kind of trip she's going to get in here, though very fit and well prepared. Having not seen her since June, she does draw well with her tactical ability. Just a shout out to Nick Santagata, who we all love up there. I hope that they named this horse after him, the number 5, 26-1. Just looking at the speed puzzle and trying to discern who's going to go up there at a big price. This horse has been very sharp, very just kind of on the cusp of bubbling over there, tacked with the pony on the inside saddling stall, up there at a big price. Isn't as fast as others in this race, but could be forward enough to quicken up the pace early. Greg?
All right, thank you, Megan. Pick 5 pool over $430,000. 5-1 here. Cloudy chance as we go back to calling an audible here, Tom, who's a big price of 15-1.
Yeah, what I like about this horse is a couple of things. First of all, I think this is a preferred distance for calling an audible than the last 2 starts that he had. And I like going to Tyler Gaffleone to ride this horse as well. Those 2 things, I think, can be really, really important in getting the job done here. I realize this horse is 2 for 27 lifetime. That's not attractive. But maybe part of that is not getting the right distance for him in some of these races.
Big price, and I don't disagree. She's getting a good rider change. By the best riders ridden her in quite a while, as a matter of fact.
What do you think pace-wise in here, Andy? Who do you think gets to the front?
Well, I'd like to see my 9 be aggressive, but I think Spun Size could be forward in here. I think St. Bridget's Cross, 7, could certainly be forward. But I like to see Jose, if not in the leads, in a good stalking spot.
I like the 7 on the lead here. Running out of condition, this horse is eligible for non-winners of 2, running in a non-winners of 3 race. But I think the 7's the fastest from the gate.
9-5 favorite, though, Linda Rice, Manny Franco, Vacomancer, the 3, 8-5 now as we get set for the late pick 5. There's the favorite. Let's send it upstairs. Frank Miramati, the call.
Last few runners left to load. Just waiting for Cloudy Chance to the outside. Going in. And they're off. And Mascara is going straight to the front. Cloudy Chance on the outside in second and down at the rail. Vacomancer is in third. In a little tight too. Spun Size is fourth, only about 3 lengths off the lead. St. Bridget's Cross is fifth. Down at the rail, Vino Frizzante is next, followed by Calling an Audible, and 2 more to Santagata. Around the turn, Mascara leads. The quarter went in 23 1/5 seconds. And so it is Mascara in control, pursued by Cloudy Chance in second. Vacomancer is in third. St. Bridget's Cross takes fourth. Spun Size racing in between horses. At the rail, Vino Frizzante, Calling an Audible, has 8 to make up, a long way to Santagata. They're at the top of the stretch. The half at 46 4. Mascara's at an easy lead. Opens it up to 2. Cloudy Chance keeps coming though, and far from done. Cloudy Chance within a length of the front runner. Then it's Vacomancer in third, and down at the rail, Vino Frizzante fourth. Mascara 3/4 of a length. Cloudy Chance in second. Mascara nursed along to a front-running win, another for Jose Ortiz. Second to Cloudy Chance. Vacomancer in third. Vino Frizzante was fourth.
3-win day, 47 at the meet. Jose Ortiz, Mascara for Robertino Diodoro.
He is so good at understanding what's going on in the race, Jose Ortiz, and he takes it to him early here. Takes a big challenge from the 9-horse, but has enough left at the end.
And this is one where I give Jose a lot of credit. You know, I mean, you can ride the best horse, but they were crawling out there. Nobody else wanted to be aggressive, and Jose said, "Okay, I'll go." and was able to wire the field. My 9 almost got there, so we were all rooting. I think everybody in the set was rooting for Jose Lezcano to win this race. And listen, he had no excuse. He was second best here. He had every chance to win it. Just couldn't quite get by.
You know,
Good bet at 6-1, but not quite good enough.
No matter how talented you are as a rider physically, you've got to have it in your up here. You got to have it up top to understand what's happening in a race and putting yourself in the right position. I've watched this meet. Jose Ortiz has put his horse in the right position, whether they win or lose. Every single race I've watched.
I don't disagree. I don't think Jose Lezcano, I know you're saying it did anything wrong here. He just couldn't quite get by.
8-9, 3-1. Second choice, 5-2, Mascara. So 4-win day the other day, 3 wins already for Jose Ortiz, starting to open up on this jockey colony.
Question becomes, well, keep in mind, Flavien Prat suspended through Friday. And keep in mind that Jose Ortiz could be spending a lot of time in Kentucky Downs. So it ain't over till it's over. Prophetically.
Mascara, thank you, Andy. 5-2 to start off the late pick 5. And that's going to do it for this trio. We're going to hand it over to the next crew. Fionn back in action in the very next race. And, of course, Parchment Party, the specialist at a 1 3/4, trying to go back-to-back in the Birdstone. What do you think? Does he do it?
Well, you know what? That race we watched from Oaklawn Park was kind of an off-the-bench race for him. I think he's really got a big possibility. Will he be favored in that race?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah.
He'll be the favorite.
That's a very competitive race. Fun race. Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
It was fun, guys.
Again, you'll see that with the next crew. Coverage continues right after this. That Birdstone still to come. Parchment Party, 1 to beat, but this horse gave him all he could handle when they met on a wet track at Churchill Downs. Interceptor for Mike Maker, improving. 4-year-old Javier Castellano gets the call. Still to come in our feature later today.
Whether it's competing on racing's biggest stages or in the sales ring, there's only one name to remember. Legion Bloodstock.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live on this Thursday, the week of a Grade 1 Christophe Clement Turf. And what a day, what a year you could say it is for jockey Jose Ortiz, who joins me. Kentucky Derby, Belmont Stakes, Kentucky Oaks. The list just goes on, Jose. But on top of that, you're having a tremendous meeting here in Saratoga. 7 wins in the last 2 days. What a week.
Yeah, it's been a great week so far. But like I said before, we still got half of the card today. And we got 3 more days ahead of us, so I'm focusing on what is in front of me.
An aggressive ride, and those kind of rides have really what put you at the top of this colony and in this business aboard Mascara in this victory.
Yeah, she broke very sharp. That helped me a lot. I was able to clear the field. I did, and Yeah, she felt she was traveling very good every step of the way. The 9 horse gave me a good run for my money and the last eight of a mile, but I was able to hold on.
You've been aboard Golden Tempo in the mornings, who will contend with the 12-week layoff coming into the DraftKings Travers later on in the month. What have you seen in his work here at Saratoga and his progression overall?
He's been working very well. He's not a very good workhorse. He just go out there and do 48, 49, whatever Sherry wants. And so far, everything is working accordingly to her plan. The last 2 works have been perfect, so she got a good plan, and we're sticking to that.
Congratulations on a win here, an incredible week, an incredible year, and it's really incredible. You just look towards the next one. You put everything behind you in a positive way.
Yes, Megan, let's keep going forward.
Jose Ortiz, the year of Jose continues as Mascara will dominate it here in this 5th, as we will take a break. Prices ahead of you. The number 9, Cloudy Chan's up there with a nice little exacta, $82.40 there, that 50-cent pick 5. But we will be welcoming in a new crew to the late show, Lafitte Pinkai and company. But don't you worry, the stars of the show, Acacia Clement, Maggie Wolfendale, joining us as well. Don't change that channel. Saratoga Live, lots of action ahead of you late.
America's #1 sale for New York's finest yearlings. Recent top performers include Grade 1 winning grads Iron Orchard, Rhetorical, and Usha. Plus these 2025 New York bred champions. With an expansion of New York's purse parity program, there's never been a better time to own a New York bred. Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearlings, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Saratoga.
It is the theme of the week, endurance. Saturday, Grade 1, Christophe Clement, 1.5 mile battle on turf. Today at Saratoga, 1 3/4 marathon on dirt in the Birdstone. And last year's winner has returned. Parchment Party, little jet setting since last summer's victory to Australia and back. But he's here now and ready to defend his title. Trained by Bill Mott would be a second Birdstone victory for him. Fitting enough, Mott just days removed from a second Whitney victory with the big horse. Live looking at Saratoga paddock. Welcome, everyone. It's a lively Thursday at the spa. Good crowd, energetic crowd. So glad you could join us on FS2. This is Saratoga Live. Just outside that paddock, alongside Jonathan Kinchin, Richie Migliori, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. We will be joined by Paula Duca in just a moment. You're just in time for the late Pick 4 in the Birdstone coming up. It is the 15th edition, $200,000 purse. Richie, we start right there, and part of the intrigue is how truly rare this brand of racing has become.
Yeah, there was a time where stamina was revered in the North American Thoroughbred, less and less so over the years. The Jockey Club Gold Cup used to be a 2-mile affair to kind of basically, it was the Breeders' Cup Classic. That was to settle championships. So when you get a horse that truly wants to stay marathon distance, 1.5 miles and beyond, obviously the Birdstone 1.75 miles like Parchment Party, I get excited because it's a throwback kind of thing to when stamina was one of the most important things with a thoroughbred. And the biggest thing, Jonathan, is they've got to cooperate with their riders. They've got to be very level-headed horses, use themselves efficiently to get those marathon distances.
You know, the one unique thing about these races, like these marathon dirt races, is you don't know they want to do it until you know they want to do it, right? We didn't know that Parchment Party was very good at this until June 25th of last year. It had 7 races prior to that. So the one thing that when I look at these races that always makes me just a little bit nervous when you see a horse like Parchment Party you could think you could lean on is what about these other horses that are trying it for the first time? What if they love it and they're better than Parchment Party? That's one thing you got to be aware of.
Pineapples are strong. Love the pineapples. Very, very strong. We know that Parchment Party strong running along, as you both just illustrated. There is the field at 8 strong, $200,000 purse. Bill Mott running a duo along with Parchment Party, number 3 Stars and Stripes. Parchment Party, though, this was his last run on a fast track. Temperance Hill, Oaklawn, Arkansas Derby Day, Richie. Parchment Party right alongside Joke Star.
Well, and this is going to sound almost a little bit crazy in one respect. Just a little short of Parchment Party's best at 1.5 miles. This is a little more like a sprint for him, but he was able to gut it out over Joke Star, who was always well placed. And how about Joke Star's record on dirt? I mean, he's put together a fine record on dirt, spent most of his life on synthetic or turf.
If fitness, you don't need fitness for 1.5 mile race. I don't know what you need fitness for. Parchment Party came in off a 7-month break, like you mentioned, probably a little shorter than he wants. Yep. He had an excuse to barely get up.
Sure.
About the stablemate of Parchment Party and Stars in Stripes, 2 starts back, Jonathan. This victory in the Ben Ally at Keeneland.
Lafitte, this is the foreshadowing from our opening conversation about this. We don't know if Stars and Stripes is going to appreciate this, but I will tell you this.
Do we have clues?
Stars and Stripes is likely a better all-around horse, a little faster horse, or maybe just traditionally a better horse, what we would expect in our dirt distances we normally see. What if, just what if, this horse loves the 1.75 miles? I think he's a little bit faster. I think he's got a little bit more speed. It could be very interesting.
When classy horses are asked to do something different, something they've never done, it adds intrigue because you know they have the talent, the ability. You never know, like maybe this is what they've always wanted to do.
Well, I think a big vote of confidence, though, is trainer Bill Mott has Parchment Party. He also had Stars and Stripes entered at Monmouth on Saturday in a stakes race, and he chose to stay here and run against his uncoupled stablemate. That leads me to believe Bill Mott has seen things that tells him that Stars and Stripes will get the 1.75 miles.
Race 8 Thursday feature. It is the Birdstone 1.75 miles on dirt. Post time around 5:14 Eastern. Of course, you can bet the Birdstone and all this great racing on your brand new NyraBets account. Sign up today at nyrabets.com. You'll want to take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus. Use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world. Start winning today. Join now at nyrabets.com. Field for the 6th intriguing allowance race. Fillies and Mares, inner turf course. Welcome back, Fionn. Grade 1 winner, 7-5 current favorite, drawn inside. Look forward to seeing what she does in her first race since January. There she is. She has won at the highest level. In fact, she beat Nitrogen last summer in the Belmont Oaks. Fionn, she's back at Saratoga, site of her brightest moment so far. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live.
Excelling on a cross of New York turf and Kentucky bluegrass. a 6-time graded stakes winner, including the Grade 1 4-Star Dave, Grade 1 Turf Mile, and the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile by leading champion European sire, Lope de Vega. So he's got that going for him. Carl Spackler, the ultimate greenskeeper, standing at Lane's End.
Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NyraBets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch and bet on live horse racing from over 300 tracks worldwide. Get expert picks, play live money betting contests, and boost your bankroll with daily promotions. NyraBets is the official betting partner of Saratoga Racecourse. Sign up now. New members use promo code SPA200 to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NyraBets.
Some places stay with you and make you want to relive every moment. These are the places you want to get lost in. The ones that feed your curiosity, blow your mind, and tempt fate. Places that make you keep coming back. Because every time you're there, anything feels possible.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Fian running a good race on the outside third, followed by Warming in fourth. On the outside, Mayday Ready is starting to kick in. They're in the final furlong, and Nitrogen comes to Opulent Restraint, who's fighting her hard. 2 lengths back, Fian trying to pull off the upset and is finishing with very nice strides. It's Nitrogen in front. Opulent Restraint comes back, and here's Fian surging on the outside. Here's the line. Photo finish!
Last summer, Fionn defeating Nitrogen, Jonathan, in a dramatic Belmont Oaks.
Yeah, look, Nitrogen, that hits a little bit harder than it used
Nitrogen.
to. This is the one thing I like about this horse. She won 5 stakes last year on 5 different racetracks. It's pretty impressive.
Fionn. Yeah, we know who Nitrogen has become. Fionn, a couple of grade 3 victories since. There she is, classy filly, but unraced since January. Richie Fionn 6-5, and this is what that she is the standout. She has the back class, but what will she do today off the bench? That's the question. Now, does she look like she's ready to fire off the bench? And for that, we welcome Maggie Wolfendale to the broadcast, standing by in the paddock. Maggie.
Livy, thank you. And yes, we'll start right there with Fionn, your heavy favorite in what is a 5-horse field now, as she comes back. And I spoke to her trainer, and we'll speak to him again, but I did talk to him last week, Brad Cox, about her returning at a mile. And he said, look, it's where we need to start. I wish this race came up a bit further, because obviously she's much more accomplished at a longer distance, as we are experiencing a brief shower here in the paddock. There's blue skies right over my shoulder behind us. But as we see her getting saddled on the walk, she can be a bit of an aggressive type, and this is par for the course for her. She has responded beautifully. Prior to having the pony with her, she was walking very quietly and sweetly around the one tree. So I think keeping her away from competition is actually the way to proceed with her. Away from rivals keeps her a bit more settled, but she comes in looking incredibly fit. Now, we'll see how much pace materializes here as we go the mile. She is smaller. She is a bit handier. It's not like she's a really long, stretchy horse where it's like, no way she's going to get a mile physically. So I'm more on the positive end of the spectrum that her class will pull her through at a distance where she might not be as proficient at. To her outside is number 2, the cleverly named Shotgun Wedding out of Reluctant Bride. I think her better efforts come when she can be just a little bit more forwardly placed as she makes her third start for trainer Mark Casse. Last time out, she tucked in neatly on the rail behind the pace in that Miss Liberty Stakes, where the top two finishers long ago setting the pace, Zara right lapped onto her, was able to run her down late, and she just kind of picked up the pieces. Shotgun Wedding. She's very aggressive here in the paddock as she comes off a bit of a freshening for Mark Casse again, and she comes in also with a Bullet Breeze. So I think that maybe they think the same thing. Let's be a little bit more aggressive. Let's have her in a more forward position here as she does draw well, you know, outside of Fionn, but close to the rail and having a little bit more natural speed than her, I think will help her. But for more on a horse that drops out of a stake as well, the De La Rose is where we last saw Table Flirt. We'll welcome in Acacia. Come on. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Maggie, and I'll continue on right there. As you said, as Table Flirt did finish 5th in that De La Rose last time out, she is a horse that just has no early speed. So that is a little bit of the Achilles heel for her, and her demeanor backs that up as well. She's so laid back and switched off here in the paddock for Belmont, who of course does have Parchment Party waiting in the wings for that Birdstone a little bit later on today. But watching her last race, she got a little bit keen early on and just had no room to kind of run late. So maybe not the most ideal trip for her, but I do like that they're keeping her on the turf. I haven't seen her since last summer when she'd been running on dirt, and she's so angular in her hind end in the way that she's put together. I think her physique is just so much better suited to the grass. So we'll see if she is able to get into a little bit of a better type of trip, a better position here today. As we'll continue on with the number 4, Ready to Jam, who's stretching out in distance, the other Brad Cox runner in here. And I do find her intriguing because I think that she actually showed a little bit of something in her last start. Now, 2 back in her first race for the Brad Cox barn as she was picked up at the Keeneland November Horses of Racing age sale for $500,000 last fall and moved to Brad's barn. Rojo wired the fields. There was no movement from the back of the race that day. And last time, she kind of made the first move into the pace setters and was run down by 2 very good stakes quality horses. She was a horse that I thought had continued to strengthen a little bit last time, and I have seen another step forward for her. It looks like they are adding a shadow roll on for the first time as well, that piece of fleece over the noseband, which ideally a horse will lower their head to kind of look over and can help with a little bit of focus as well. But she's a horse that has gotten sharper once they've gotten the tack on, maybe stretching out in distance, which I don't mind for her. She will be able to put herself a bit more forward as well, which Luffy could also help her uncoupled stablemate.
Closer to the pace, we'll see. Ready to Jam, rain falling, sun's out, life in the Adirondacks. Paul was able to beat the rain, get inside the tent. Join us on set, Paulie. We saw you in the monitor, though, in-house, presenting the hardware. What was that all about?
Yeah, so Saratoga Catholic, they won back-to-back state champions. I represented them last year. The same kids came up to me and said, we saw you last year. Wow. So actually pretty cool. There's 2 sophomores on that team. They're going to go back-to-back-to-back. Then Averill High School, it was actually pretty great. Chatham won for the girls softball too as well. But Averill High School, the girls won a half hour before the boys, ran over to the boys game, and were able to celebrate with them. So that's pretty cool to have both of them. And I was telling the kids, you know, I got to the state championship game in high school, and we got buried 9-1. So it's really an honor to win. So they beat a team that was 27-0 in Long Island.
Yeah, lots to celebrate. Congrats. The best news, you're here before this late. Pick 4 here, and a ticket that our viewers are waiting to see. What's the strategy? Let's see the ticket.
I'm going to go 3 deep in here. Nobody has the 1-3. I think the 6 could be dangerous in here. There's just no pace in here. I get it, short field. Maybe I'm just using another horse. 3-6 in the next race. I think a lot of people are going to use those 2. I think Highway Harmony is the real deal. I'm going to go 1-6. I think Parchment Party's the horse to beat. I thought Jake hit the nail on the head. Such a tough race. So I went with Interceptor. And then in race 9, after the Jorge Brady horse ran through the screen yesterday, I think you got to use a 4 Royal Enclosure and some other ones in the last.
Scan that QR code right along with Paul. Could be the best $30 you ever spent. Good luck to everyone playing this late pick 4. I did notice no Shotgun Wedding, Paul, on your ticket. Jose Ortiz right there, number 2. There's rhythm, there's being in a groove, Richie, and then there's this. Having won with 9 of his last 12 12 mounts, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, you know, listen, he's riding live horses. His agent, Steve Russian, does a great job, but his confidence level is so high. He's going out there believing he can win on every horse he rides, and horses feed on energy, positive or negative. Right now, there's a lot of positivity coming out of Jose Ortiz.
I just thought, you know, at 4-1, maybe a bet against the lone win on turf was a maiden win.
Then you say it like we can't win every race until he does, or something close to it. We start with Fionn post-parade. There she is, a Grade 1 winner.
Yeah, she's 6-5 for a reason. She's already won at the highest level in the game, and a Grade 1 beating champion Nitrogen.
There goes that man, Jose Ortiz, in Shotgun Wedding.
Yeah, we're the Gary Barber Silks here, fillied by Mendelssohn. I wonder where she sits in this race.
Table Flirt and Junior Alvarado.
This is who I like for a slight upset. I just thought she had a very tough trip last time, was never in a comfortable position, always trying to get free.
Ready to jam, 2nd and 2 for Brad Cox.
You know, this mare is a 5-year-old mare. I wonder if she gets at least forward in this race. There's not a lot of speed in here besides the outside mare.
Ember Cascade out, spinning colors in. Eventually, number 6. She is a 3-time winner here at Saratoga. There she is with Johnny V.
Well, she's got a good running line below her, right? She lost to Midnight Concerto, was second. Being Betty, Midnight Concerto came back to win today. This horse is better here at Saratoga, going around 2 turns. It's going to have an easy lead.
Not bad for a 6th race on a Thursday. What will Fionn do? First race since January. Find out in 5 minutes. Right back to Maggie standing by the trainer, Brad Cox.
That's right, Lafitte, and Brad actually personally escorting her to the racetrack. Brad, she can be a little bit of an aggressive type. What did you observe from her pre-race?
Very good compared to the way she schooled yesterday. So, you know, she didn't have the greatest schooling session, but she did handle everything here in the paddock before the race and get pretty good.
Tyler Gaffalione climbing aboard for the first time. What were your instructions, considering this is a pretty short distance for her?
Brake, save ground, tip her out, come running. If she gets there, she does. I'm just looking for a positive experience.
You have an insurance plan with Ready to Jam stretching out. Is she in here to provide a little bit more pace, Brad?
We'll see. I think the filly on the outside probably has the most early speed. We'll try to keep her honest with the other filly. The other filly's trained well. We haven't gotten her to run much in the afternoons, and 2 times we've started her, but hopefully she'll pick it up today.
Well, Brad, thank you so much for your time and best of luck. It's good to see a Grade 1 winner back in action.
Thank you very much.
Lafitte.
Brad Cox, there's Fionn. You went with her. Jonathan, she's even money, but Brad has made it very clear, as he discussed with Maggie, as he told the Daily Racing Form, like, this distance is too sharp for her. She doesn't thrive at this distance. She thrives at longer distances, but he needed to get her a race.
Yeah, I completely understand that. The problem for me is there's not a lot in here to really challenge her. There's not a lot, in my opinion, also. You know, let's just say the 6 gets loose. I still think that the too short distance Fionn has what it takes to run her down. I just think she's too talented to get beat by this group. I thought the 5 was a little bit interesting until she scratched, and I wasn't going to force a round peg into a square peg, round hole.
You don't get square holes.
To Jonathan's point, you see Grade 1 underneath her, right? She's won a Grade 1. She's been competitive in Grade 2. She's a multiple Grade 3 winner. There's nobody in here has that credential. No. Nobody.
The upside, Paul, for Table Flirt. There she is.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, here's a horse that I think that Bill Mott kind of toiled with a little bit on the main track, synthetic, and now I think he's going to keep her on the turf. Now, I think she's getting played off a troubled trip. Now, you never know how that's going to go, because she did have a little bit of trouble. Is she good enough to beat Fionn today?
I actually think she had even more than a little bit of trouble. I thought maybe you could have made a case she could have been best if she ever just would have had a clear path for a 16th of a mile. Through no fault of Junior Alvarado's, always having to pick and pack and try to find a spot. And then she was finishing again after he had a steady inside the 16th pole. Listen, I have no doubt that Fionn's going to be very tough to beat. She's won at the highest level. But the fact that she's running a little shorter than maybe is her best, off of a layoff, I thought Table Flirt was the one that had upset potential.
Whitney winning combo. Alvarado Mott with Sovereignty. That's Table Flirt. Shotgun Wedding. There she is. And the sales pitch ends at Jose Ortiz. Right, just Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just riding in such great form. And like any other athlete, jockeys are athletes. It's confidence. You know, when you're going up to the plate swinging, Paul, and you believe you're going to hit it, chances are you're going to have a better chance of hitting it.
No, though, I always tell everybody the first thing you do is you defeat yourself before you get in the box. You might as well not get in the box. So I would think the same thing again on a racehorse. If you're not committed to your mount, you might as well just stop riding. It seems like Jose and his brother, hopefully he gets back quickly. The one thing I wish I did better, not give away certain at-bats at certain times, maybe in a game Tuesday against Pittsburgh. These guys are Thursday, and they're riding, and I give them a lot of credit to be riding hard at every race.
The metaphor when the baseball looks like a beach ball, it's looking like a beach ball right now to that rider, Jose Ortiz. To Acacia.
Yeah, he's been seeing the ball very clearly, that's for sure. And Shotgun Wedding will be my pick in here. I have the utmost respect for Fionn, and she has potentially the most class in this field, but as we've talked about, this is not her ideal distance, and she is coming back off the bench. So I went with a horse that I didn't think was going to be pace compromised with Shotgun Wedding. She actually broke on top from the rail last time out before dropping back. Now, one thing that I've noticed about Jose, especially as he's been riding so sharply here throughout this meet, is that he's been able to get horses a little bit more forward, get them into the running of the race, which I appreciate. I think there's a clear pace setter in here, but hoping that maybe she or potentially the number 4, Ready to Jam, might be kind of right up on their heels and not be compromised, whereas that's something I do fear with your favorite Fionn. But talking about the horse that potentially holds the key to this race, Maggie, we know where Spinning Colors will likely be early on.
And she loves being on the lead, Acacia. She looks to be the lone speed in here. Like I said, like Brad Cox said, he does not foresee Ready to Jam being as naturally fast as her. The thing with Spinning Colors, though, this year, she has been reluctant to go to the gate. First time back here for Mark Hennig at Saratoga, she was freezing on the racetrack. They could not get her to move forward. Last time, it was a sprint race. They had to jog her the entire way around the racetrack the wrong way to get to the 6-furlong start of that turf race. Today, however, she is behaving better than any of those 2 other starts. She looks better as well, and let's face it, now I don't think there's a bias on this racetrack by any means, but I do think that the fact that she looks to be lone speed could potentially be dangerous as she gets reunited here with Johnny Velasquez, who does know her well and knows how to deal with her. As you see, they are circling behind the gate before anybody else gets out there, just so she doesn't pull those antics. But overall, she's just been handling herself so much better than what she did in those last 2 starts. She could be dangerous here, getting back to what she wants to do, and that is go this mile on the turf course, Lafitte.
Sticking with the baseball metaphors, Richie, Maggie grooving you a fastball into the conversation of race shape here, starting with Spinning Colors.
Yeah, I mean, Spinning Colors, and I agree that maybe she hadn't been showing as much speed earlier this season, but I think Mark Hennig dropped her into a turf sprint to sharpen up that speed. Look at the pace she comes out of that she was chasing. 21-1, 42-4. This isn't on the downhill course at Santa Anita. This is on the flat. That's flying, and I think that makes Spinning Colors even sharper early today.
Yeah, I look, they got to send her away from there. She's not being bet, though, like in a race where it feels like everyone in the world knows that she's probably loose in here. I don't think they'll send the 4 aggressively. You heard Brad say that she's been training well in the morning, not running well in the afternoon. They're trying to figure her out. She's not going to be out here as some sort of experimental rabbit. And look, I understand Fionn wants longer. She went like 4 times at a mile on a 16th. She'll be fine.
Massive edge in class. How much rust? Fionn, 4-5 at post time. Frank Miramati with the call, the 6th from the Spa, live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Ready to Jam going in. And Spinning Colors. Goes in. And they're off. Table Flirt hopped awkwardly and is toward the back of the field, as the lead will belong to the front-running Spinning Colors, who loves that front end and takes command at once. Ready to Jam is in second. They're followed by Shotgun Wedding, their single file. Table Flirt is second to last. And Fionn at the back of the field. Around the first turn, Spinning Colors, left alone on the front end, has a 2.5 length advantage over Ready to Jam. The opening quarter in 25 1/5 seconds. In behind them, Shotgun Wedding inching forward and wants to get very close, within 2 lengths of Spinning Colors coming to the half-mile pole. Then Table Flirt as they've taken much closer order, and at the back is Fionn. Continuing their run toward the far turn, Spinning Colors went the half in 49 4, leads over Ready to Jam. On the inside, Shotgun Wedding is third. 2 back to Table Flirt. Fionn has trailed throughout. 5 lengths, front to back. The move coming from Ready to Jam, trying to attack Spinning Colors at the top of the stretch. Junior Alvarado swings Table Flirt to the outside for the drive. Inside of her, Shotgun Wedding. Fionn is still last and making no headway now. Coming to the 16th pole, and here is Table Flirt trying to get to this gutsy Spinning Colors. Spinning Colors, Table Flirt. Spinning Colors or Table Flirt. Spinning Colors keeps going. Table Flirt. Table Flirt got up. Spinning Colors, heartbreaking defeat. Behind them, Shotgun Wedding and Ready to Jam.
Driving finish in the 6th at Saratoga. Table Flirt running down a stubborn Spinning Colors in the shadow of the wire.
Well, she just got worked out a really nice trip after not braking very sharply under Junior Alvarado. Instead of having to run through traffic like a open field runner, this time she was able to angle to the clear, got that unencumbered run, and was able to run down Spinning Colors, who got everything her own way on the lead.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, Johnny V did all he could. 1:15 almost for the 6 furlongs. And like, I think JK hit the nail on the head. She just can't. The only way she was going to win that race is did what she did, and Table Flirt still ran her down.
Yeah, I mean, they both ran well. I would say Spinning Colors didn't really have an excuse. I will say this about Fionn. I don't care if they're going 1 mile and an 1/8.
That wasn't a distance thing. That didn't feel like a distance thing.
She didn't fire at all.
No.
Non-factor. Both of you zeroed in, yes?
Yeah,
on Table
Flirt. Just off of that tough trip last time. Got that unencumbered outside run today after saving ground early. And I will say this, and now, you know, some people don't believe in gallops at all. Fionn caught them midway of the first turn and galloped out like a wild horse. Maybe it was just a mile was way too sharp for her.
See what's next for Fionn as Table Flirt, Junior Alvarado going to work Johnny V, and Spinning Colors. Game effort, reaching for the wire. She ran too good to lose this afternoon, Spinning Colors.
She did. Yeah, I mean, if you had her, you nailed this as being a slowly paced race. They went 49 to the half. Almost 1:15 3/4, and you got the horse at 6-1, and you get snapped by a 5-2 shot. You're allowed to be frustrated.
Yeah.
3-6-2-4. Table Flirt. Jonathan's like, let's get to card talk. Latest installment, Card Talk, just dropped with an attitude. Hey, some bad boys. Provenzano, Kinchin. Look at that. Accessorized high rollers in a slow roller. That's next.
It's going down. I'm your captain. It's going down. I'm your captain.
You're watching Saratoga Live on FS2. As always, brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Table Flirt runs down Spinning Colors. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott. Paul moves ahead with this late pick 4 ticket. 3-6-2-4, the disappointment. Fionn, as you mentioned, Richie, keeping an eye on her. If you believe in gallop outs, that was a solid gallop out.
Yeah, I mean, she did not do much running during the race, but maybe the mile was just the pace and the distance too sharp for her. But midway about the far turn, or the first turn, I should say, excuse me, she blew by everybody when it didn't count.
And you see the setup is Table Flirt spins to the outside, and Fiona in the back just not grabbing it. You can see left-handed urging. She's going to take off here soon, but it's down to the 3 and 6 here to the wire. The 2 try to sneak up the rail. I'll tell you what, no fault to Jose Ortiz. He gave that horse the best trip.
Yeah, he threaded his way through traffic, and that's one of the things a jockey has to do, assess from where they're at, how much horse they have underneath them. Can they afford to lose ground, or they got to take chances on the inside?
Jonathan's still like, when are we getting to car talk? When's it happening? Coming up very soon, Table Flirt over Spinning Colors, 3-6-2-4. What's going on here?
I don't know if Tyler Gaffalion got thrown from his mount. That's maybe on the gallop out. We'll see if we can get some information.
Did you see anything, Richie?
I didn't see anything. It was off camera, whatever took place. So.
We'll pass along any information as soon as we receive that information. First things first, to Acacia in the winner's circle with Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott.
Yes, we do have an update coming for you, but I can tell you Tyler Gaffalion walked off, gave me a thumbs up, said he's okay, which is good news. But pleased to be joined by winning trainer Bill Mott with Table Flirt. She did not have an easy trip last time. Got the nice clear run outside today.
Yeah. Last time, I mean, it was just, everywhere she went. I mean, he had to steady a little bit or wait a little longer than he wanted to, or didn't have the room that was necessary. And today she had a nice clean trip and she was able to run him down.
It seems that she's really found her home on the grass.
I think so. She'll do both, but probably a tick better on the grass. I mean, it's one of those, a filly that, if a race happens to come off the turf or whatever, you don't mind taking an opportunity to give her a shot on the dirt. But I think all in all, she's probably a tick better on the grass.
Always nice to have those options, but of course, coming up in the Birdstone, you'll send out last year's winner, Parchment Party, as well as Stars and Stripes, both of them coming out of the Suburban. What have you seen from that try?
They both are doing well, and both deserve to run. Of course, Parchment Party has proven over this kind of trip, so he's probably deservedly may wind up being the favorite, and he should be. If he fires his best shot, he's going to be tough to handle in there, but the other horse is proven at like a mile and a quarter, 9.5 furlongs, lack of places to run him, and we're just going to give him a shot in there today at the 1 3/4. It's kind of an unknown until you do that, but he's doing well enough. Hopefully we can get a big piece of it with him.
Thanks for the insight, Bill, and congratulations here.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Table Flirt, Junior Alvarado, over Spinning Colors, big effort, shotgun wedding, 3-6-2. Paul, we didn't get your thoughts on the Birdstone right at the top of the show. You were hanging out with champions, totally understandable, and we will get your Birdstone thoughts. But first, an update on jockey Tyler Gaffalion to Maggie Wolfendale.
But you heard Acacia say, yes, he is fine. But when he was bringing Fionn back to get unsaddled, when he pulled up, she popped up and head-to-head contact. And he said he was seeing stars a bit, got a little dizzy. So obviously the attending EMTs came over and talked to him, but he is fine. Just took him by surprise, I'd say. And I know getting hit in the head by a horse with their own head, it's a lot harder than ours, Lafitte.
You've been there, Richie.
Yeah, unfortunately, and the pole of a horse's head, top of their head, other than their hoofs, is the hardest part of a horse's body. So hard, in fact, the first time I broke my neck, the doctors kind of theorized that the horse's head hitting me in the face first actually broke my neck. And then when I got launched through the air, because I was already unconscious and hit the ground, it shattered my neck. But it was the impact from that. So her throwing her head back and catching him there, trust me, he felt that. That is no joke.
The concussion protocol in place when something like that happens?
Has to go to first aid and get checked out, make sure that his pupils dilate properly and he's all there. long way from the heart. These men and women that ride these horses are pretty tough. I'm sure we'll see them in the next race.
Hopefully no worse for wear Tyler Gaffleone as we get set for this upcoming 7th race in about 21 minutes. Turf sprinters this time. Field and updated odds, fillies and mares. Shoot It True. Make the Rider Jose Ortiz was supposed to be ridden by Arad Ortiz. Brother Jose in the saddle. Along those same lines, who will ride Old Crazy Bone in the Christophe Clement? It was Arad Ortiz named to ride. Needs a replacement. Whoever it is, it won't be able to find them during the running of the race. Even when you're not looking for those colors, you see those colors. The hot pink of Flying P Stables. Where did the name come from? Where did the colors come from? Jay Provenzano, this week's guest on Cart Talk, with a very dappled out Jonathan Kinchin.
Jay, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, JK?
You grew up around this, huh? It's been in your blood since you were a little guy.
Since I was born into it. My father rode. Ever since I can remember, I was, on a horse and stuff, and going across the street at Belmont and helping out over there and getting on the ponying out with my father, and it's in the blood.
Jay, a couple years ago, you had a pretty special summer here. 17 wins. You were in contention for the owner's title. What was that run like?
Whew. That run was like, you couldn't even script it. It was like the whole track was pulling to see the underdog, It was an absolute amazing summer. It had come off a less than par summer the year before. I had one win. That high walking down to the winner's circle is something that can't be replaced. But yeah, no, not a better feeling in the world.
Where'd you get the name Flying P?
My daughters were like, can we pick out the colors? I said, okay, what do you want to do? And the one's color was pink and the other one said black. And I said, listen, I don't care. As long as I see the P flying down the middle of the track, that's all I care about.
You got Old Crazy Bone in this weekend, $100,000 claim, going to try to win a Grade 1. Talk about Old Crazy Bone.
Remarkable claim. We happened to get him with the intentions were one thing, stretch him a little further, go to Kentucky Downs.
Flavian Pratt on Old Crazy Bone takes the Turf Cup and takes it comprehensively.
We got the money, and we had to pass the free ticket. And our first marathonish race was the Bowling Green.
It's going to be Old Crazy Bone leading them.
Got a little scary at the end, to say the least. The next spot, keep him right here for the Christophe Clement. And we'll see how it unfolds.
By the way, thanks for letting me hold some of this. Well, where'd you get your style from, Jay?
It's enjoying some of the finer things, that I didn't have as a kid and stuff. And I learned I had open heart surgery at like 30 years old, that it can all be over in 1 second, And from that moment on, when I came home from St. Francis, I promised myself that I would enjoy life like it could just be over tomorrow. And at the end, I have no regrets.
If Old Crazy Bone goes on to win the Breeders' Cup Turf, would that purse be more or less the jewelry that I have on right now?
Not a purse would be more. I think it's a $5 million thing, but you're flossing for sure. You're staying Gucci for sure. If he does win it, that's yours. The white gold one, that's yours. We'll put that on the line right now. All right?
There we go. Well, Jay, I wish you the best of luck this weekend. I'll be rooting for Old Crazy Bone. I got a rooting interest now.
You do. Yeah. You got it, JK.
All right, take care.
All right. JK, the jewelry.
You just jacked Jake Provenzano?
Try to.
Everybody loves a robbery, especially sponsors. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. That white gold set works for you.
I got to tell you, I usually root for horses in the Breeders' Cup because the Breeders' Cup betting challenge, that might be a race I'll have to sit out and root only for old Crazy
We
Bones.
got to bling out some dice for you for that cart, man. Oh, that was awesome.
I like the little getaway. Are you sure you're not from Brooklyn?
Yeah, I tried.
Old Crazy Bone, yeah, in a terrific edition of the Christophe Clement. Always entertaining, always fun. Great stuff, JK. Cart Talk brought to you by Gainesway. Horses in the paddock. And there's the horse to beat. Shoot It True. But is he the horse to bet? Currently 3-5. That's the question. Bet the favorite or beat the favorite. Next on Saratoga Live.
Explorer puts on a dazzling display in the test.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The joy of traveling well is feeling at home, yet a million miles away from home. Discovering new flavors, or savoring the ones you already love. Not knowing what lies beyond the horizon, but knowing what matters most to you. This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Before the charge, there is the wait, the stillness, every muscle ready. They have carried us through every fight we ever dared to begin. 250 years ago, on this ground, a new nation found its footing on the backs of horses that would not flinch. Their kind still stands here. His name is Bucero.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back. You're watching Saratoga Live. And on Sunday, many will be watching Corgi Cup 2 and Richie strategizing to any owner who will listen.
Please, if you've got a Corgi in this Corgi Cup, whoever's receiving the dog at the finish line, back up about 5 or 6 feet. Make that dog run through the wire. You don't want them anticipating the wire, putting their toes in the ground and getting beat a Corgi nose, do you?
Wow.
They slow up.
But what if
He's
they
right.
can't see the person?
Get loud, man. Come on. They got to know your voice.
That
And
is
make
kinda-
sure you got some nice liver treat there at the end.
Only makes sense. Only makes sense.
Are Corgs of War coming
up.
back?
They'll run through the wire. Corgi Cup 2 Sunday. Live coverage on Saratoga Live. Field for the 7th. You see the updated odds. Philly Mare Turf Sprinters. $125,000 purse to Acacia in the paddock as we look at the favorite. Acacia, Shoot It True. What's she showing you?
The same thing she always does, Lafitte, as we see with almost all of the Wesley Ward trainees at Saratoga. They are kept away from the rest of the field, saddled outside by that number 3 tree. She has been held by a lead pony throughout, which is all normal for her. She is one that can get a little bit revved up, a little bit rambunctious prior to the races. So they saddled her outside with that pony. Again, all normal stuff. And she's on her toes since then. She looks fit, and she has consistently, as her overall body of work, potentially run the fastest numbers in here. But she's not exactly been a winning type. Now, last time out, Roja did wire the field. This filly was off the pace, chasing in the 2 path, and we saw Roja come back to win another stake after that, so flattering that company. and she ran on. My question is some of her races prior to that, where she's been close, but has taken some money and not necessarily been able to get it done. She is definitely, I think, in many ways the horse to beat, but I do think there are some other really intriguing horses in here. I wanted to take a look at the number 4, Quiet Confidence, who ran exceptionally well last time out off the layoff for Jimmy Ryerson. My notes said last time that she just looked quite heavy off the bench and looked like she really needed one, and she nearly won, even still, just getting beat a nose. She looks far more fit today. She is one that always does get a little bit hot in the paddock, and she wears those cheek pieces. So 2 pieces of fleece on either side. It serves the similar function as a blinker cup, but it's a little bit more open, and in particular useful for horses seeing behind them. If you go over to the National Museum of Racing and check out those horse eyes, you can see that horses have such a wider line of sight than we do, and those cheek pieces are very helpful to close her in just a little bit. But she has speed, and I think she has every right to move forward. Second off the bench for Jimmy, who with a limited number of starters has had some big upsets and some very nice runners in here. But Maggie, talking about intriguing horses, there's a very interesting one cutting back.
That's right. That is Opulent Restraint, Acacia. As I was standing here in the paddock and Bill Mott strolled in from the Winner's Circle interview and said, "Don't even ask me." And I said, I wasn't. But I think it's an interesting experiment with this filly who is a bit of a free running type when it comes to her longer races. She does get very aggressive pre-race, much like her Damn Significant Form did. And so I don't know what trip she pulls here. Is, 5.5 just a little bit too sharp? Would I prefer it being 6? Yes, absolutely. But at the end of the day, while she is a bit bigger, she's actually very built downhill. So she's got those elevated hindquarters, and given the fact that she's so high strung and doesn't want her face being taken a hold of, you mitigate that when you cut her back in distance. So I do find her somewhat intriguing. Bill also said, you start to wonder when these fillies and mares come back, sometimes they just decide that they're done with it. They'd rather be mamas. And the fact that she just gave up last time, he does have that slight concern. But I think at the end of the day, you have to exhaust all your options. And like I said, she gives the feeling that she might be okay doing this. As we'll move on to a horse that's coming in off of a win, in fact, a stakes win for Highway Harmony. She's a pretty cool mare. She's 6 for 20 lifetime. This was her first start for Amelia Green in that John Hettinger. She was purchased for $50,000 at the Fasig-Tipton digital sale. And I really liked her that day because she was lone speed. It was a weird turf sprint where there wasn't any true turf sprinters, and she was kind of the only one that you knew would be forwardly placed in there. But like I said, there is a difference between 6 and 5.5, and there's obviously some other speed types in here, like Quiet Confidence too. So what trip does she get today? She is a bit more of a laid back type as opposed to some of the others in here that do have that early speed. She is a bit more tucked up and drawn up overall relative to her last start. I respect her for her abilities, Lafitte, but I don't know if this is the right scenario.
The race shape work against her. We'll find out in 8 minutes. Maggie Ryder's up. That's Highway Harmony. She's 3-1. Looking at Opulent Restraint, and then the odds-on favorite in Shoot It True. Jonathan, so here's the question. One of the most common, any race, anywhere. Are you betting the favorite or trying to beat the favorite?
I'm going to try to beat the favorite. But the only reason I'm going to try to beat the favorite, outside of that, I think the 3 is very talented, is because the last 4 times I've tried to bet Shoot It True, she's stuffed me in a locker. I'm not joking. I have bet her in her last 4 starts. I made a huge bet on her October 31st, the day before the Breeders' Cup Saturday, on Breeders' Cup Friday. I made a huge bet on her in the contest, and she was nowhere. She continuously disappoints me. I think Highway Harmony's last race was the best race of all of these horses. I will take the 3-1, and I will try to beat the favorite. Lafitte?
So it's personal.
It's always personal.
It's not something like you can't be short. You're a gambler. Can't let emotion be a part of it. See how it all unfolds. Post parade. There's Abiento And look out for her in the stretch.
Yeah, big, deep closer, like you said. She's never missed a board here at Saratoga.
She is quick. Another look at Highway Harmony.
Yeah, she's on some kind of roll, looking for her 5th in a row.
3-1 currently. To her outside, Quiet Confidence. Yeah, she's fast.
To be fair, I wouldn't have a problem betting this horse to try to beat the favorite in this spot. I just think Shoot It True's overbet.
Number 5, Opulent Restraint. Twice Grade 1 placed. First career sprint.
Yeah, she's the X factor here, right? Because cutting back a distance, you don't really know what you're going to get, but she obviously has a ton of talent.
She going to stuff you in the locker again? We'll find out. Shoot It True, odds on.
Yeah, if she does this time, at least I'll be on the good side of the attempt to beat an odds-on favorite.
High Octane. Turf Sprinters, Fillies and Mares. That's next race 7, Saratoga, 6 minutes out. Shoot It True, her latest appearance, that Grade 2 Intercontinental Belmont Week. She's favored, Richie. Shoot It True right there and with every opportunity.
Yeah, and listen, this is against a much better group. This is Grade 2. But doesn't it feel like it's been a little bit like this with Shoot It True, where she kind of looms up and she's just not finishing the deal? Is it a function of the company she's keeping, or is she just kind of content to run with other horses?
You don't got to tell me twice, Richie.
Yeah, you know, I just think that her gait, well, she's not a great gait horse, right? So she's, if you look back at her 2-year-old races when she ran here last year, or 3-year-old races, she was able to get away with it and pass horses. Now as a newly turned 4-year-old, it's caught up to her a little bit. She does like Saratoga, though. And you listen, she's 3-5 for a reason.
Odds-on favorite, Shoot It True. Circling back to Quiet Confidence, 7-1 currently. Christopher Elliott aboard. There she is. And this is what Acacia was talking about, Quiet Confidence. Her latest outing, mid-July, right here, facing similar Quiet Confidence. Paulie builds a big lead, but she's not home yet.
And she got run down. This is a bad beat if you had her on this day. She was almost 7-1 and capturing a runner down right at the wire. The one in here who was a 7 on that day, is the horse that's going to tote in for 3rd. The issue you have with Quiet Confidence, does she get that kind of a cozy lead with Highway Harmony in here?
Yeah, I don't see her getting as comfortable. I mean, listen, she set fast fractions, but there's been
ran well.
Even faster fractions. She ran extremely well. The other thing, too, is Chris Elliott, now having experience with her and knowing that she can blitz off like that, I guarantee you he breaks a little quieter on her and allows her to take him instead of him asking her to take him.
Quiet Confidence. Another look at Opulent Restraint. Remember, it was her. We had Fiona in the last race, who beat Nitrogen in the Grade 1 Belmont. Part of the reason she beat Nitrogen was how hard Nitrogen had to work to get by that filly right there, Opulent Restraint.
I don't think anyone's going to argue with the talent that Opulent Restraint has. I think she hasn't really lived up to it. And I think when you have a horse who has talent, who hasn't lived up to it, one of the things that you can do is try something different. Maybe they've just tricked you a little bit. And I remember in her 2-year-old year, Chad Brown was very high on Opulent Restraint. And you got to understand he was high on her because of the way she was working in the morning, going shorter distances. Maybe, just maybe, she's going to get some pace to close into. I think she's extremely live in here. I would prefer to have the 3, a win ticket on the 3, the 4, or the 5 over the 6.
Really on the muscle. And Maggie thought, just by observing her, this might work for her, this first career sprint for Opulent Restraint.
Well, she's going to get out-footed, right? She's been on the lead going longer. She's going to get out-footed, Paul, and it's going to make her closing kick that much more intense.
Yeah, I mean, you look at her races, and when you're looking at a horse that's going to cut back in distance, you obviously want to see a horse that has shown speed. She was coming out of 1 1/8 races, but at least in those mile races, she has shown some pace, clipped off 110s a couple of times. I don't know if she'll be that far back, but she's dangerous in here.
Opulent Restraint. There's Quiet Confidence, who tends to run warm. Right back to Maggie.
Yeah, guys, I do find Opulent Restraint interesting here, but that's too short of a price on a horse trying to do something for the first time as the second choice. I know it's a short field. Give me the price that we have right now on Quiet Confidence, as going back to what I saw from her last year, now as a 5-year-old, she has really filled out that frame, which you hope horses do as they reach that, full physical maturity as 5-year-olds, and she really has. And I'm sure what Acacia said was true, and that she probably looked as though she needed that start last time out because she is such a heavier mare. She's kept it together, and going back and reflecting on what Richie said about Chris Elliott maybe just being a little bit more quiet, well, that's the warm-up that we've seen from him on her as well. They let everybody else clear off. They broke into a nice trot and canter. She's done enough, but he's definitely kept her a little bit more quiet. Acacia, I know you like this mare too. I think she's very live here, but for more, we'll check in with you about Abiento.
And she is one from the rail, Maggie, that would love some pace to develop up front, as we are on the same page as far as the win contender is concerned. But as far as Abiento, she came back off of a layoff last time out, and she ran well in that same race. But the winner, capturing, just had much better momentum, and Quiet Confidence was the one on the lead. Now, Abiento, she is a teeny tiny filly. There is not much of her. I remember reading, I think it was last year, that Mark Cassie's barn actually had to get a custom-made bridle for her because her head and just her body were so much smaller than your typical thoroughbred. Now, she has filled out a little bit coming back as a 4-year-old, but one thing I will say is, for her standards, she does look a bit stronger today, now second off the bench. It's been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle, but in large part, I think that's because she's one of those deep closing sprinters that JK always talks about that sometimes just doesn't get the right kind of setup. We'll see if she gets it here today. She's a generous price, and maybe her closing kick will find her in the right spot, second off that layoff, Lafitte.
The table should be set, Acacia. Abiento, because of the quick fillies in here among them, the one you're all on the 3, you're all on Highway Harmony.
Yeah, but Highway Harmony is going to have to face other speeds. Not that she needs the lead. She's won from up the pace. But that last effort, when she just ran, fast early and continued, is the race I'm hoping that she runs. But Abiento, she's a true closer in a race packed with speed.
I mean, she's that claiming 17.5 race she ran, 1:33. I'm sure there's other claimers at Gulfstream Park were wondering what the heck happened. But she's turned over a new leaf at 6 years old. And I don't with JK, what do you think? I mean, I think she goes to the front, but I think she can put away the 4 in here, or even go around if she has to.
Yeah, I mean, in turf sprints, a lesson I learned a long time ago is a mistake I think people make a lot is they see a lot of speed in the race and they assume it has to fall apart. Turf sprints don't always fall apart. The speed of the speed wins. I think the 3 is the speed of the speed. If it happens to fall apart, which it certainly could, I prefer the 5.
Paul, who's on your late pick 4 ticket here?
The 3 and the 6. I think the other key, the 3 ran such a giant race. Time she gets Lasix back. This isn't a stakes race. She looks tremendous on the racetrack.
Yep.
Highway Harmony, Richie, and Quiet Confidence. Who do you think is quickest? Who do you think is in front when the field hits a far turn?
Well, I think there's more urgency with the speed drawn inside, which is the 3 Highway Harmony. And we've seen Edgar Zayas. Nice to see him back in the saddle, coming back off of a injury, sounded like an uncomfortable injury of his toe. It has shown to be aggressive, and she did go a sub 43 half last time at Aqueduct. I know the turf was fast, but that's still rolling. I mean, push comes to shove, I think the 3 Highway Harmony makes the lead here, especially with Quiet Confidence getting a quieter warm-up, and Chris Elliott knowing better than to maybe kind of squeeze her leaving the gate, because she basically ran away with him last time.
Good race, fun race, lots of questions. Who's quickest early? Can Opulent Restraint sprint? Will Shoot It True stuff Jonathan in the locker? Once again, she's odds on it. Post time. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 7th, live from the Spa on Fox Sports 2.
Loading into the gate. Here's Quiet Confidence going in. Opulent Restraint. And Shoot It True completes the line. And they're off. Quiet Confidence, so fast out of the gate, goes right to the lead. Highway Harmony is in second, heavily favored Shoot It True in third, Opulent Restraint and Abiento down the backstretch, and Quiet Confidence sizzling, 3.5 length lead. Highway Harmony second. They're followed by Shoot It True into the far turn, the opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds, 4 lengths back, Opulent Restraint. Abiento starting to pick it up from behind. It's Quiet Confidence confronted by Highway Harmony, who's moving in, as is Shoot It True third. Abiento takes fourth, top of the lane. Highway Harmony is up to take the lead. Shoot It True chasing with a nice big kick on the outside. They're coming into mid-stretch, and Shoot It True has taken command, opening up through the lane, putting Highway Harmony and Abiento behind. That's 4 for Jose Ortiz. Shoot It True scores easily. Highway Harmony, Abiento.
10 of his last 14. Jose Ortiz, Shoot It True, Jonathan. Does it again.
Where was that when I needed it?
She broke right on the button.
You know who broke right on the button?
Before, my goodness. Look, I kind of look like she broke and beat the gate, Mig.
Yeah, let's see. We're going to see when the doors move and when she moves. And we're keeping an eye on number 4 here.
She timed it perfect. My goodness.
Now, she just started forward before the doors were actually opening, so she hit that seam just as the doors fully opened. I mean, you can't have better timing than that.
Wow, crazy.
It's like she had a running start.
Yeah. You know what?
When we're talking about run-up, it's like she had a running start.
Yeah, and we've talking about Shoot It True. Her problems has been at the gate. Well, no such thing today, and she just glided by these horses late.
Talk about a confident handling from Jose Ortiz here, subbing for his brother Irad, turning for home. Everybody else, he let everybody else start riding. Their bodies were already dropped down on their horses. Their hands were urging, and he was still sitting up there like he was out for a ride in Central Park. And then when he asked her, it was over.
4 wins on the day in this sport, race riding, training horses. When you lose 80% of the time, that's Hall of Fame material, right? The wins at a 20% clip, that's what you aim for. Jose Ortiz, what he is doing right now, 10 wins in his last 14, right? Even if they were all favorites, which they haven't been, that's mind-boggling.
Now, his 4th win of the day today, he's hitting it better than 25% now on the meet here in Saratoga. He's been riding in incredible form. Oh, and by the way, winning all the right races too. Kentucky Derbies, Belmonts, Dubai World Cups, you name it. And he's riding in incredible form, and his agent Steve Russian has to be talked about in the equation. He's able to negotiate the waters. The biggest problem when you've got 2 riders as popular as Irad and Jose Ortiz is keeping people from getting mad at you when you can't ride their horse. So he's been able to kind of juggle and negotiate those waters.
Can we give Steve Russian the Eclipse Award?
Right? I tell you what, we were talking about Jose being on fire 3 months ago. The Kentucky Derby was 3 months ago.
Yep.
He's still on fire.
Still on fire.
Jose Ortiz, Shoot It True, odds-on favorite. Delivers 6-3-1-5. Speaking of a Belmont win, a Travers win, a Champagne win, Birdstone, so much more than just the horse that denied Smarty Jones a Triple Crown. That's next as we look ahead to the Thursday feature. You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by Gainesway, power, passion, performance. What a performance by the odds-on favorite, Shoot It True, Jose Ortiz with the 4 wins. Another pickup mount. Rod Ortiz, his brother, was scheduled to pilot. Jose jumps in the cockpit, guides her home, and Shoot It True now 3 for 4 at Saratoga. To Maggie in the winner's circle.
Please be joined here at Lafitte by Jack Anderson, a Smart Choice stable co-owner of Shoot It True. And Jack, I think she needed a little confidence boost, and boy, did she get it today.
She definitely did. I think that rain helped a little bit for her, too. She's really, I think the wet helped a little bit because she's got some good pedigree in the wet. So I think that helped her out a lot, you know. But Jose did a great job, just like his brother would have done. Yeah.
These pickup mounts for Jose have been lucky from his brother.
He said he's getting tired of winning all these races.
I'm sure it never gets old, though, at the end of the day. Jack, this is not your first winner of the meet either. As you had Wood Island, rained off, unfortunately. It didn't matter, but I spoke to George Weaver after that win, and he said, yeah, he's definitely a turf horse. So exciting end of the meet for you.
Yeah, he's looking at the Skidmore, so we'll see what happens when we get around that time. But, you know, that'll be great. If we get that one over with and we can win that one, we'll probably move on to Kentucky, to the Breeders' Cup. Yeah.
That is a good plan to have. Boy, he's a good-looking son of Jackie's Warrior, too.
Yeah, Jackie's Warrior. There were 4 Jackie Warriors in that race. 2 of them scratched because they took it off the grass, but it was a good race, though, all in all. So let's see how he does on the grass, you know.
Jack, I got a question for you. You a Boston guy?
Yes. Am I talk funny?
Just a little. Jack, congratulations. Absolute pleasure talking with you here in the winner's circle.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Lafitte.
Red Sox going well. A win at Saratoga. Shoot It True. Jose Ortiz over Highway Harmony. Aviento 6-3-1 in the 7th and 9 at Saratoga. And this is what we're talking about. Look at that, Paulie. 4 and counting. I'd be smiling too, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, and, you know, obviously the win prices aren't what you really like, but it doesn't matter at this point when he keeps on bringing them in. And I think a lot of those win prices have to do how much of a fire he is right now. He's got the 6th horse in this race, right? Interceptor. Looking for his 5th.
The 7 Jokestar, who he was talking with Megan earlier. He sounded pretty confident with Jokestar, trying to prevent Parchment Party from going back-to-back in the Birdstone.
Well, he did run Parchment Party to a half a length in the Temperance Hill at Oaklawn, going a mile and a half. Maybe we're getting into more of Parchment Party's territory with the 1 3/4. I mean, he wants to run from here to the Rocky Mountains, that horse. I mean, he just has stamina. He keeps getting air. I appreciate, admire these horses. We've put such a premium on speed. We've gotten away from that stamina influence a little bit. So horses like this, to me, they mean a lot.
It's all endurance. It's what makes the feature exciting and fun today. The Birdstone, a 1 3/4 on dirt in honor of, the horse who denied Smarty Jones a Triple Crown Birdstone, Jonathan, but a Champagne winner as well as a Travers winner in this moment never to be forgotten by any horse racing fan.
No, we got to see it a couple times last week with the Whitney and seeing Mary Lou apologizing after the race. One of Tom Durkin's greatest calls, in my opinion, because of the emotion when he kind of just dropped down when he said Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
He was expressing what all of us were feeling, wanting to see a first Triple Crown winner in a long time. What doesn't get discussed enough about this race? Richie and Birdstone's performance and his ability to reel in Smarty Jones late.
Well, one thing about it, Birdstone wasn't, way out of it and just caught, a tired horse. Yes, Smarty Jones was tired, but it wasn't as though he just picked him off late. He was within proximity of that pace, and he just came grinding relentlessly, wouldn't give it up. Not a very big horse, but his stamina got him home.
Yeah, the Kentucky Derby that year was a bog. Lionheart and Smarty Jones kind of went around the racetrack, and I think his finish in the Kentucky Derby kind of got hit, and he was just a better racehorse than that. He came back, and I think he franked himself in the Travers because the Cliff's Edge was a good horse too. So, you got to keep going. Like you said, the Champagne at 2, he wins the Travers at 3. He was a pretty good horse. And he won his first race, the main special weight at 6 furlongs. So that horse went from 6 furlongs all the way to, 1.5 miles. So pretty good horse.
All too fitting. He debuted on a Whitney Day here at Saratoga. Birdstone for everything he accomplished, and she owned Birdstone as Jonathan mentioned she actually apologized when Birdstone beat Smarty. That's who she was, Mary Lou Whitney, Queen of Saratoga, indeed sorely missed. Her legacy lives on.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Racing returns to the brand new Belmont Park this September. Get paid to bring new horses to New York with the Big Apple bonus. Each horse can earn up to $8,500. Bonus eligibility based on the horse's prior start or workout location. Both new and existing owners and trainers are eligible. With overnight purses increasing this fall by 15%, there's never been a better time to race at Belmont Park. Take a bite out of the Big Apple bonus. For rules and eligibility requirements, visit NYRA.com/Big Apple bonus.
Blazing Salad. Big Star to get up into the Pacific Classic is Dornick and Luis Saez to win the Belmont Stakes.
$600,000 total. Thank you.
Before your eyes, a landscape unlike any you've ever seen. The pulse of life, a kaleidoscope of culture. And there it awaits. Cheers of triumph that eclipse all joy before it. It's the Journey Japan Cup.
Mary Lou did wonderful things when no one was looking. Once Mary Lou set her mind to doing something, there was no stopping her.
She was a beacon of light in the community, not only in Saratoga, but I'm telling you, her power of being a champion and supporting those always in need, it speaks out around the world.
I mean, really and truly, we owe Saratoga, as we know it today, to Mary Lou Whitney. The hospital, the dance museum, SPAC. Think of all the things that she has meant to this area. There was no reason why she had to do that, except that that was who she was, that was her nature.
Our backstretch workers, they are the sport's unsung heroes. These wonderful people work long hours in dangerous situations while often living in poor conditions. All of us should try more to improve their lives and advance their dignity.
She means a lot to the backstretch. From her smile, from her genuine giving back. They will miss her coming into the backstretch appreciation dinners when she had to do bingo and she would just show up from the tent and everything that she sponsored through the backstretch programs.
It's been 26 years. It's just one furlong away. They're coming down to the finish. Can Smarty Jones hold on? Here comes Birdstone. Birdstone surges past. Birdstone wins the Belmont Stakes.
I'm sorry that Smarty Jones couldn't win. We kept saying to Prado be second.
In victory, and a lot of times you get defeated, but she was so great in victory, and she felt sorry. And she really did, which is amazing. It shows you the spirit she had.
And little Birdstone digs down. The cliff's edge could not get
She fought. I mean, that's a good example for everybody. Don't give up. She just kept at it, you know, and she never wavered. So, great inspiration for all, especially me.
The way she told everyone, these are our horses. It's our responsibility to take care of them, not just when they're racing, but afterward. I've never had a friend like Mary Lou before in my entire life, and I know I'll never have another friend like her.
It didn't matter whether you were a millionaire or you were a guy walking down the street in sneakers, shorts, and a t-shirt. Everybody was a somebody to Mary Lou.
Knowing these people and writing for them is an honor, a privilege, and something that I will never forget. I was very proud when I wrote for the stable. It was to me like I conquered the mountain that I was trying to get up to.
Every once in a while, somebody comes along that makes a difference, and then somebody comes along that makes a huge difference. A tribute to her should last forever.
To all Saratoga, thank you for my wonderful life. May God bless you. And may God shine His love on Saratoga and on this track.
Those colors, that story, her legacy, Mary Lou Whitney. Richie, the best horses she owned, yes, but more significantly, what she meant to Saratoga.
She made Saratoga a destination place. You know, for years, Saratoga was 24 days, and a lot of people don't know this, that they were always awarded 40 racing days. They would defer 16 of those racing days either to Jamaica Racetrack or later on Aqueduct because they handled more money downstate than they did up here. And she realized how important it was to make this town a destination place between the ballet and the opera, you know, I mean, and racing. And her mark is everywhere here. There was a period of time, there were houses boarded up here, Paul, on Union Avenue. And by the time she got done with Saratoga, it's become a 12-month-a-year destination place.
Yeah, I read something the other day. It's now one of the top 3 destinations for weddings. And that has a lot to do with Mary Lou Whitney. I mean, you can go to the convention center downtown. You talked about the Dancing Hall of Fame. SPAC. So much can happen here now, and it's the product of what Mary Lou did and the graciousness she had, too. I mean, it's just unknown.
If not for her, are we here? Today, Saratoga, perhaps something very, very different. And on this Thursday afternoon, horses have arrived for the feature, the Birdstone. You're looking at Parchment Party, Jonathan, trying to go back-to-back in the Birdstone and become just the second ever 2-time winner of this event, joining the likes of Next, who is just a marathoning wrecking ball.
Yeah, I mean, Parchment Party is on his way at least to trying to be what Next was, what Lone Rock was. These horses that really love going the marathon distance on the dirt. Because once they get good, it feels like it's hard for anyone to kind of knock them off. It's just a special horses that really like these added distances. And Parchment Party is looking to do what Next did, which was dominate these distances. And we'll see if he can do that.
Next, Acacia is with us right behind us in the paddock. Yeah, we thought we might maybe see him in this Birdstone today. Not running, obviously. What is the story with Next?
Well, obviously, once we saw his name on the nominations, we were hoping that Next would make the trip here to win another Birdstone, but was not entered in the end. I did get a chance to catch up with his trainer, Doug Cowens, via text message this morning, and really appreciate Doug's candor as he shared that they brought Next back this year with the plan that they were going to run only if he was the same horse that he always has been, and he had been training very well, and they'd mapped out 3 races that they really wanted to participate in this Birdstone, the Greenwood Cup, and the Brooklyn down at Belmont as well. And he said all was going well until his final breeze, where he came back having developed some cellulitis. And cellulitis is a bacterial infection, typically takes place in a hind leg, and can result in some severe swelling, some lameness, and requires rest and antibiotics for the horse. So Doug sharing that Next is now on antibiotics to combat that cellulitis. It is very treatable, but they will see how he reacts to those antibiotics, regroup, and formulate a new plan from there. So hopefully we get a chance to see Next back on the racetrack. But as I said, I really appreciate that update, as he has definitely been a fan favorite.
Great stuff, Acacia. Look forward to seeing Next before long. I won't say he's as popular as he is talented, Richie, but it's but it's close. He has a following.
Oh, he definitely has a following, and I'm one of the next followers. And kind of interesting, Stars and Stripes, who Bill Mott's other horse in here, by Not This Time. Next, by Not This Time. So you know that he can get a marathon runner as well.
At the same time, Not This Time was the sire of the best turf sprinter in the game, Cogburn,
yes,
and the best dirt marathoner at the time in Next.
Wow.
Versatility. To Maggie in the paddock.
And we'll start with the horse that is looking for a repeat here in this Birdstone. That, of course, is number 1, Parchment Party, and he looks the part. He is the best turned out horse in this paddock. I had written down in my notes last time when he tried to go the 1.25 miles in the Suburban that he is just really filled out to his full potential as a 5-year-old. Now, it's evidenced here once again, but also heeding the fact that actually a 1.25 miles is probably too short for Parchment Party. He's back at where he thrives with this 1.75 mile distance on the main track. Looks tremendous in the paddock, and he is a horse that is versatile. He can be adaptable, and John Velasquez knows him so well and will be back aboard again. Moving on, though, to a horse that was a former claimer, and that's number 6, Interceptor, who got very good for Michael Maker. And looking at his 2 races, 2 and 3 back, you know, it was without Lasix, and maybe, you know, the buyer's figures were because also it was just better company, but he does run well without it. And I wonder if that's too because he is a quite lightly framed horse, and sometimes, you know, the Lasix obviously is a diuretic and it'll really kind of draw a horse up, and without it, he looks phenomenal. A horse that never was really that appealing to the eye in the paddock. For him, I think this is one of the best times I've seen him, you know, going even back to earlier this winter and spring at Aqueduct. He is a horse, too, that is built for these distances. He's very long and kind of tubular, and he's just coming in here and looking at him in the paddock, looks as though he's brimming with confidence. He's also a horse I have a little bit of a theory with, in that he kind of likes getting in a fight. He doesn't mind getting in close quarters, and a lot of times it'll spur him on a little bit more. So we'll see how he is ridden today, and I think, too, Michael Maker saying that he probably needed his last race and feels as though that that race sets him up for a big performance today. But for more on Bill Mott's other horse in here, we check in with Acacia.
And it would have been poetic, Maggie, if Stars and Stripes had won the Suburban on July 4th, the last time out, but it was not to be. And as we heard from Bill a little bit earlier on, he said ideally would have liked a 10-furlong race for this horse, who probably has done his best running a touch shorter than this. And Bill had even said to me last time that he's convinced that Stars and Stripes does stay. And he will get the ultimate test in here today, but I think we're going to see him be a little bit more forward than he was last time. I think in the Suburban, the dynamics were totally against him. Phileas Fogg wiring the field, Stars and Stripes caught 3 wide, had to take back and come from off the pace. He is a horse that's very energetic prior to his races. He has been like that from the beginning. You can see him usually get quite washy for his standards, and he's gotten on his toes now that Luis Saez has climbed aboard. He's not washed out, though. He's actually doing better than I have seen him previously. So this energetic momentum we see from him is all normal. And I like that he hasn't gotten too hot as he tries to stretch back out and make amends for that most recent performance. Now, taking a look at the number 7, Joke Star, he is probably the outlier for his sire, Practical Joke, as he has thrived going longer distances. Ran very well behind Parchment Party 2 starts back, where he kind of made that first move and was outfinished by that one. But last time, again, dynamics totally up against him on the synthetic in the Eclipse up at Woodbine. He is physically incredibly convincing to continue stretching out even longer in here to go this 1.75 mile distance. He's big. There's a lot of him. He has a very long stride as well. And he is a horse that can put himself in a little bit of that stalking position, which tactically, if he can get there, which he wasn't last time, might be to his advantage, Lafitte.
Joke Star, Acacia. Earlier, Jose Ortiz telling Megan how well he ran on this particular afternoon after one of his 14 wins today, Jose Ortiz. It was Parchment Party's last victory. Temperance Hill, Oaklawn, Arkansas Derby Day, Richie, they were right alongside, and look how hard Parchment Party has to work to put Joke Star away.
Yeah, Luis Saez, who's was aboard I'm sorry, this was Johnny Velasquez at no, it was Luis Saez. I had it right the first time. He had to put him in a long drive to get close to Jokestar, and he ground him down, but the mile and 3/4 should suit him even better.
Said he watched the races, was impressed. Post-parade for the Birdstone. There's Parchment Party looking to go back-to-back in Johnny V.
Yeah, he's shown that he likes these longer distances, but he's not invincible yet.
And Experience, is he the one to catch?
Well, yeah, everybody's going to have to catch him. He has speed. He's run twice on dirt. Both times it was an off racetrack, and he's 2 for 2. Let's see if he can duplicate that form on dirt going further.
Stars and Stripes, the other Mott trainee. There's Passing Game, and he hurdled last fall at Fair Hills.
Well, one thing about it, you know, coming from Ricky Hendricks, the trainer, he will be fit.
Tyler Gaffleone, headbutt earlier, back in the saddle. There's Weightless, the vet, 28th career start.
Yeah, I feel like they're just trying to find a home for this old fella.
Interceptor, second to Parchment Party in the Isaac Murphy at Churchill.
Yeah, just second best there in that race. I think the extra 1/4 mile of this race helps Parchment Party more than him.
Joke Star, Jose Ortiz, looking for a 5th.
Yeah, our colleague Tom Amos made a good point about this horse, that his rider looked to get a little tired of that Temperance Hill that Parchment Party won.
Corolo Rapido, tall order, but he is improving.
He is improving. Returns as a gelding, is going to have to improve to contend here.
Battle of attrition. Test of stamina and class. 15th running of the Birdstone is next. All eyes on Parchment Party, but Paul and Richie calling for the upset, Paul and Jonathan with Interceptor, and make the rider Javier Castellano.
I just think the 6 falls into the best trip. If you look at the PPs, I just think he's got a little bit of tactical speed where obviously the 2 should go. I think the 8's going to show a little bit more first-time gelding too as well. So I think the 6 falls in a good spot.
Lafitte, I've said it before, I'm a believer that Mike Maker could put you and I in a horse suit and win a 1.5 plus race. I just think that when they start to go a little bit further, he really excels in getting horses ready for that. And while I'm sure Parchment Party deserves to be favored in here and seems to be the horse that's going to appreciate this 1 3/4 the most, we're just not quite sure if some of these others might. Interceptor is one that I think might appreciate it.
And then you look at an Experience and the speed he brings, Richie. He is the one to beat, as seen in this last race here on a wet track, mid-July at Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, both of his efforts getting off turf have just been tremendous efforts. By far and away, the best races of his life. Now, he's only got the 2 tries, and they were both on off racetracks, and both of them were going the mile distance. So he's got another 3/4 mile to negotiate. First time on a fast track, but he's quick, Lafitte, and they're all going to have to run where he's been.
He's a dangerous horse. You know, they gelded him at the beginning of this year, and he's been a different racehorse. It may be getting on dirt and, like you were saying, the sloppy racetracks, but the gelding has obviously helped him, and you got the right rider aboard if you're trying to go gate to wire.
Approximately, what would be a favorable 1/2 mile or 3/4 for an Experience?
Well, we look at last year's. Let's use last year's Birdstone as kind of a benchmark here. They went 3/4 and 1:15 and 3, 1 mile and 42. I think right around those marks, the under/over for a 1/2 for me would be 50. 3/4 would be 15 and 1.
How far can he carry his speed and Experience? 11-1. Another look at Stars and Stripes for Bill Mott in his latest victory. Paulie, 2 starts back in the Ben Ally at Keeneland in April.
It's a good effort. Came out the Oaklawn Park. You know, this is actually the 3rd start in the cycle where Gulfstream Park, Oaklawn to Keeneland, and back-to-back wins in the Ben Ali, 1 mile and 3/16. So going to go a little bit farther. The Suburban race, I think you just draw a line through that and kind of makes him a little dangerous in here. Lightly raced horse, the most lightly raced horse in this field.
Keisha was talking about how energetic he is. Normally you don't associate that kind of pre-race energy with these long distance marathoners.
I want them a little more switched off. I want them off the bridle. I don't want to come out of the gate and worrying about getting a fight with my horse. This is where a horse and rider really have to gel and get along with each other to use their energy in an efficient manner.
The other interesting thing about Stars and Stripes is I can't look back at the old workout reports, but I am almost positive that last summer this horse had like glowing workouts. And I think it was before that July 17th race where the horse went off odds on. You don't see marathon horses getting glowing workout reports. They're typically like grindy, plotty types. So when I say that this horse seems to have a level of talent that if he appreciates this, puts those two things together, he could be very dangerous in this classification of race.
Stars and Stripes to Maggie as we get closer to post time for this Birdstone. Maggie.
Liffey wanted to circle back to Interceptor. He continued to impress out on the racetrack well, moving incredibly well. I think he gets this distance. And like I said, he's very animated. He has a lot of good energy. It's not doing too much as Javier Castellano aboard today and filling in for Rod Ortiz Jr. But I think this horse is very, very dangerous as you see Paul and Jonathan going to him. I went with my boy Parchment Party because I just adore him, but I think Interceptor is the likeliest upsetter. But Acacia, you and I were talking about the somewhat short price on An Experience. He has a big question to answer. Can he handle a fast main track?
A fast main track, distance, open company, stakes company, a lot of things being thrown at An Experience in here today. And he was 9-1 at one point, drifting up a little bit to 11-1 at this point, as he is, of course, the horse that you would imagine will go out to the front end as he has sprint speed. Now, I always felt when he was sprinting that he was one that would appreciate a touch more ground. I liked the mile distance for him, but to go from a mile to a mile and 3/4 is a big ask. I know that his trainer, Jeremiah Engelhardt, has said that he does stay a little bit longer, and we'll see if he can extend his speed. A pretty contained warm-up. He's nice and relaxed, but just as Maggie touched on, this is a horse that has thrived on a wet track, and he is built like that as well. He's lean, he's handy, kind of that lighter frame type that really gets over a wet surface well. See how far he can take things if he's able to do it at this distance, and against this class of horses, Lafitte, that will definitely be a big success for a horse that has been in good form.
Come and catch him if you can. An Experience marching towards the starting gate. Our viewers see all kinds of races here on a day-to-day basis at Saratoga. Richie, how should they watch this race differently, this 3-turn mile and 3/4 dirt affair?
That's it. They're going to break. They're going to run around the far turn, down the stretch the first time, and then they have still another lap to go. So watch the positioning of the riders' bodies. They're going to be standing a little higher in the stirrups. Their hands are going to be further back on the withers, and everything is about getting a horse to settle into their rhythm without doing too much.
If you watch someone and you see someone cheer when they go by the first time, you're supposed to make fun of them.
Frank, they go around twice. Twice, Frank. Frank Mirmati with the call. Post time for the Birdstone live on FS2.
Wait list is in. Interceptor, the third choice behind the Mott pair. Joke Star goes forward. And the last one, Carolo Rapido. Walking up. And they're off in the Birdstone. An Experience gets the first call out of the gate. On the outside of him, Passing Game moves into second, and Stars and Stripes a clear-cut third, followed by Interceptor fourth. Parchment Party is down on the inside. Waitlist is in between horses, and Joke Star outside of that pair, and another 3 to Carolo Rapido. The opening quarter went in 24 4/5 seconds. An Experience sets the pace, prompted by Passing Game, who's a length behind in second. It's another couple back to Interceptor on the outside of Stars and Stripes. They're followed by, on the extreme outside, Joke Star in the orange and yellow colors. Parchment Party is at the rail, waitlist between those two, and Carolo Rapido. 50-3. The first half mile for An Experience, who's left alone on the front end, has a 3-length lead now on Passing Game, loping along in second. They are followed by Stars and Stripes hugging the rail, Interceptor outside of him. Waitlist between horses, Joke Star on the outside, and Parchment Party covered up at the rail, 4 lengths off the lead. Another 2 back to Carolo Rapido. They round the clubhouse turn. With the rain coming down, it's An Experience leading the way by 1.5 lengths. Passing Game has been comfortable in second thus far, gets a little bit closer now. And then it's Stars and Stripes right next to Interceptor. Those two race as a team. On the outside, Jokestar has about 5 or 6 lengths to make up. Parchment Party is down at the rail. Wait list remains between those two. Carolo Rapido is still at the back of the field. Down the back stretch, An Experience, Passing Game. These are the two that come to the half-mile pole. An Experience now has a 2-length lead. Passing Game in second. Interceptor has the yellow cap at the rail. Stars and Stripes gets his cue now, trying to get a little bit closer along the inside. He has 2.5 to make up. In the meantime, Parchment Party is there, followed by Jokestar rounding the far turn, where the new leader is Passing Game. Passing Game makes his move, tries to dash for home as Parchment Party takes up the chase nicely into second. Down at the rail, Stars and Stripes in third there at the top of the stretch. Passing Game in front. Parchment Party on the outside is coming at him as they head to the furlong pole. From last, Carolo Rapido is in third. 16th pole, Parchment Party roused to the lead. Passing Game and Stars and Stripes are battling with him. It's Parchment Party just in front, close to home. Stars and Stripes coming at him. Here's the line. Stars and Stripes by a nose in the Birdstone. Turning away Parchment Party, and Passing Game ran a great race in third. A picture-perfect ride from Luis Saez.
Stablemates, the Belmont trainees, hitting the wire together. Parchment Party and Stars and Stripes in the 2026 Birdstone.
One guy in the building is begging for a dead heat, and his name is Bill Mott.
I think the 3 won this race.
I do too. I think the 3 got his nose down on the wire.
Yeah,
he was
easy.
having trouble getting through. He was running a little bit with the emergency brake on, kind of hung in there. And then finally he gets heads up with the horse on the lead, and he got brave, and he kind of spurted through there. Parchment Party tried to rejoin with him, but this is dead tight.
And lost momentum, Paul, it looks like at the top of the stretch as he makes his move. Stars and Stripes inside.
Yeah, right here,
there.
Tyler Gaffrione shuts the door on him right here. And you got to give Luis Saez a ton of credit. He sticks with it, and you're sticking to yourself. Well, you got only one place to go. You're kind of stuck with it. And he got through, and it seemed like Parchment Party kind of leaning in, and Passing Game just did enough, right?
You see right here when the inside horse, Stars and Stripes, gets his head through the hole completely, that's when he finally dropped his head and really started running. And Parchment Party tried to join in with him, but he had the momentum there. This was an insistent and brave ride by Luis Saez, and Stars and Stripes would not be denied despite maybe a less than perfect trip.
And I think Jonathan, when we did the analysis on this race, I think Jonathan nailed it right in the head. The 1 had the win at the distance. The 3 was probably a little bit more talented, and he showed it today. That was a good call by you, JK.
I mean, look, I think Stars and Stripes now is the type of horse, because of the base of talent that he has. I don't want to take that away from Parchment Party. His talent just is in a different category, which is his stamina. Stars and Stripes is now going to kind of thrust himself into this division, which is a division we don't get to see very often, but when we do see it, he definitely is now a player.
Bill Mott looking on, celebrated his second Whitney win last Saturday with Sovereignty, a second Birdstone now with Stars and Stripes, the Mott Exacta. And Stars and Stripes deserved that one, while Parchment Party, he ran well, trying to defend his title, but Stars and Stripes, who did get crowded at the top of the stretch, and still the bravery and determination that he displayed inside in tight quarters on the rail, classy effort.
Well, he's showing that kind of gameness, determination after already running 1.5 miles. A lot of horses are tired at that point where if they have an excuse to stop, they'll take it. He wouldn't take an excuse. He just dropped his head and kept running.
Thriller. Fitting with the rain falling as it was for that 04 Travers here at Saratoga. The Birdstone goes to Bill Mott. And the Mott trainees run 1-2. Stars and Stripes denies Parchment Party in its title defense.
Want daily bet suggestions from a team of handicapping professionals? Get in on Wager exclusively on the NyraBets app. Powered by an AI data model and decades of racing information, Wager analyzes hundreds of data points from past performances to jockey-trainer combos, all to calculate winning probability. Wager generates AI bets by combining its model with live odds to identify potential value. Go to nyrabets.com/WAIGR and try Wager today.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, as the Birdstone was 1 3/4 miles, and it was decided by a nose at the wire. Stars and Stripes with the victory as his jockey Louis Saez joins me here. Louis, you and this horse are undefeated together, now 3 for 3 as you got back aboard. You said you were confident that you got that bob.
Oh yeah, definitely. We know we got the winner in the last jump. But I'm pretty excited about this horse. I know him pretty well. I know the way he liked to be in the race, and he put me in a great spot. I was a little worried about the distance because I know the horse finished second. I rode it too, and I went with him, and he liked the distance. But I was just concerned about him, and well, we did the job, and the horse came out with the victory.
Tell me about your trip in the stretch. Things got just a little bit tight down on the inside, but Stars and Stripes was very game.
Yeah, he's pretty game. That's what he really liked. He liked to be like between horses, and that's kind of horse that he liked the trouble too. So that's why we try to stay there in the rail, save every inch we can. And when he came out in the top of the stretch, just a little trouble. But the good thing, he never give up. He keep the momentum, and he finally did the job.
It was a nice effort and a nice ride. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Stars and Stripes with the win as Bill Mott came back to the winner's circle of feet, and he said he was hoping for a dead heat.
He'll have to settle for the 1-2 finish with Stars and Stripes. And the Fasig-Tipton Winner's Circle lead-in brought to you by the New York Bred Yearling Sale, August 16th and 17th in Saratoga Springs. Where will you be? Keisha brought up a great point, Jonathan. After they each traveled 1 3/4 miles, that's what separated the stablemates.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it's for it to be that much. I mean, that is a legitimate 2 inches.
Yeah. After 1 3/4 miles.
You got to give a little love to the passing game. How about this horse is now stakes place on synthetics, stakes place on dirt.
He was hardly last fall.
And stakes place over hurdles.
Steeplechase.
Pretty good horse.
Yeah. To complete the trifecta. And for Louis Saez, that one had slow start, getting things going. The big Grade 1 win in the Saratoga Derby on Saturday, a win here in the Birdstone. 9th and final. There's the field. Take out numbers 1 and 9. Holy 7 at 9 to 5 with Jose Ortiz looking for a 5th on the afternoon. Plus, the last week for trainer Miguel Clement. Emotional, memorable, successful. And now on Saturday, trying to win the race named after his father, Watani Port. We'll preview the Christophe Clement.
And it's lights out, locked, pouring it on, running aggressively.
Here's Locked right alongside. It is Locked.
It's all about Locked, cruising home to an effortless rock.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference and come hang with us this Saratoga meet.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure. National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Last Friday, the Hall of Fame ceremony, 2026 class enshrined, and Christophe Clement, his place in racing history, where it belongs, right alongside the best of the best. And on Saturday, formerly the sword dancer, now the great one, Christophe Clement Turf. It is a Breeders' Cup Challenge event. When you're in for the Longines Turf, 7 strong, compelling matchup of long-distance turf talent, both foreign and domestic. We start with Tawny Port, 8-1, longest shot in the field, but trained by Miguel Clement. It's the storyline, trying to win the race, named after his father, with Tawny Port, who maybe got his confidence back that first win in a long time, Belmont week.
Yeah, as a 7-year-old winning the Belmont Gold Cup right here at Saratoga 2 miles. How often can you say a horse is turning back when he's running a mile and a half? But that's the key for Tawny Port. Will he be as effective running a half a mile shorter? It just felt like the 2 miles really played to his strength, which is his stamina.
In case you're wondering why, Paul, the reason it was this race, Christophe Clement, the all-time leader in sword dancer victories with 5.
Yeah, and obviously Farbridge and Gufo. Gufo was a heck of a horse too, Honor Glide. When you look at Tawny Port, you kind of dissect that field. Like going to a mile and a half, you throw out the Breeders' Cup Turf because that's over a rock-hard turf course. The Elkhorn was off a layoff. The other race, the Canadian National, and it's hard to really rate those Kentucky Downs races, so I think he's got a big shot here. He's going to have to beat a couple of European imports too as well.
Yeah, one in specific, the 3-year-old in here, H in Egypt. 3-year-old facing older. Jonathan, what has he shown you? What do you make of his form overseas?
Yeah, I mean, look, well, I'm conditioned to when I see horses that are coming this way down a stretch to think when they come over here they got a pretty good chance to beat us. But I do think that there's certain occasions where we offer some of our best shots. Ancient Egypt's one that throughout his performances, he seems like this is more of a B-teamer for them. Sometimes they'll bring the A-teamers, usually around the Breeders' Cup. I just don't feel all that warm and fuzzy. He was 22-1 in his last start, 10-1 at Royal Ascot. That doesn't scream A-teamer to me.
Often the B-team is good enough, right, in the North American grass affairs, and what the Europeans have done, stateside debuting stakes winners thus far.
Yeah, they've had a pretty good impact this meet, and the thing that's a little bit different this year, Lafitte, is normally they come from off the pace and kind of out-finish us. This year, they've been beating us to the front and staying.
This horse is dangerous being a 3-year-old. You see Maltese Cross, and then Christmas Day, who won the Epsom Derby, second, if I'm not mistaken, in the Irish Derby. That's a pretty darn good horse. So this horse has been keeping pretty good company.
Serving, a quick turnaround after beating the girls in the Glens Falls, taking on the boys in the Grade 1. Christophe Clement, all part of the Fox Saratoga Saturday coverage. 3 weeks left. Hear that theme? You know it's a race that matters. 3 hours on Saturday, 3 to 6, Alabama 3-year-old fillies presented by Keeneland Sales. The following week, all roads leading to the DraftKings Travers. At the end of the meet, the best horses, biggest races all summer long. Fox Saratoga Saturday. Looking forward to the Christophe Clement. Looking forward to this 9th and final here at Saratoga. Who's ready to graduate? A live look at the favorite, Holy Seven, currently 9-5. Can he break through in his 3rd career start? Can Jose Ortiz win a 5th? We'll find out in 15 minutes. You're watching Saratoga Live.
The dog days of summer are here. Corgi races have returned to the spa.
And they're off. Sam is out quickly, and he is flying on the outside. Here's the finish.
Saratoga's 2nd annual Corgi Cup. Join us Sunday, 1 Eastern on FS1.
This is the joy of traveling well. Oceana Cruises.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us here on Saratoga Live as we have the nightcap for you. Maiden special weight for the older horses traveling the 6 furlongs, and we'll see if the outside runner number 10, Holy Seven, can make good on the promise that I guess he gave the impression to his trainer, Steve Asmussen, when he was returning from the layoff, because word was out on Holy Seven. Now, things didn't go quite his way. Actually, he made the problems for himself, to be fair. He was acting up badly here in the paddock. He was screaming. He was really distracted. Now he comes back today, and they have outfitted him with what we call an iron halter. So it's that strap that goes over their pole, and it's literally a piece of iron that goes around their nose with a ring on the front of it, and you just hook the snap chain to that. It kind of, allows a lot of control without annoying a horse like, the lip chain would. It seems as though, as we see Scott Blasi on his head, that they are really, taking a conscious effort at keeping him quiet today. Last time he was outside, and today they've stuck him directly into the stall. He's been much better to get the tack on. While he's still screaming a bit, he is a lot more subdued, and I think that's a good thing, as he also carried that bad behavior over to the racetrack, and he popped the gate open and broke through the gate. He was held by the assistant starter that day, but never a good thing when you're coming back off of a layoff. He broke with speed, but eventually that speed and that pistol would incinerate. That race won by a long shot coming from off of it. We'll see what Holy Seven can do if he can keep it together a bit more in the prelims. There are several first-time starters in here, some interesting ones at that. I'll take a look here at Jorge Abreu's number 4, Royal Enclosure, son of Yalpon. There really isn't much pedigree on the bottom side, I'm not going to lie. And this horse, watching his workouts on First TV, he has been working with horses you just don't know, how they stack up. Some of them are 2-year-olds, unraced 3-year-olds. But he's been doing it well. I like what I've seen from him in those workouts, decent times as well, and watching his gate breezes. He does leave there running, so that's always a good sign. And while some of these horses have been somewhat bad actors, he has been so focused, so professional here at First Asking. And the thing with Jorge is he always has his first-time starters looking as though they are ready to run. From a fitness perspective, looks as though they've already run races coming into their debuts. So I really like what I'm seeing, at least physically, from Royal Enclosure. But for more on one horse who has run and one without experience, we go to Acacia.
Yeah, very intriguing way to wrap up the card, Maggie. As we take a look at the 2 criteria, he had the rail last time where he did not break that quickly and had to move up inside. With the scratch of the Shug McGahee firster, he inherits the rail again today. Now, it's my first time covering one of his races in the paddock, but Maggie sharing that he was really bad to get the tack on last time, as he was quite vocal in the paddock, kind of screaming and responding to some of the other horses. Much better to saddle, though. He really didn't give them any problems, though he has been sharp. So that's definitely a positive for him. Hopefully that focus will show to a better break, because he is a horse that at times has been a bit sluggish in that first step before he can kind of get himself into the running of the race. Another son of Yalpon is he really stamps his progeny, and just they're so athletic and visually appealing to the eye. Does cut back a little bit to the 6 furlongs, which I like for this guy, especially if he's sharp and he is a bit more compact. I think should appreciate maybe a touch less, and comes out of a good race where Stimulate for Belmont, the son of the great Elate, did win last time out. Now looking at another firster, the number 5 Dark Force debuts for George Weaver, and there is actually a lot of pedigree on this guy. He's by Into Mischief first and foremost, out of Kadira, who was a very good dirt sprinter and quite precocious as well. Multiple stakes winner and graded stakes place, making this one the half-brother to grade 1 test winner Paola Queen. Now, of the other 5 foals to race, or 6 foals to race, I should say, there really wasn't much else in the pedigree. Paola Queen kind of the outlier, but she is in there, and she was very talented. Looking at this horse, he's all Into Mischief. Very stout, very burly, very compact. He looks fit enough for the debut. I did notice, though, that he is wearing the same kind of shoes in the front that Renegade does wear, that we talked about with the Jim Dandy previously, 3/4 glue-on shoes. So typically we will see horses quite often wearing glue-on shoes using adhesive instead of nails for horses that maybe have a little bit shellier type of feet or just find it a bit easier. And they also don't go all the way around. So they're 3/4, there is a space on the inside of each foot, so taking off the pressure a little bit. And I think that does help this horse with his conformation, the way that he's put together. I think it probably balances things out for him a little bit. So just something that I observed. It's not a negative. Horses, as we've seen, can run quite well with that kind of shoeing, Lafitte.
The footwear, Acacia. Dark Force, Spendthrift Super Stallion into mischief. He's 7-1. Ready for his debut. Looking at criteria. This is what Acacia was talking about. His latest, mid-July, facing similar on a sloppy track. Criteria, Richie, finds room inside and then an even finish.
Well, that's kind of been his benchmark, right? He looks like he produces good trips for himself, but then he just kind of runs on evenly. He doesn't give you like a big burst. Gives me the impression a little bit, guys, that he wants to run with horses, not so much thrilled about running by horses.
He's a tough read, right? Because you look at him and he lost his first race to Ted Noffey. You're thinking, okay, we have something here, right?
We'll excuse that.
Yeah, and you know what? This is going to be the shortest he's ever gone, 6 furlongs. I liked his effort 2 starts ago, and let's be honest, Seth Klarovich Stables has a lot of horses. They could have dropped this horse, right? And they didn't. So I think there's more confidence there.
Sure.
This is the benchmark you got to beat.
Any reason, aside from what we've seen thus far, that today could be different, that this would be in his 6th start, maiden breaking performance?
Well, I think with a horse like him, I mean, he runs pretty consistent kind of races and kind of speed figures. So maybe it's just more dependent on what's in the race, what the level of competition is, because he seems like he shows up and runs a very similar race every time.
Just waiting to see that knockout punch.
He's 7 minutes away from being a very disappointing horse.
True.
Yeah. The way that he ran first out against Ted Noffey, he's supposed to have done something at some point, and I think that even Chad would agree, and I don't know, I didn't speak to him about it, I'm just saying, I think he would agree that based on his first race, if he doesn't eventually win here, especially at 2-1, you're going to start to become extremely frustrated with a horse like him.
Yeah. Your thoughts on Holy 7? Pictured the favorite going in, Jonathan.
The 10?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he can win. I prefer the 4 and the 7 over the 10. Another horse that just, the times he's run, he hasn't run all that fast. He was odds-on last time for Steve Asmussen. Odds-on horses don't often get beat for the Asmussen crew. And obviously he's a tricky little guy based on what we've heard. I think I'd like to give one of these first-time starters a little bit of a shot at much better prices.
He got left in his first start. And I think they worked on him so much in his second start, he broke through the gate. Yeah. And, you know, more times than not, we've seen that not be a recipe. And Jose kind of just handled him with care last time, Mig. So I think if he's not as much keyed, he looks like he's still keyed up. But you get the last one to draw, to load might help.
Yeah, no, and no doubt. And how many times we've seen horses break through the gate and they don't run their A race because it's kind of like letting the air out of the balloon. Spherical, you know, coming out of the same race, I thought ran a better race, but there were other circumstances involved, breaking through the gate, being number 1.
Unless your magnitude usually spells doom. Which of these maidens ready to graduate? Live, look there, Johnny Velasquez near missing the Birdstone with Parchment Party. As we meet the field for the 9th and final. Criteria, there he is, connections intact, a 5-race maiden.
Another son here, a Yalpan. We got a couple in this race. 0 for 5 lifetime, but knocking on the door.
Spherical, his 3-year-old debut, something to build on.
Improved speed, getting off turf, first time on the dirt, and ran extremely well. Could improve off of that.
Number 4, Royal Enclosure, the Yalpan first-time starter.
We got a lot of people in our truck that are Cubs fan. By the damn, go Cubs, go. This horse been working really well in the morning.
Producer Bobby Klatt, all in. Another look, Dark Force here for Newtown and her stud, debuting homebred.
Yeah, it's Morris Regan's farm. He has one in Kentucky, one in New York, right around the corner from me. And Dark Force has been working well as as well as the 4-horse Royal Enclosure.
I'm a Big Bad Wolf 3-year-old debut.
Yeah, new gelding, new Lasix, a little thing of everything. And like you said, 3-year-old debut. See how he runs. Supposed to be working okay in the morning.
Bambuzi, Team Penny Racing first-timer.
Another one that's reportedly working well in the morning. Jeremiah Englehart, very good with first-time starters.
Palpable, third start, back to dirt.
Yeah, first 2 starts were in Florida. Now been training well here. This 3-year-old by Mackenzie.
And the favorite, can he keep it together? Holy 7 burned money after breaking through the front of the barrier.
Got the right man on his back. Jose Ortiz looking for his 5th. Is that correct?
Yeah, looking for 5th win today, yeah.
One more time on this Thursday afternoon. Who is ready to graduate? Nightcap in moment, Saratoga. And while you're looking at criteria, Paul, JK, for you, both? The new face, the fresh face, Bambuzi?
Yeah, I went with Bambuzi. I just thought this horse had some decent works, and Santana and Englehart, they're 25% together. I thought this horse was working well. You get 9-1.
Jeremiah, you know, we talk about trainers. I don't like to say trainers are bad with first-time starters because I think it's an intent thing. So their stats aren't great with first-time starters, but it's not because they're not capable. On the opposite side of that, I think Jeremiah Englehart is good with first-time starters. I think his firsters run well first time out. Throughout his career, out of 481 starters, he's 16%. He's actually had better numbers over the last few years. I just think that with a horse who's been working well, who's well meant, you're getting 9-1. Yes, the 2 and the 10 are the horses to beat. I just think that the 7 and even the 4, Jorge Abreu, another one who has good stats with first-time starters. We saw him win with one yesterday with Baby Beth, who was very impressive. I think one of these 2 horses just offer an opportunity to try to take on 2 horses that certainly have question marks.
It's a great point to bring up, the misconception about who's good, who isn't as good first-time starters. Yeah, all about intent and what a trainer wants from a debut and a young prospect. For example, the first-time starter you're looking at here, Richie, Royal Enclosure for Jorge Abreu. You went with him.
I went with him. I've been relying heavily on the Daily Racing Form Cocker Report with first-time starters. They've got a great opinion. They do a good job. And this horse comes in off of 3 consecutive works, a B+, a B, and a B. Those are all really high marks for a first-time starter.
Yeah, you know, when you look at this race, the 2 horses that are taking the money are from really 2 prominent barns, Chad Brown and Steve Assman. The other horses you're looking at their first career start, so you're getting that price.
Rain falling harder. From one first-time starter, back to another, Bambuzi. Maggie, what's he showing you?
Yes, I agree with JK that Jeremiah Englehart is very good with his first-time starters. I just don't know necessarily what to think of this horse. One time I look at him and I'm like, ooh, he kind of just looks a bit clunky, like he doesn't know how to kind of use his body right. And then the next time I'm looking at him and he's overstriding in the paddock at a walk by 4 hoof prints. So there's obviously some ability in there. He is quite a big horse too. And they did pay a decent amount for him at that point, at $200,000 for a charlatan. It was decent. There is a bit pedigree on the bottom side as well. If you go back a generation, the dam is half to Kofefi. As the rain is really annoying here. But Bambuzi, we'll see what he does. He's strong, he's well muscled. I feel like he might need the start, as I'm a Big Bad Wolf. Acacia, he has really developed. I know he's a big long shot there, but I love the fact that he's a new gelding.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of difference for him. Maggie, quickly on the 3, Spherical could be a pace presence. He did not break the quickest from the rail last time out. I thought he strengthened quite a bit in his second start with Chad Summers, and he looks like a sprinter. Lafitte?
Life in the Adirondacks, downpour. Post time for the nightcap. Here's Frank Miramati.
It's post time. They're off. Holy 7 on the outside is flashing speed. Criteria at the rail is in there too, and Royal Enclosure in the mix. There's a real scramble early on. And now it is Criteria just in front. Royal Enclosure pressing the issue in second as Spherical comes through to take third. Dark Force fourth. Holy 7, 5 off the pace in fifth. It's a gap of 5 back to Bambuzi, who's in between horses, Palpable, and I'm a Big Bad Wolf. around the far turn, 22 seconds flat. Criteria just in front. Royal Enclosure pressing him in second, followed by Holy Seven on the outside. They're at the top of the lane. Criteria trying to cling to the lead. Royal Enclosure is chasing hard, and Spherical running a good race on the fence. They're followed by Holy Seven. Mid-stretch for Criteria. Spurts clear by 3. Then it's Royal Enclosure and Spherical battling out the balance. Criteria wins by 3. Second to Royal Enclosure, just in front of Spherical and Holy Seven.
He gave him 7 minutes, JK. 7 minutes away from being a real disappointment. Criteria says, watch this, and graduates in his 6th career start.
I mean, I just think that that's who they always thought he was meant to be after that first start against Ted Nafi, who went on to do what he did. How could he not? He was supposed to be this horse, and he was.
Yeah, I mean, this was a nice effort. Good speed from the inside. Tyler Gaffleone picks up the mount. Feel for Irad Ortiz Jr., just his birthday the other day, and he talked to me earlier about how much he hates when races are going on and he's sitting at home. Just hope a speedy recovery for him. Hopefully we'll see him sooner than later. But this was a nice effort from Criteria and a good effort from Royal Enclosure, who stayed at it resolutely, chasing a horse with a lot more experience, and he hung on for second.
If you had that pick 6, you are going to get back $658. A very formful pick 6, $192 in that pick 5. But the horse that had the most experience gets the W.
He went favored in the end.
Yeah,
Criteria.
you kept looking at his races, and you wonder, it's kind of one of those horses that's in between, maybe the 6 furlongs. And the right move was Tyler putting this horse on the front end and putting all the first-time starters kind of in chase.
Yep. Tyler Gaffleone. The pickup mount, Seth Klarman's Criteria. And for trainer Chad Brown, a victory in the nightcap, 2-4-3-10. Maybe you're just joining us, missed some of the action earlier this afternoon. The featured event was the Birdstone, a dirt marathon, 1 3/4 miles. A story going in. Parchment Party trying to become the second back-to-back winner, joining the likes of Next. Bill Mott had a pair. We didn't know if he was going to run Stars and Stripes, Paulie, here this afternoon. Decided to run him, and it comes down to the stablemates.
Yeah, it was kind of fortunes, right? Bill Mott's telling everybody down there that, hey, we're just going to throw this horse in there because there's really no other spots. Well, pretty good spot. He gets the best of his stablemate, and a courageous run, too. Luis Saez on the rail.
He was in tight, had a steady first stride, turning for home, but stayed resolute to that spot. And watch when his head gets head up with the horse that was kind of pinning him in on the fence, the third-place finisher. Once he got his head through there, it was like, I can breathe, and he kicked on. That was a really game effort.
Courageous.
Absolutely excited to see what he does now that he's kind of found this new home, going a little bit longer, but he's also shown enough talent to consider, some 1 1/4 type of races as well. But when one of these shows up in a condition book, I'd imagine Bill Mott will target it.
Wasn't phased whatsoever. Like impeded, right, and put his head right back down, and Luis Saez, and driven through that small opening.
And what makes it remarkable, though, is he had already run 1.5 miles, and a lot of times horses are looking for an excuse to kind of shut it down at that point. No, he said, no, I still got some energy. I'm going to keep at it here. And I like when horses find ways to win and not excuses to lose.
And like Jonathan said, it's a niche distance, right? So he's already on the top, or he puts himself right in the mix with the other horses. Like you said, the talent was over there, was there, just whether he was able to get the distance, and he was able to beat a stablemate.
I like the fact that passing game spent a little time hurdling last fall.
Pretty good horse.
Comes back
man.
and runs third at 33-1.
Crazy.
Sure.
Stakes place over jumps, synthetic, and now dirt. It's pretty hard to do.
Yeah.
Birdstone in the books, as is the 9th and final. Tyler Gaffleone, and look, you got head butt earlier. Richie, the microcosm, the day in the life of a jockey. It's a thoroughbred. Headbutting you one moment, you're in the winner's circle the next.
Little smelling salts, shake it off, go back to work.
How about Yaupon? 1-2. As you see Criteria again.
Yeah.
And the other son of Yaupon trying as hard as he can, but maybe next time with a race he can get to Criteria.
Too much Criteria. In the end, finally breaks through. 2-4-3-10 on this Thursday program. Right back at it tomorrow. Then on Saturday, Fox Saratoga Saturday is back, Jonathan. What a story for the Christophe Clement and this competitive edition of what was the sword dancer with the spot in the Breeders' Cup Turf on the line.
Well, if you guys are paying attention to car talk, you know who I'm rooting for. Just
White
give my
goal,
man
baby.
old crazy bones. But I will tell you this, I actually believe that he is the horse to beat in there. I think he's tactical. I think the way that he ran last time was impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing him run.
Europeans are going to be, that's a strong contingent.
I'm kind of with old crazy bone. He's going to be tough to catch.
You can change your mind. You have 48 hours. But as of now,
as of now, I'm going with the 3-year-old from Europe, Egyptian. What's his name again?
Ancient
Egypt. Yeah.
Really.
You've always been a period.
You can tell I went to school, right?
Facing older, he's arriving with some momentum. Exciting addition of what was the Sword Dancer and the first ever Grade 1 Christophe Clement. You'll see it live on Fox this Saturday. Thanks for joining us in the Thursday program. Right back at it tomorrow afternoon as the rain has ceased for the moment. And a terrific day of racing once again here at Saratoga, the 26th of the 158th season. The story, the Birdstone Parchment Party trying to successfully defend his title. Stablemate says no. Stars and Stripes second. Birdstone for Bill Mott. What a finish. And for Jose Ortiz, slacker, couldn't get that 5th win in the afternoon. 4 wins for the leading rider. And Manny Franco, best summer ever at Saratoga. Have a great night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.
This weekend, trainer Miguel Clement starts 7-year-old Belmont Gold Cup winner and 2026 Melbourne Cup qualifier Tawny Port.
It is the survival of the fittest, the Belmont Gold Cup. But it's Tawny Port coming away. Tawny Port wins it.
In a race named after his father, the late, great Hall of Fame trainer Christophe Clement. Don't miss Saratoga's Christophe Clement Turf, a win-and-you're-in challenge for the Breeders' Cup Turf. Fox Saratoga Saturday, presented by Oceana Cruises. Join us 3 Eastern on Fox.
Get with the New York Bred program that supports farms across the state and puts more babies on the ground. The program that lets your New York Bred race against other New York Breds on the same tracks where Manor War won the Travers and Secretariat completed the Triple Crown in the Belmont Stakes, but at a beautiful new facility offering the new Empire Trillium Series. Get with a program that respects thoroughbreds from the foaling farm to the starting gate to the second career.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.